Hope you guys have a good had a good day or having a good day, perhaps, depending on where you are. Let me hand it off to D to do that thing that he does.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to leave. Cheers. Smoke 'em if you got 'em.
That's the way. Cheers, D. Thanks very much for introducing the way things are. Folks, like D said, you must be 21 or over, basically where I am, 21 or over, to participate in the show. If the rules where you are a little bit different, perhaps, for example, they are slightly higher, or perhaps you're not even allowed. I don't know. You have to follow your own local rules, ladies and gentlemen. I can't possibly know where you are. This is YouTube. This is a public platform that anyone can tune into. You could be tuning in from North Korea, for all I know. It's probably illegal from North
Oh,
Korea, I would assume. So that's on you, ladies and gentlemen. I can't do anything about that. So please make sure that you're following your local rules. Please do remember that when we discuss all the different stuff we discuss, we are, of course, figments of your imagination. We're cartoon characters. We're a super shitty AI. We were trained on garbage, basically, Doritos and Mountain Dew, pretty much, chocolate chip cookies, basically. Some of them baked, some of them frozen. Go figure. Sometimes we are such animals that we can't even be bothered to bake the fucking chocolate chip cookie dough and just eat it by fistfuls out of the freezer. You wouldn't listen to people like that, right? I mean, that's ridiculous. Obviously, that's like the things that insanity, like insane people do. So, ladies and gentlemen, please remember that essentially we're insane. That's basically what it boils down to. We're an insane AI or some shit. I don't know, whatever. Very bad Chat GPT integration, as you can see. Anyway, ladies and geraniums, you guys are welcome to say hello in the chat. I can't see the chat right now, but please do say hello in the chat. I'm sure D will shout out whoever's first in the chat if we get a chatter. Perhaps we don't have anyone in the chat yet. So please, ladies and gentlemen, say hello. Welcome yourself if you've never said hello before. If you're new to the chat, we'd really like to say hello to you too. We're super nice here, I think. I'd like to think anyway. I think our chat team is pretty nice. So, ladies and gentlemen, honestly, don't be shy. Don't feel like you're going to get walloped or smacked or whatever. We only have a handful of moderators. That's a long story that not really is not. It's not really worth going into. But long story short, name the digital show, the digital trash can. That's right. We're digital litter. I forgot. We're digital litter on this show. That's
this is
exactly correct.
later.
It's
That's
not. It's not even a show. It's actually just digital litter. In the midst of the fucking Kardashian empire, where they like multiple Kardashians independently have become billionaires. No, 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 no. Never mind. This is digital litter, ladies and gentlemen. Never forget it. Anyway, fuck was I guess I was digressing there a little bit. So make sure to say hello to the chat, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to get to know your garden. We'd like to get to know something about you, and obviously, don't feel committed to telling us everything about yourself or something. There's plenty of people in the chat that just kind of say hello and just kind of goof off, and we don't know fuck all about them. So if you'd like to be anonymous, you're more than welcome to obviously have a goofy name and just basically shoot the shit. But like I say, most importantly, just say hello. The show really is half about the comments in the chat. Uh,
Anthony
just
first.
as importantly, pardon, go ahead, D.
Joseph Anthony, good job. First in the
Good
chat.
job, good job, Joseph Anthony. Not too many times in the first there, so congratulations. But I think he has done first before, so welcome again and good, well done. The fuck am I trying to say? I'm babbling like a crazy person. If you guys would like to hop on the show, we would really like to hop. We would like you to hop on the show. We'd like to hop on the panel. It's going to be a takeover with Deed. He's going to be basically running things, so don't wrong him in some way, or he's going to eat your brains. He might eat your brains
Ah,
anyway because he just really enjoys the flavor of chilled, fresh brains, stewed brains. What else? Grilled brains. I don't even know. Tartare brains. I mean, I'm sure there's a million different preparations of brains that a true zombie will enjoy, right? So don't mess with him. He'll fucking come and chop out your little pink goo matter. That doesn't make any sense, but yeah, I think you know what I'm saying. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. Run for your lives, ladies and gentlemen, or just honestly don't wrong D because he's pretty chill. Otherwise, like if you're pretty nice, he really hasn't eaten too many people's brains, so just once in a while, you know. So it's really okay. You know, most of the audience is still here. And even if he does sample your brains a little bit, he usually tries to leave some for later, So most of you guys don't use most of your brains anyway, so it's probably not a big problem. So he's very polite about it. Anyway, but ladies and germs, please do hop on the show and join the panel. We would love to hear some fresh faces. I think the last show or one of the last shows, we had a couple of fresh faces. I didn't have a chance to come say hello, but I did notice that we had a couple of folks say hello. So congrats. Good to see you. Good to put a face to a name, so to speak. It's always, not always, but it's often surprising. You get a picture in your head, I suppose. Not that you necessarily have a picture for everyone in the chat or something, but I don't know. You have some perception of what people might look like or whatever, and then you see them in real life, and it never fails to surprise me. I think, I think, uh, yeah, I was completely surprised that D looked like he did. Who else? Uh, Oh, it's been so long since Smash was on this show that I don't remember anymore. But yeah, like hardcore, all of them, Bud Kilowatt, like you name it, they come with the show. I'm like, oh, that's what you look like. That's very amusing. I remember when I turned the camera on the Embracing Organics show, everyone was surprised that I wasn't 90 years old. Apparently, my humor tracked as like a 90 or 80-year-old man. So they were all shocked. What? Holy shit, you're not decrepit? I guess that's arguable, of course, but still. Ladies and germs, do hop on. We would love to hear from you. We would love to see what you have to say.
See, that's what
Johnny
vibe.
Five Alive, nice. But ladies and gentlemen, most importantly, of course, don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a lunatic. And of course, the fucking fourth commandment or first, I don't even know. Don't bullshit. Honestly, we would love to hear the truth. Honestly, we don't need to hear the embellished garbage tale of the 47-inch salmon that you caught and it was 110 pounds if it was a fucking inch, and I don't even know, whatever, right? Like, just tell us the truth, just tell us the real story. It's far more interesting. So if you grew a 4x4 and it was a killer 4x4, just fucking tell us that. Don't tell us it was a 50 light grow and da 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 da. Ladies and germs, I don't know how many times I have to say it. Now, obviously, come on, we're adults here. We know that there are some people that have bullshitted on the show from time to time. Gasp! I know. People lying on the internet. I could never. But ladies and gentlemen, seriously, try if you can to not bullshit. The theme of the show basically is to honestly talk about real life and not Harry Potter fantasy world. Obviously, if you have access to a magic wand or I don't know, perhaps those flying brooms, please let me know. Those would be pretty handy. I would really enjoy, like, I mean, shit, saving on gas, saving. Imagine the amount of money that you could save on Ubers on like New Year's Eve if you had a flying fucking broom. So yeah, please let me know. But in the meantime, do hop on the show. We're already getting weird, aren't we? Do hop on the show, ladies and gentlemen. Do join the takeover. Dee would love to hear from you, and I'm hopeful that we'll have other folks on the show. So I'm sure they would love to hear from new faces, faces that haven't been around for a while. You name it, ladies and gentlemen. As Dee often says, lurkers, non-lurkers, you're all welcome, both in the chat as well as in the panel. Like I said, just don't be a dick, don't be a fucking lunatic, and don't show your dick. I forgot to say. But one thing that I'm really quite assiduous about these days is please don't be a brand whore. Honestly, it annoys me. That's really probably the only reason not to. There's honestly probably no other good reason. It just annoys me, and it's my channel, so just don't. Honestly, I don't really need to hear about your specific brand of soil or your specific brand of the fuck. I just give a shit. It's meaningless. What's that, D?
So no D's nuts then?
D's Nuts works pretty well because, of course, that's such a popular. In fact, D's Nuts is so popular it's been turned into a generic product in India. That's probably the best honor you could have. New Delhi D's Nuts, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
That's right. Anyway, the fuck was I trying to say? I'm trying to get out of here, but I'm also babbling like a crazy person. I was. Actually, I lost my train of thought completely. So, good segue to basically letting D do his thing. Ladies and geraniums, do hop on the show. Like I said, you're more than. Oh, I was talking about brand whoring. Please just don't brand whore. It's annoying. It infuriates people who know what they're talking about. When you're kind of a more experienced grower, you could really do anything with anything. Honestly, it doesn't matter. For example, if you're a synthetic grower, you could run your synthetic grow with literally any brand of shit. You just have to get used to whatever the concentration is. You'd figure it out. Frankly, you wouldn't even just experiment. You'd figure out what the concentration is, and then you'd be able to figure out any fucking grow. With organics, Jesus fucking Christ, the brand of saponins, fuck right off, just all the way. That's just the stupidest possible way to grow, and it's just comical, honestly. So please don't brand whore. It's silly and it's essentially poor learning, basically. So if you guys would like to discuss things, by all means, I'm not trying to dissuade you from discussing. That's not the issue. I would just like you to think broadly. Please think more broadly than specific brands. I don't need to hear about specific brands. Obviously, when you're talking about if you know Smashed and folks come on and we're talking about cameras, there's not really much we can do there. There's only a handful of camera brands. But ideally, we wouldn't talk about brands there either. But of course, we're kind of stuck in that. But like I say, with soil mixes and all that kind of stuff, come on, I don't need to know about your mail ordered whatever the shit. Just speak more generically, speak more broadly, because then we can actually all learn. For example, not all of us have access to your Argentinian saponins or whatever, right? So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I guess that's sort of one of the other unofficial rules. Please don't brand whore. And with that, I'll leave it to D. He, of course, is the one person who is allowed to brand whore. He obviously loves, what is it, Tim Hortons coffee. I always just kind of laugh because it just amuses me. But anyway,
They got
uh,
the winter cups now.
there you go. There you go. Nice. That's funny as hell. All right, D, I'm going to make you the host here so that I can. Oh, wait, I think I missed your comment. No, never mind. I saw your comment. I'm going to make you the host so that I don't accidentally end the show by leaving.
I know what
There you
that's
go.
for.
Boom. Oh, that's a handy looking cup. Baller.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, join D with his coffee cup. Come drink a cup of coffee too. You're more than welcome to. And if you guys are new to the show by some stretch of the fucking imagination, we rarely get that many new people on this channel, but still, sometimes, if you don't know, the show is sort of a virtual cannabis pub, basically, for you to hop on, talk to your favorite grower friends, meet new grower friends if you don't have any, and discuss growing, weed, you name it, photography, all of it, ladies and gentlemen. It sort of is a broad subject matter that we discuss in the show. So, anyway. Ladies and geraniums, I'll leave it at that and hand it off to D. Have a good show, buddy. I'll hope to be back, but I can't make any promises. So, adios.
Later. What's going on, everybody? Like Jimmy said, the show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. Hope everyone's having a great night. Here's 20 people watching so far, true lurkers and non-lurkers. Hello, chat. And no worries, right on. Good, good, Pet G. Yeah, I know what it's like when uh it's like that. What's everybody smoking on tonight? I have a plethora of strains. I'm smoking on. Place a nice order. Got some free hash, some free gummies. So I saved the gummies. I forget which ones they were now. Anyways, here's what's everyone smoking on in chat. Let me know. I am smoking on. Let's get into it. Oh yeah, Cindy 99, aka Cinderella 99, good 99 strain. Hello, J Patrick. I also have Meat Breath, which is meatloaf crossed with um motor Mendel breath. Mendel breath. Mm. Rockstar tuna. I'll get to that one last. This one here is the Super Pink Kush. And then for nighttime, I have, what was this one name again? DNA Cake by DNA Genetics. And this stuff is pretty fire, I must say. I like the taste of it. It's really gassy. And then I also have got some free pre-rolls. I got two 5-pack pre-rolls. And I got some hash. I got my hash there. Got some nice hash. That's what I'm working on right now. Wow, my hands cold. Space Queen, I like Space Queen. That's good for nighttime. Does that make you sleepy at all, Joseph Anthony? Because no, never mind. Forget it. I just realized I'm thinking of another string. Yeah, Space Queen is good. I like Space Queen. Like I was saying, that's a really good one. Spartan Puke Flower. That's Spartan. Spartan as Spartan grows. J. Patrick. Brains, by the way. Cattle Hula Flower. That's fresh. Nice. Yeah, I like Space Queen. Oh, here comes the heat. Thank goodness. See, I'm gonna roll a joint. Let's see. Maybe we'll smoke some meat breath. What a crazy, and it tastes. There's a meaty taste to it too, guys. It's crazy. Right on, J. Patrick. I heard it's some fire. And this friggin' Rockstar Tuna, when I roll, usually I roll 0.85 roll a joint. But when this stuff I bust this stuff like Rockstar Tune Up just busts out huge. I get two nice joints usually out of it. Or sometimes depending, it's like a one nicer joint, maybe a bit smaller. But they're both usually pretty nice. So it's crazy. But we're not just smoke that. Meat breath. Yeah, I like meat breath. I mean that one. It even kinda has like a meaty smell to it. It's an interesting strain. Has anyone else out there smoked meat breath? Hmm. Wedding cake's good. I like wedding cake. Nice, yeah, J5. Feed a piss. Uh, J5 is still alive. I don't know, you probably missed it, but I already showed you a picture of what you look like, J5. I got a picture on J5. Hang on, let me. Bet you I passed it. Bet you already fucked up. Um, no, I didn't. Down here. It's right here somewhere. Huh. Oh, maybe I did pass it. Anyway, the mandarin cookies, like, cool. Mandarin cookies is good. I think I've had that one. I'd have to look it up. Yeah, I haven't been keeping track of my strains like I should be. I stopped going to my list. I don't know why. I should be still keeping track. I would have a huge list now. I could probably enter some of them. Well, there we go. I found the picture. There's J5. Here's what J5 looks like. So there's what J5 looks like. And we'll leave it up while I get this joint started here. Get my He's good and high off the cheetah piss. Cheetah piss is good. I've had cheetah piss. Not, yeah, not the one J5 has, but I've had the Canadian, like whoever grew it out here. That's pretty good. Or was it cat piss? No, I take that back, guys. It was cat piss. I had cat piss, not cheetah piss. Stop share. All right, we'll turn that off now. If you guys want to come and hang out, just let me know, and I'll post a link for you guys to come hang. Just don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a lunatic. We're good. Really, really good. Oh, don't eat pipe. All right. And we're smoking over here meat breath, which is meatloaf crossed with Mendel breath, which is an awesome strain. I really like this stuff. Went to the Circle K today. It's freezing here, guys. Like it feels like the weather thing is like minus 11, 15 sometimes. It's cold right now, but they have a Slurp at the Circle K. I really want to try, but it's just too cold for me to get it. It's too cold. I'm already freezing. So I didn't want to. All I want to drink right now is coffee. Stay warm. But it was banana, and Mrs. D got it on, and I tried it, and it was pretty damn good. They also had one called Sweet Tarts. You guys remember the candy Sweet Tarts? Yeah, one like that. I don't know if that'd be good. Buddy, send me a cut. Hmm. Anyhow, here, put that on. There we go. Look at that handsome devil on your screen. All right. Time to cut the meat. Time to cut the meat. Oh, and then check this out, guys. I just have something else. Before I continue chopping that, just one. Okay, yeah, here's meat breath, right? I don't know if you guys can see it. There's meat breath. Check it out. I'm beating the meat. There you go. Just beat the meat. Beating the meat. Uh, well, 25. Cheers, Justin Bean. Right on, Pet G. I got some free gummies today. I forget which ones they were. They're name brand ones, I believe. I only saw them for 2 seconds. I just handed them right over to Mrs. D. Or was this the other day when I ordered? I just handed them right over to her. She put them away. And where'd my papers go? Ruh-roh. Hmm. I don't know where my papers went. Maybe the Dango went to a baby. Papers. We went to the Dollar Tree today. I bought a shitload of junk candy and chocolate. I'm craving chocolate. so I'm gonna have some chocolate in a little bit. And I put I can't do polls. I don't have access to the YouTube. Sure, Sultan C, just give me 1 second. But yes or no, who would drink or try the Oreo Pepsi? Or has anyone tried the Oreo Pepsi? I hear it's really popular. I'm not really. I don't like Oreo at all. Oreos. Just bear with me, guys. I'm just gonna post a link first. Mr. Sultan C. There we go. Yeah, I'm not a Pepsi or an Oreo person. Or I don't drink Pepsi at all anymore. I used to. Yeah, Joseph, you better watch out. I might beat my meat. Um, right on. That's pretty cool now. I got your name. Green fingers will automatically come up when I start typing it. That's pretty badass. There you go. Or if any other regular people or new people want to join, there's a link. Okay. Coke Oreo, whatever. See, I don't drink Coke either. Too sweet. I try Mrs. D will drink Coke sometimes. And last it was last week I think she had some Coke and I tried some. To me now, Coke tastes like like I used to find it after I stopped drinking it, I found it really sweet. And now I tried it again the other day, last week or whenever it was, and I find it really sweet and it tastes like flat to me. It tastes like flat pop. Let me just push. I gotta change the ding donger. Yeah, so I wouldn't drink the. There we go. Ding dong. Cheers, Rory Gardner. Yeah, that's gross. But I'm rolling a joint. Right on. What's I rolling? Oh yeah, meat breath. That's what I was looking for. Papers. So you guys sidetracked. That's okay though. I got plenty. I'm ready to go. Crisp pack. Another busted a crisp pack. Here's Green Fingers.
Sure.
Yeah, Rory Gardner. Smoking meat breath.
Cheers, Grumpy.
Oh. Yeah, time to get some more meat. Get meaty with the meat breath. What's going on, Green Finger?
I'm trying to cough. I'm not trying to cough. Well, didn't want to mute it. Oh. Yeah, I
Yeah,
was trying to make a cough. Because if I press mute, I have to go like under here and I'm gonna knock over my freaking phone. Slush
yeah,
mints, live rosin.
cart making me choke. So there you go.
Oh, there we go. I always rip. For some reason, always seem to rip the first fucking paper all the time.
Jeez.
Oh, motherfucker. What a waste.
Gotta have soft fingers. Come on. You're just like, oh, that's so good. I guess I can roll with that.
Hang on.
I got some Ancient Thunder. Ancient Thunder. I don't know what it is. From the tribal
Reserve?
place. Smells good. It's just a little sweet, a little burnt rubber.
Nice. Is it from a reserve? Did you say?
Ancient Thunder. I think that's what it says. Black on burgundy. It's hard to read. Yeah,
Yeah.
Ancient Thunder.
Oh, man.
Or this is not 4 grams. So,
Right on. Like you guys meat. Yeah, you better watch out, J. Patrick. I'm gonna bring it and beat my meat again. Beat the meat.
it's 14 grams. So I was like, it's not 4 grams.
What?
I didn't notice the line next to it. Yeah. Like
Oh,
14. I thought it was just dividing the 4 from the other word.
yeah.
Freaking gotta stop my dog from barking. Be
Take care.
right back
All right.
if it needs. I'm on mute, so I don't.
Cheers, everybody in chat. Hope everyone's having a great night. I'm having trouble here rolling up my meat. The paper. Oh, Jesus. I want to get meat in my mouth. Yeah, this stuff's pretty damn good. So, and the taste is crazy. It does taste like meat, like you're yeah, you're exhaling, you get meat, like this meat taste. And then, even when I smell the bag, I'll open the bag, smell it, get this meat smell off it. It's crazy. All right. I went to the me and Mrs. D went to the Dollar Tree and I was all stoned and bought a shitload of candy for myself and chocolate and a couple lighters. Don't want to be like that last guy that was on the pre-show, not being able to find his lighter. I forget the guy's name right now. But yeah. By the way, I do a pre-show if anyone's interested before before the Saturday show and before the Tuesday show on my channel. You can check me out at dzombie_745 on YouTube. Hit the like, subscribe, the little bell, and the notification to get notified when we go live. Same with this channel. If you like the Two Maduro channel and you're new, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, and the bell to get notified when we go live. Mike, Mr. Mike. That's right, Joseph Anthony. I was trying to get Mr. Mike over here. Maybe would follow us over onto this channel. Maybe go live here for a while. But he was talking about some crazy stuff too that wouldn't be appropriate on this show. Oh yeah. Hold on. Hey, see what I'm doing? Eating my meat. I'm eating my meat like it's going out of style. Cheers, everybody in chat. Hope everyone's having a great night. Rip it again, motherfucker. Oh, that window open. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, meaty. Yeah, for sure, Anthony. That's Mr. Mike's birthday show. That was crazy. Yeah.
That was crazy.
Went to the Dollar Tree. Went to Dollar Tree today. Not sponsored, by the way. Bought a bunch of candy, chocolate. I was really medicated. I'll show you guys what I got. These things are good. Brookside chocolates, Asia berries, Asia and blueberry, Reese's Pieces. Oh, what are these things called? Icy squares. 1 second, this is the. These things are good. They're like minty chocolate. Minty chocolate. All right. And then I got these truffles. They're not bad. I got dark chocolate. I got these strawberry ones. They're all right so far. Then, if you guys don't haven't bleh, if you guys haven't haven't known yet, I do like Reese's. So there's some peanut butter cups. Go with Reese's Pieces. Family or king size caramel. 2 packs of Sour Patch Kids. I like the Sour Patch Kids. They're good. Mm. Eat more. These things are good. It's dark toffee peanut chew. They're really good. And then I got another pack of those truffles. These are the strawberry ones. Cream filled for her pleasure. Get that in before green finger chokes or something. Cough. And to come down to the end. All of these things were there. Yes, J. Patrick, dairy milk and fruit and nuts are good too. What's everybody's favorite chocolate bar? If you eat chocolate. Yes, and these book sites are awesome. It's Asia berry and blueberry, which Asia berries are really good for you. I think I'm gonna have Reese's Pieces. That's my date. Pink Church. I always got one of those today. I almost got a Big Turk today. That's funny. Score bars are good too, right on Green Fingers. He shoots, he scores. Oh, I should have got a score bar. Damn, that's toffee. The chocolate covered. Cheers, Corey. Hey, hillbilly.
The chocolate bar I got. It's called
One.
cannabis infused.
Oh,
It's called
okay.
cannabis infused.
There you
Peanut
go.
peanut butter Skittles rosin
What
infused.
the fuck? Wow. I got
Peanut
these.
butter.
I got these hash gummies. Sound pretty crazy. That's crazy, dude. That's huge. 100 milligram.
Yeah,
And
it's only 100
Skittles.
milligrams. Skittles, peanut butter, Skittles rosin, indica. I hate when I say that.
Nice.
5 millimeters or
So
milligrams.
cool.
Yeah, millimeters. 5 milligrams a piece, I guess. That's
Right
why it's
on.
so big. That's why it's so big. The other ones, I think they have a 10 one too. So each piece is 10, but it's smaller. So, of course.
We got these ones, actually, the ones I get from my buddy's mom. Uh, they're shatter bars. They got shatter in them.
Nice.
Yeah, it's crazy. She'll eat a piece, a half, like a square. She'll eat like a regular square. Like she'll break it in half and then half again. That's crazy.
Already eaten like probably half of it. Yeah. So there's one piece extra than half. So
Right on.
just a little piece of chocolate.
Oh, fuck up. Right on, green finger. All aboard. Paging doctor, leave me alone. Paging doctor, leave me alone. AJ Patrick. Oh, what the hell am I?
Turn on my other phone. Comments went off.
I want to finish this joint with that's one of these freaking Reese's pieces just staring at me. Oh yeah, I forgot. I got some. Forgot I got these over here. Just regular candies. They're grape sour candies, and I got some gummy worms
Nice.
and another pack of sour patch kids. So I'm set for tonight, anyways.
Yeah, so this was just like a $10 chocolate bar. What I was
Nice.
gonna say. Yeah, I forgot to say that part. Oh shit, I dropped some.
Yeah, I'm not too big into Rory. I'm not too big into mushrooms. I did do this guy did have a thing on Marketplace, Facebook Marketplace. He had chocolate bars, mushroom stuff for sale. I grabbed some off of him one time. A bunch of them from my buddy. But I'm not too big into mushrooms.
Yeah, I used to. Okay, so when I was like 17, 18, maybe 16, I got like a bunch of chocolate mushrooms from my friend. I used to work at that age. I didn't just sit there at school or nothing. I dropped out in high school, 10th grade, started working. And yeah, so one of my older friends had mushrooms, chocolate mushrooms. I was like, spent the whole paycheck on them. I just got like 50 or 60 of these chocolates and put them in my freezer. One day my friend came in my room and he had popped like two or three of them without telling me. He's like, I have found some chocolate in your freezer, man. I took a couple. I ate some. I was like, oh my God. It's like, that's got an eighth each, dude. Is an eighth of what? Chocolate? Like mushrooms, bro. So, are you kidding me? I gotta go to a meeting right now and all kinds of other stuff for work and do. He had to go to an AA meeting. He's like, I gotta go to an AA meeting right now. I was like, what the hell, dude?
Oh fuck.
He's like, you better get there now and get out of there before that shit kicks in. I was like, so I don't even. Yeah, I don't remember what happened to him after that, but yeah, it was like good times. Let the good times roll.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild. Yeah.
Yeah. That friend used to go in my freezer and eat anything all the time. He found out you don't go in people's freezers and eat the chocolate. Don't eat the chocolate if it's not labeled. You know? Just a bag of
Mm-hmm.
chocolates. It's like, yeah, I found some chocolates in there. Why would you just eat something like that without knowing what it is? Like, that's just outrageous.
Nice.
Yeah, it was wild. I used to just take a half of one, cut it in half, take just a half. Never try to go too crazy back then.
Mm-hmm. I found these the other day. Hold on. Here, I think a little my corner.
Excuse me. That one back in my nose made me make me sneeze. I gotta mute myself. Roll back got me right into my nostril.
So I found these 0.5 of mushrooms, a bunch of capsules that I made
Man,
up. Yeah.
I can't do capsules of anything. I have a hard time swallowing. Like I can't swallow these. I always start gagging them up. It's
That's
crazy.
that's that's why I grind them up and put them in capsules. Don't have to taste the mushroom taste or nothing.
Yeah, I just don't. I can't eat mushrooms anymore unless they're in chocolate. I think I've just gotten old. I've gotten old. When I was young, just straight handful of mushrooms whenever. You know, like
Yeah.
tastes like feet and freaking cow farts. It's like what the heck? Like I don't know why we're eating it. My friend used to make tea from it. I just didn't think it was strong enough when he would make tea, even though it would still
Melmac.
be like,
Melmac CSJ5. Just ask that just ask that one guy, right? About Melmax. I eat those mushroom cast every day. Yeah, I don't like I can't do mushrooms. I like cannabis.
I was looking at spores the other day. They had a sale, Black Friday sale.
Hmm.
I was gonna get some, but I didn't. Like, I'll just stick with cannabis, like you said.
What the magical kind or
Yeah, it's spores from
an
I forgot where
actual
they're from. Magical spores.
true.
Magical. Yeah, they were cheap, really affordable. Just I just wouldn't even know where to start, even though I do know where to start. It's like, I do know where to start. I just don't want to, you know. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't know. I don't think I'd be I don't couldn't grow them. So if I sold them and someone gets like poisoned or something, I don't
yeah.
know.
No, I would just do it for myself. I'm pretty sure that I would just get too caught up in that myself, though. I'd just be like, okay, let's do this every day, type of thing. Like,
Yeah, yeah. Cheers, J. Patrick. Well, yeah, yeah, never mind. Wow.
it's all right.
I'm gonna be going I'm gonna be heading east soon. I'm gonna be going to the reserve. I'm gonna stop by and see Green Goddess.
Yeah, she's really cool.
Yeah, hit some of the other stores along the way. I got a friggin' half ounce of blueberry OG last time for $30 or $40, something like that.
Really good price.
It was good. It was really good. Yeah, J. Patrick, I'm gonna be heading up that way soon. See you.
That was $61 for the Ancient Thunder 14 grams.
4?
For the 4 grams.
Those 4 grams?
61 bucks for that for the 14.
True. Right on.
$18 eighths over there. Pretty decent stuff. I had to try the black fronts because it said it's the opposite of the white fronts.
Oh yeah?
It really is. It is too. It's the opposite completely. It's supposed to be the same pheno, but like the same plant, different pheno.
Huh.
There you go. That's what I read on Leafly. I think that's the only place I could find any information at all. It's
Mhm.
good stuff. I didn't roll it right now. I should have.
I'm gonna write that down 'cause I want to. That's another one I want to try. I've got a bunch of runs I want to try. I almost got to try. Oh, so you now forget the name of the damn runs again. Icy run, ice run.
Another rumps.
Right on.
What other rumps do I got? Black runs. Oh, I said that one. Where's the other run? I know there's 2 more runs up here. I know they're gone already though. I smoked them all but one night. Might have been. I think I retired the job.
Rotten runs.
I did.
I was gonna get rotten runs next, but they took it off the menu. It sold out. Fuckers. Where was I gonna order it?
You know it's good if it ran out.
Yeah, but it sucks for me because now I can't get it.
You gotta make sure you pop on it right when you see it next time.
Yeah, man.
It'll be 3 months from now. 3 months from now when they finish their next run.
Yeah,
That's
you
that.
never know.
But I always imagine too at these stores when I'm waiting for something that I like. Like, you know what? I can wait 3 months. I can wait 3 months. They just ran out of this one. Okay. Fresh
Yeah, as
ones.
long as you're bringing it
Fresh.
from.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I hate when they don't. It's like, oh, we changed the lineup. Why?
yeah.
That was the only one I liked. They do that a lot.
What? Then okay. Microdosing Melmax. Yeah, you can't microdose Melmax. Jeez. No, no, no. Here's everybody in chat. 33 people watching. Right on. It's only 11 o'clock. Still early. If you want to hop on, just let me know. We can send you the link. Yeah. What's this is he getting into?
Try this drizzled cake drizzled popcorn.
Oh yeah. This is D got this cake drizzled popcorn. It's supposed to be birthday cake. Mm. Well, good. I try a piece.
Very
It's like chicken. Oh, it's caramel corn. Thank you. Oh, doing the fucking nuclear stomp on doing the nuclear stomp on the caramel corn. All right, let's try this. Ew, this is horrible. It's like Yoko Ono singing. It's a horrible. Huh. Huh. No, thank you. That's gross. Tastes like chemicals in my mouth.
Wait, what? Chemicals.
Jalapenos. Jalapenos are hot. I don't eat jalapenos anymore. I eat Thai peppers. They're freaking hot, man.
Yeah, some Trinidad and some ghost pepper hot sauce.
Nice. Ghost peppers are supposed to be really hot.
Yeah, the Trinidad's are a little hotter.
Mm-hmm. Now, are they
You get some
hotter than, you know if they're hotter than the
in the what?
Thai peppers? Thai chilies?
Not even sure what the type of peppers come in at the Scoville. I had to look it up.
10, I think it's like
I think
250.
I think the ghost peppers are at 1 million.
Yeah. My
That's
cousins
what
were some of those.
they're ridiculous hot. Yeah, the Trinidad you can't taste. It's just metallic hot burn your mouth. But the
Oh,
ghost
fuck.
peppers you can taste. It's like, oh,
Wow.
ghost pepper, I can taste this one at least. The Trinidad, it's not even fun to eat. It's like, what the heck? It doesn't even taste good. It's just hot, burns. Yeah,
Yeah, a
bad.
little goes a long way with that.
Sheesh. Telling me.
Big Operation Annihilation. Yeah, man. Hot. Hot, hot. Yeah, these Thai chili, they're nice and hot. I
Yeah,
just gotta make sure next time. What did I make? Oh, we were making tacos, and I put the Thai chilies in it. But I guess I put too many bunched together. It was like really hot. It was awesome. It was real awesome though. They're only like this big. They're like
yeah,
tiny.
the skinny ones, those green ones or red ones.
They're green.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
they're
man.
hot.
Yeah, I like those. Those are my new hot pepper. So I used to get jalapenos all the time for my tacos and stuff. Like, oh, it's not even that hot.
Yeah, if you have
So,
serranos around, those are like a step up from jalapenos. They're perfect from like not too hot, but not, it's like just hot
yeah,
enough.
yeah,
But they
yeah.
look just like the jalapenos. That's the problem. So if you buy those and you're getting serranos and you're thinking that they're jalapenos, you're gonna
Jalapeno.
burn yourself up. I used to do that all the time. They're like, damn, I got the wrong ones. Got the wrong ones. Got the wrong ones. Like, just cut it. Give me another tomato. It's like we gotta cut the salsa. Too hot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Oh, I wish I had some salsa actually.
Yeah, I want some chips and dip right now, dude. Biggest craving I've been having. Have some artichoke dip. I don't want that. I
Oh,
want I have artichoke and jalapeno dip from Trader Joe's.
oh,
And eating that on sourdough, on jalapeno sourdough that I have, and some garlic sourdough.
damn,
Loving that.
dude. I'm not. Yeah, I don't. No thanks. I like. Oh, what's that? The one with the pumpernickel bread.
Yeah,
Oh, um, I can't think of the dip right now. Oh, but it's so good. Spinach, spinach dip,
yeah,
spinach dip and good. It's good. Welcome to the food portion of the show, everybody.
yeah. That's really what I know more than a lot of stuff is just how to eat. How to eat. Yeah, we did Thanksgiving. That was nice.
Oh,
I've been eating turkey all day.
nice.
Have like 5 different desserts.
Oh, nice.
Been eating that all day too. It's not good. Not good for me. Been doing the stuff I'm not supposed to.
Yeah.
I regret it. It's gonna suck.
We had Thanksgiving already, our last month. We did the turkey thing.
I go to mute the wrong phone every time. I go to mute my man. Trying to stop myself from coughing.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you guys do for Thanksgiving? What kind of food?
Turkey, usually turkey.
Same thing? Yeah.
Yeah. I like
We were
ham.
gonna do,
Ham
yeah,
is
we were
good.
gonna do a ham, but we didn't. We were gonna do that next weekend when I see my mom. Just do
Nice.
that.
Do you do it with the pineapple?
I'm gonna save the pineapple for it right now. Yep. I got a whole
Nice.
pineapple, but like since we were gonna cook it, I'm gonna cut it into slices. I'm gonna have to freeze it because I don't think it's gonna last that long till next weekend. It's already this weekend, but it's not this weekend she's coming, so it's another weekend. So yeah, no, I'm gonna have to freeze it, cut it in slices, put it in the freezer and little. Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna try to do the pineapple on it. If
Nice.
I don't eat it, if I don't eat it or it doesn't go bad, one or the other. But I'm
Pineapple's
gonna,
awesome.
yeah, I love pineapple.
Yeah, yeah.
Yogurt, plain Greek yogurt. No special sweet stuff. It tastes like sour cream almost. But then you get the sweetness of the pineapple and it's like, oh, it's just the
Yeah.
tangy with the sweet all day long. It's,
We
it's
have
my favorite.
we have um our lot in our area now. Hang on, was this D top up along? All of them, Mrs. D. No. That's what she said, by the way. Um Since in our area now that we have a lot of Indian people from India and stuff, we have some of our grocery stores now will cater to Indian people. Like I said, that's where I got the Thailand chili, stuff like that. But they have Indian yogurt there now, which is
Nice.
just that plain yogurt.
Yeah, that
Like
you can just
that.
add into your dish. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they do, especially
Yeah.
with chickpeas and raw chickpeas.
Yeah.
But they
I use
make dal.
sour cream. The regular Greek yogurt, the plain. I use that for sour cream with my Mexican food all the time. Like, where's the sour cream? It's just yogurt. It's just yogurt. So, like, yeah, so much better for me though. Tastes good. Tangy. I like it.
Right on.
And this joint tastes really good the whole way through so far.
Right on. I'm gonna roll another one. I'm gonna make. I think we're gonna. Oh shit!
First
I'm
joint of
rolling
the
right up.
day. I went a whole day with that one.
It's time for a coffee. That door shut here. No.
I can't do coffee. That stuff makes me a crackhead. I literally will be up all night long till tomorrow morning.
I can drink coffee till I sleep, like I smoke cannabis.
I can't drink it at all, dude. I'll literally be like standing in the corner, just like a dope head. Be like, "What's going on, man? Why am I over here?"
Twisting and
Caffeine.
shaking. No, that's my main drink. Oh, it's nice and warm up here. Holy shit, it's nice.
Dude, I don't even want to tell you the temperature where I'm at right now, but it's not cold
I
at
bet you
all.
it's nice and warm.
I can go outside. It's so nice right now because the weird weather we're having. 'Cause,
I got my heat set at 71 Fahrenheit right now.
yeah,
It's so cold out there.
mine will turn on. I have mine at 71 too, or 70, but it doesn't turn on to. It won't turn on till like 6 in the morning. Like
Yeah,
for 1 hour, 2 hours maybe. I'll be like, holy shit, it kicked on finally. Mm.
I know. My sleeping. Oh, there you go. Hello.
That was fun.
What are you gonna? There you go. All right, time to make a coffee. Come freezing. Coffee time at 11 o'clock at night. Oh,
You got me yawning.
Shit, man, that wasn't salsa. Damn it. You have to put something else. Mrs. D got these sweet Cheetos, but they're 50% less salt, so they kind of suck by themselves. So they don't have that salty. Like now, I don't. If she makes them with like nachos with cheese, with grated cheese and everything, they're awesome. They're for salty, perfect salt content, but they just suck on their own. So I want to get some. I'm in the mood for some salsa or something. Not sponsored. One second, guys.
Gotta mute it. I hope I muted nothing.
Have it right in the fridge. Oh, how the fuck? Jeez, man. Had to run the water.
Man, my head just blew off. That fucking sucked. Ooh. I hung up a new light yesterday. I think it's pretty cool. Little
Yeah.
cheap 300 watt. Like
What was that feature? I missed that.
Oh, I hung a new little LED yesterday in my room
Oh,
that I
nice.
got for Black Friday. Yeah,
Oh, sweet.
some China brand. It's not even. Yeah, I can't even remember the name right now. I'm too high.
Yeah.
I remembered it earlier. I can't. It was 110 bucks for 300 watts, 2-year warranty. Freaking- As long as it lasts me 3 years, I'm happy for 100.
Right on.
For an LED, I mean LED for my freaking veg. It is an LED, but it's for my veg light now. So new veg light, really happy. I was wasting making
Right
my
on.
plant stretch with the weak lights I had before. They were just stretching out of control, trying to reach that really weak lights. Now they're perfect. Keep squat if I want to.
Yeah.
Holy shit, my phone's about to die. Find a charger. Well, I don't have the original charger, but I have a charger. Let's see if it works. Like less than 5%. Screen turned dark. There it goes. Okay, we're back. We got light on the phone. You turned all dark, and I was like, uh-oh, phone's gonna die. So, trying to save battery. The phone was like saving power. Yeah.
Oh no.
Plugged in
No.
with an old charger to take extra long, but at least I had a charger to keep it alive. The old cords in my new or my old phone, the new cords in my old phone, which I needed in there to keep this phone alive. This phone's been dying too fast. Time for a new battery.
Very silly.
Dude, when I used to live in the city, I could take my phone to get it repaired because I lived 5 minutes away from a mall. Now I live 2 hours away from a mall. So yeah, it sucks living far away from a city.
Yeah.
Just can't get nothing done really fast the way it should be.
Yeah. My cousin's like that. He lives in a farmland. So he lives far away from town.
Yeah.
So
So,
they have to make sure when they go out they get everything they need once.
yep, the first time. Don't forget nothing.
Oh.
Yeah, we forgot my dog CBD once. I had to go 2 weeks without it. That's
Yeah.
sucks.
My little water pump finally went out, busted on me. For my spring water bottle. This thing, hold on, I'll show you guys. This thing, oh, it's fucking always backwards. My camera. But it pumps the water out of you push the button on top here, and it pumps the water out of one of these
Oh, you
blue
got one of
water.
those? Cool. That's cool.
Oh no, it's automated or it's electric.
Yes, you have one that you have to push and pump with your hand when you push percent.
Yeah, old school.
Yeah,
Thing, hold
because
on.
we got mine because the power went out like, for the outage when I had a week, a little bit over a week without power. Got one
Yeah,
of those little old school ones to pump it out. Never used it
nice,
either. I just turn it over every day. Pick up the water, pour it in my cup.
nice. Oh no, I wish I had this thing. I wish I knew about these things. This is how I used to water my plants. I used to get distilled water in the same type of bottles. And I used to just, it was a pain in the ass.
Lug that thing around, yeah, that would be pain. I do that in my room. I take the 5 gallons in there and I pour two in one, two in the other, and then the rest in the rest because it's a smaller
Yeah,
pot.
except when in my room, in my grow room, I got one of those um Tupper, not Tupperware, the totes, the rubber tote
Oh, oh,
bins,
yeah,
Rubbermaid totes, like that. I put a screen over it, an old oven screen grill over it. So when I put my plants on it, the extra water goes into that.
yeah.
I just take that, I dump it. So the water, the plants don't get all saturated.
Yeah, I got a couple little fast food containers, the tops and the bottoms with no holes, and I use those for the 1 gallons. They fit perfect for my 1 gallons for trays, for the watering trays on the bottom.
Nice.
It's like so perfect. I save them all. And the yogurt sometimes too,
Mhm.
like the tops, they'll fit perfect for a watering tray. Just keep the
Nice.
tops around.
Fuck. We may have to run into the gas station to get some salsa. I'm craving salsa, man. I wish I had,
Um,
I wish I
that's
had,
so
I wish I
you
had some
just
friggin'. No, I wish I
get
had
some
some of those
special.
peppers too. I add those peppers into it, make it spicy.
That's so cool. I wish I lived that close to the store.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I bought this today too. Do you like Arizona green fingers?
Yeah, one of my favorite.
Do you
Gala.
ever try the watermelon?
I never used to get the watermelon, but my friend used to all the time. But it was good. Yeah, that's a good one.
That's my favorite Arizona, the
I used to get
watermelon.
the RX, the Energy RX one, the yellow one. That used
I'm
to be
not
one of my favorites.
right on.
I don't know why it tasted good, but until I saw what color it was when I poured it into a glass, nope, stopped drinking it.
Yeah,
That shit looked toxic. I was like, oh, what the heck? It was yellow. It looked like freaking, it was glowing.
that's
Yeah,
crazy. What is that? Hi,
my
Moo.
favorite
Oh, here
green
comes.
tea, green tea and the Arnold Palmer's. Arnold Palmer's, I get into half and halves.
Yeah.
Those are my favorites.
We're going on a road trip. Okay.
Gotta get the salsa.
Because can we smoke a joint first?
Sure. Mrs. D wants to talk a joint first. I said, all right. You can't twist my arm like that. You know the other thing that's missing though, Mrs. D? Are those Indian or not Indian, the Thailand pepper. I wish I had a Thai pepper to put in the salsa. That'd be awesome. All right, back downstairs. What we're doing. Maybe it's Rockstar tuna this time. Oh my god, I got a craving really bad. This is the for some salsa.
You put cheese on it too?
Huh?
You put cheese on it
No, I'm just gonna dip it in the nachos here. That's just straight dip it in.
too? Are you gonna have your start tomorrow again?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Who's in the chat? Cheers, pardon the dank. Hanging out in the chat. Bubble Dew bag, knock over Bubble Man's factoring the price. True, but it's all about how's the stitching though, pardon the dank, because I don't quote me on it, but apparently Bubble Man's is double stitched, down each side and stuff like that. I don't get bubble bags, but that's apparently what happens with his. And I don't know how Bubble Dude stitches his together. That's what I'm trying to get.
I get some other knockoff brand. I get I can't remember,
Uh-uh.
but I get the cheapest
Yeah.
ones, portable. I'm good.
Yeah. I've never
There's
tried
Zen.
making bubble hash.
I think mine are
Cool.
Zen bag. I think I've had the same
Bill.
ones. First time I ever bought them.
What's up?
Hey Flora, how's it going?
Yeah, last I heard, I guess I was a little angry on the show. He's like, you should just dip it in. I was like, yeah, that's what she said, but
Damn you.
change his background.
Oh
Just
yeah.
the background.
Is that what I think it said? Yeah, I'm gonna smoke some Cindy 99.
You have some Cinderella 99?
I do.
That's stuff. I haven't seen it in a while myself, but you know, right in the medical times, you used to go to dispensaries and you would see Cinderella 99. But in recreational stores, at least out here in like Coachella Valley, I never seen that.
This isn't recreational. This is delivery service.
Oh, I see. It's
Yeah.
other.
Yeah. Delivery. I don't go to the rec stores.
Other.
The rec stores is like my very last resort.
Yeah, but up in when the medical times, like up in the Northwest, I used to see C99 and what was the other one? Dutch Treat.
There you go.
Yeah, you just don't see them in the California rec market. I don't know. Maybe they don't like those strengths.
Used to see Pinkleberry. Used to see all kinds of crazy stuff that's not.
Yeah, what happened to the Berry White? Remember the Berry White used to be everywhere in Coachella?
It was oversaturated out here with Berry White, dude. It was like
It
everywhere you
was.
go, they had one. All 1,000 stores in the Thousand Palm area, they all had it on the menu. You'd be like, oh, everybody's got one? It's all the same one, too.
Well, people grew it because it would like that and another one called Moby Dick. People
Moby
used to
Dick
grow
was
it.
awesome, dude. Yeah,
Moby
one of my
Dick was
friends had
good.
the stuff. Yeah, he used to brag
Green
about
have
that was
seeds.
But it's just kind of weird because like that weed was good weed, but why did it go away? You know? Did the hype just fucking just push it to the side? All of a sudden, cookies, everything's cookies.
No, but there's still some good stuff out there that's not hype. Like there's still
I'm
like
not
the
saying
South
the hype.
Park
A lot of the
video
hype is
season.
good too, though. That's why it's hype. But
Well, yeah, of course it's really good, but it's all the same half the
it's
time.
all the same. Yeah.
Like all these cookies or all these runts that I
Like
have,
it don't matter if it's a cook gelato, runts,
yeah, icy runts, it's
biscotti,
the deep
sherbet,
gelato. Yeah, to me,
all the
the
same
flavors
high.
are gelato. So it's all the
Never
same.
tried biscotti.
Biscotti's good.
And
Actually got
Biscotti's good, but yeah,
you got the
it's
bolo. Well, we can't really see. I got the bolo runts diamonds, and that's a cross of biscotti and sherbet cake. You know, and it's like as much as I talk shit on the hype, like I said, it's good. This stuff is 98.12% total cannabinoids and 1.88 terpenes. But it looks like it's caryophyllene dominant gelato OG. Whoa, what the fuck? How'd you get those? You must have got something from Daga.
fun. That's crazy. Yeah.
Because I gave those to Peter. Yeah, this strain is caryophyllene, humulene, and limonene. It says this Bolo runts.
Yeah, that
Someone was
Leroy
offering a
Running
cut a while back, and I was like, oh, I had the white runts at the time. I was like, I don't need that. It's another. But
Oh,
now I should have got it knowing it has biscotti in it.
White Runs is awesome. I love White
Oh, I
Runs.
love white runts. Yeah, white runts is great.
Yeah,
Yep. black runts right now.
Black runts.
I know.
What's black runt?
It's supposed to be the same. What I read on Leafly
Is that from Red Falcon?
Yeah, same plant, different cultivar or different pheno.
Different
Same.
pheno?
Yeah, that's what it said on the Leafly.
How's the Red Falcon flower? Is it good?
Yeah, it depends on which ones you get. So like they're all really good, right? But then like you go up in tiers. The best ones, not really the best ones all the time. It's just like the most fresh one. So
Yeah.
the best ones to me were like ones that they ran out of first, and that's why they ran out. But like what was it that I had here? No, the berry pie was good. But it's a good flower. Here's trying to get another stuff here.
More master plan.
Nice. Oh,
Yeah, it looks really dense.
smash my fucking. Those.
What a truth.
Are you cutting
So
your weed
glad I
with
poured
like
all the
paper
weed out of the
scissors?
jar
D?
first. I just dropped the jar after I poured it all out. So lucky it was all on the counter first. Oh, shit.
Wow, love is lucky, Sultan.
Yeah, good thing I poured it out, then it fell right off. I was like, what the
Are those paper scissors, D, that you're cutting your weed with?
They're just
Oh.
regular household scissors.
Good. Titanium tip, freaking
Just the tip.
Yeah.
heavy duties. 'Cause I got the heavy duties.
Nice.
You really cut your weed with
I
that?
like the Fiskars, but I don't know.
The
I had-
Fiskars, the little Fiskars? Yeah.
I had
With
these.
shot
spray
glass.
coated,
Oh, the Fiskars and the shot
the little
glass.
orange and gray ones, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
I just use the
Oh yeah,
cheap
kind of
ones
like
that are free.
like that. That same
Whatever
style.
free ones that come with a trim bin or something. That's whatever I get, or a hash bag. Those came with a hash bag, I think, or something else I ordered.
I like the. That's what I use. I like the curl. I want to get a pair of the curled. If I start growing and stuff, I want to get the other ones that curl. With an angle.
Yeah, this one's got a small curve,
Yeah.
just to the left, a little to the left.
That's what she said. Hey, Mrs. D.
Yeah, this is some good flour from them. It's just freaking runs. It's just runs. So it's not like it's different.
Who the hell's texting me?
The good one that I had
Me.
was a very
That wasn't no. I didn't see any foreign area codes on my text.
6'6".
However, I do have unlimited calling to Canada and Mexico for free, thanks to Verizon.
I just use a burner. I got a burner number I use.
No, I the only time I called Canada, it's like there's a what the hell is that company called? Ordered fucking seeds from them. The guys that did what used to be Federation, but then they turned into something else. No, I bought the Romulan seeds from them. What the hell is that? I don't know.
Romulan.
Yeah. These guys, Federation. What the hell are they called?
Romulan hazy. Bodhi.
I don't know. I am stoned a bit already.
Nice.
I'll remember in like some minutes.
Nice.
But right now, I just went to the place and I got this stuff and I'm gonna pull little runts and I'm gonna choke because it's time to choke or smoke or whatever you want to call that.
Missed the 20 again.
Oh, it's okay. It's always 710 or 420, regardless of this clock.
$12 battery packs over there for the carts.
Wait, what is this?
The little carts. I put two
Oh,
of them in
whoa,
there.
510 carts and it's got that looks dope.
Yeah, with the little, you can use one at a time.
Yeah. I like that. Right, standard 510 carts, but it's like all concealed, so it doesn't look like you're sucking on a,
Yeah, when you
looks
put it in
like
your
a
pocket,
tobacco.
you have the lint ball in your freaking mouth either. Like fucking other. Like, what the heck's covering my hole? The
It's got a good
hole's
sized
covering my
mouthpiece too. Yeah,
That's what she said.
That's
yeah.
that's nice. It lasts a long time. That's why I like it.
Not for me.
$11 for their freaking half grams, their carts. That was $11 cart, half gram.
Did you buy
Pretty
that
good.
contraption there as well that holds the
Yeah,
510 cart?
$12. Yeah, it's got their logo on it. $12
Yeah.
in the shop. They got the $10.
Every time I go to the one, so I go to the one up in what's that? Is that Turtle Rock Casino? Yeah. Yeah, so I go to the one that's at Turtle Rock. And because they have two of them. They have the one right off of like Dillon there or whatever. And then they got the one up in Turtle Rock in 29. And that's the one I go to. And every time I go there, as soon as you pull into the lot, the fucking tribal police pull up behind you. They're like waiting. I was in there last time I went in there. I was talking to the bud tender, about different stuff. And so I was talking to him for like a good 10 minutes or something. The police came inside and they asked the guy if he was okay. I'm like, do I look like a fucking threat? I mean, it's crazy. It's stupid.
Don't they have a lounge there too?
Have alarms? Yeah, I'm sure they do.
No, a lounge. They don't have a lounge in
Oh,
that
lounge?
one?
No. It's like a trailer.
No.
It's like a fucking RV
Oh,
trailer.
okay. So they only have the lounge in the one? That's crazy.
Yeah. They only have that down in Coachella. The one up here is like
I was
it's
gonna
like
say that's even freaking
like in a
crazy.
single wide, like a single wide RV trailer, like a classroom, like a portables like a school.
Yeah,
So
like the school. Yeah.
So a lot of places, a lot of the stores on the way to Green Goddess's place, some of them are actually trailers like that, with like a built-on little thing. Like this one place you'll go into, the first place we went to, because this is when we smoked cigarettes. We went to this one cigarette place. And it was basically Buddy's trailer where it was his kitchen and a dining room table, or kitchen table where these two guys were sitting. And on the other side of the trailer was like this freaking little booth kind of deal with the brands of cigarettes and all the cannabis they have under the counter. It was like pretty much Buddy's living trailer. It's crazy. Some of them do that down there. They doubled it as a business as well. I know another guy does it too.
Like how? I mean, it's just securing that thing when in hours that you're closed. I guess you just have to have surveillance all the time. Like they have to have an on-site, security.
And actually, the lucky thing for Green Goddess's store is there's the security company, the native security company for that area is right next to her store. So she's pretty lucky there. But yeah,
That's good.
they have cameras. All the stores have cameras like everywhere. It's crazy.
And then, with your country having federal legalization, you guys probably have proper banking for cannabis companies. So they don't have to, because that's one of the problems like here in California is that a lot of these cannabis places, they have, millions of dollars of cash in vaults and they have to protect it
Yeah, you
because they can't put it in the bank.
Nope. Can't get an account, can't get credit, can't get a loan for anything to do with cannabis. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. Until that changes, that's a big
Yeah.
hurdle right there.
Well, some of the delivery services now I've noticed, they're starting to get here in Canada. They actually have those portable Interact machines. You can pay by debit card or credit card now, which is pretty crazy. So some people must be getting businesses or using like a front, another business as a
Well,
front.
there are
Jeez.
there are some credit unions in here in America that are cannabis friendly,
Mhm.
but they're not FDIC insured. So, I mean, they might be insured by something else, but like the part of the FDIC insurance is that, like a regular bank, is that if something happens, you're still guaranteed to get, I think, $1 million or $2 million.
Mhm.
Which people like us, like we don't have that, but those cannabis companies, $1 million, shit to them.
Yeah.
That might be a harvest.
No, not at all, Jay Patrick. Some of them, all the ones where I go, they're really nice. I even know one that's a mother son operation, which is pretty cool. That's where actually we get the cigarettes. We're going for our neighbor to get smokes for her, and then I'm gonna go check out the deals, see if there's any good deal on flour. Mm.
Well, oh, damn it.
What's wrong with dry ice, J5? Why don't you like dry ice?
Enjoy what?
Oh, dry ice.
Dry
Yeah,
ice method for making hash.
yeah.
And
J5.
also like static tech and card tech, and all the methods are good. It's dry
You
ice.
gotta
Just
know how to use
a
them.
lot of people are, it's not, since that's not they don't know how to do it.
Yeah, we used to do a lot
Know
of dry
how.
ice.
So you got to factor in know how, and then comfortability. So once you got those two, then you get confidence. And if you don't have a lot of material to work with and you're learning, it can be very expensive,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't get the results you want.
I learned. I got to
However,
learn.
growing, we can practice
Yeah.
easy.
I know
But
the
you
one.
can't think other people don't have that luxury.
Yeah, like me. I don't have
Like
that
you,
much. I
you
can't
can have
grow.
you guys can have some that you guys could have like 6 plants or something in your country.
No, legal market is 4.
4
But I
medical.
have my medical, and
Mm-hmm.
right now I can grow 12 myself. And then when Mrs. D gets her license again, if she does, she can grow 10, so I can grow 20. 22 plants.
22 plants can give you a lot of herb. You could supply yourself for a year.
I know. I know. But it's making I'm done with dry ice. I learned from a guy, and his method was awesome.
Didn't Bubble Man show dry ice method on his show?
I'm not sure. I haven't watched Bubble Man in a very long time. I totally forget. He usually does
But he did
ice.
all kinds of hash stuff. Like that guy was he's a straight up fucking wizard when it comes to hash.
Usually though he washes it with his bubble his bubble bag.
Well, he's got his bubble bag system, and then he used to do the card static tech. You'd show that. Like,
Yeah, that's dry. Or not dry or screen, right?
yeah, the screen. I think they were 100 micron. Or
Yeah. Screen balancing.
but that guy's a fucking wizard. I like. I mean, he's got kind of a marketing side to him as well, but his core
Yeah,
stuff. I've been watching him for so long since like when he first started, and yeah, I have a lot of respect for Marcus.
yeah. His business is taken off apparently. His legal market, Embark Health.
Nice.
Yeah. He does he's actually in the legal cannabis market as well. Him, Bubble Man, um Remo,
John, right? John, there's John part of that. John,
Johnny B,
Beer or beer.
Johnny B, Johnny
Yeah,
Buffalo.
yeah.
No,
No,
he's just his buddy.
He's just like his
just
really
buddy.
good friend. Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy's
Yeah.
a cool guy too, though.
Yeah. I love
All
this
those guys,
episode.
the Green Garden House of Greenhouse Great Gardener. That guy was
Matt.
cool dude.
Mhm.
Although I don't know,
Matt, yeah.
I
I
stuck
love
to
his
the
tumble machine.
I like Vancouver crowd. They're really cool.
I like the did you see his machine for sifting? It was like a turns on a drum, puts like 2 or 3 pounds at a time. He spins it
2
and
to
the
3
dry sift.
pounds.
Yeah,
That's
the
like a
dry
washer
sift.
machine.
Yeah, and the dry sift comes. He'll do it into like this white like a container, and then he'll do it for like 1 minute, and then he'll stop it. He'll take the sift out of it. There's
Mhm.
like your 1 minute run, which is like your top of the line primo shit, right?
Yeah.
And then
Oh,
he'll
yeah.
run it again. He'll run it again for like 5, 20, like an hour, and then eventually he goes to a 24-hour run.
So is it like a rock tumbler type looking system,
It's a I
or is
don't
it actually spins? Like,
yeah. He puts the body and he puts on its side, and there's a container that catches the dry sift, and it spins on a motor. It puts a little lid on, has a lid on it. It spins.
Bro,
do you know that? Did he name it? Like, if I can Google it.
I don't know. There's a video I can try to find. It's a Bubble Man video when he goes to see Great Gardener.
Hmm.
Yeah, man.
It's got a new creative way.
Yeah, Great Gardener's awesome. He has fields now because he's in the legal market now too, eh? The
Huh.
Canadian legal market. He has like huge fields. He plants every year. He has to hire. He
Right? How
gives
about that?
he puts a call out every year, every summer or spring, for plant to help plant and everything because he has so much space. Mm,
Yeah. Um.
time for some meat breaths. Yeah,
Meat breath.
yeah, maybe.
The fuck?
Yeah, I got meat breath. Meatloaf crossed with Mendo breath.
Sounds. I know it's good because I smoked it a lot, but it sounds disgusting.
That's what Mrs. D says. Like, oh,
That's just like when I buy. I've been smoking garlic breath a bunch, and I get comments. Why do you what? Why are you smoking that? I'm like, because it's good. I
yeah,
like it. The what the descriptions of a lot of cannabis, I mean, like maybe it'll be like the smell you get, but
Mhm.
like when you smoke it, you're not tasting raw fucking rotten meat. At
Yeah,
least I'm not. I'm not.
I taste. Well, like when I exhale, I can taste. I can like taste the meat on the exhale. But
Yeah.
and then when I open the bag and I smell it, I can get that smell, that meat
Like, you
smell.
sure it's
to it.
not psychosomatic?
No, I don't know. It's crazy. But it also
Because I can say like, hey, this smells like baby shit, and you might smoke it, and it might taste like baby shit to you, but actually it might taste like lemons.
Yeah, I was gonna say that
You
I
know,
could tell you that same baby
the
shit
power.
tastes like fucking candy. Yeah, and then you're gonna be like candy, and it's the same baby shit.
Yeah, it's just like the power of suggestion is pretty powerful. You know.
Yeah, it happens a lot. I'll go to read the jar, go to smoke it, and 5 minutes later I'll be like, that did not taste like what
Yeah.
that said. Oh,
Well, it's just a thing. It's like this, okay? If you take meat breath or garlic breath, or you take some other like awesome indica you like, and you see, wow, look, it's got myrcene and caryophyllene as the two dominant fucking terps. How can one taste like fucking cherries and the other one tastes like garlic? It's because of all the other terpenes, right? And that's the entourage effect. It makes it different. It's because of the terpenes, but those are the terpenes. But those like, so how can it be different? I don't know. Cannabinoids, other kinds, not just terpenes, esters. I don't know. There's more understanding to be put into this plant.
the oils, the fats, the lipids.
I mean, I dealt with a lot of terpenes at my old job. We used cannabis terpenes and we infused flour, and so part of the process, it was a semi-proprietary process, but basically, we took, without explaining it in the detail, basically we would blend different terpenes, and we'd blend, with distillate or live resin, and then we would had a process of putting that material into the flour, which it's not hard if you think about it, but I don't want to be sued because I signed an NDA and it hasn't expired yet.
Yeah, don't do that, Cora.
Yeah. But yeah, like I was involved in that process, like mixing the terps and stuff. And some of those terps, like if you don't have that fucking mask on, they're so like powerful. And some of those shits, like they come in aluminum cans. And like they wouldn't come in aluminum cans if they like weren't like, they like have corrosion. Some of them have like the corrosion, it's like crazy. I don't know.
I've smelled terps. Well,
Yeah, but like
distillate.
limonene. Smell a bottle of limonene. It's not, you're not gonna want to smell it.
I
It's like,
smelled large amounts of distillate one time, and like you're right, like the terpene takes your breath away. It's just so much and so powerful.
yeah, so if you look up this company, because this is what we used to use, it's ABX. They make terpenes, and you can buy like, it's crazy, like what some of these companies are doing, man. Like abstract or it was abstract. Anyway, it's crazy. Like they'll there's like some dishonesty in the recreational market, right? So like some of the stuff you'll do, you'll go to these places like a local dispo in my town, right? And and you can buy infused flour, and it'll be called whatever name you want to go. I don't know, jealousy, right? Matter, right? But in reality, a lot of this infused weed is just any old weed that they have, right? So basically, this is how it works. You have like a producer, a processor, and you have a retailer. That's how that works, right? And so what happens is you also have the mixed licenses, and you have the companies that they don't grow any cannabis at all. All they do is they buy whatever cheapest cannabis they can get from whatever farm in the area, whatever they got that's cheap. They'll buy that, and they like buy from 2 or 3 different people. They take all that flour and they grind it up into a consistency like cigarettes, right? And then whatever they want it to be, they take this batch. Okay, we're making runts today. So they'll take the terpenes, the caryophyllene, the myrcene, the different lime, the different terpenes for runts. They have a blend already,
Yeah.
and they'll blend it with those terpenes, and then they'll sell it and market it as infused runts. It doesn't even have runt strain in it. It's something else. It could be fucking, some kind of haze. It could be a freaking, landrace sativa. They wouldn't give a fuck.
Yeah. I hate
And so like
company.
like that, I don't know, that I used to complain at this particular company. I was like saying like that's pretty dishonest.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, well, I never got promoted there.
Uh-oh. I see you, green fingers.
It looks like he's got some edibles. Is that the
Yeah.
mushrooms?
Yeah.
Is that the shroom one? Canna?
Oh,
They sell a shroom one at the stores here now.
he's gonna hold. Oh, that's.
Right. I gotta
Yeah,
get
here we go. Right, those ones, Flora.
Cannabis infused. I haven't tried the shroom chocolates. They're man, the last couple cannabis events I've gone to, like Kush Stock, and I went to another one. Like, I fucking swear, dude, like every booth had mushrooms. It was like a different experience. I was like, what the fuck happened? Like, this is a fucking Kush Stock, like cannabis event. Like, why are you guys got people walking around trying to sell these like DMT pins? I mean, I'm do whatever you guys want to do, but I also wasn't not what I was, that was not my intention when I drove there.
Yeah, that throws me off a little bit.
Yeah.
The cannabis is cannabis, and mushrooms
Yeah.
are.
I don't know. I feel like keep them separate.
Yeah.
Have a mushroom event. I'd love to go to
Oh
that,
yeah.
right?
I
But
love.
don't like, I don't want to see the cannabis at the mushroom event. I want,
Yeah,
like,
it takes away from the star of the event.
now if it's
Cannabis.
like a festival or something that has nothing to do with either one, and people have cannabis and mushrooms, that's fine.
Yeah, it'll be cool at the Coachella Fest or something.
Well, Coachella Fest is Get High Fest.
Yeah.
That's straight up what that's about.
Yeah. It used to be fun,
Uh,
and it changed.
$600, $1,000 for a damn ticket.
Yeah, when it wasn't all crazy. I saw
Yeah.
all kinds of cool people there. Oh, the Beastie Boys, 9 Inch Nails,
Oh, from all over
Kanye West before he was crazy.
from all over the world. Oh, did you? I so wanted to go, but I didn't get to. When he came to Coachella and did his sermon in 2019, he did like a Christian Kanye West. He did like, it was up in like,
No,
it was in
I
like
see
Palm Desert.
no.
Yeah, it was like Palm Desert. He came and look it up. He came and did like a sermon, and like he was being like a preacher.
That's fine.
Yeah, it was like, it was 2019 because I remember I was working. I wanted to go, and I was working in Thousand Palms at the time. I was like, oh, it's just not that far away. But so we're looking at the mean streets of Canada down here.
So
This is like,
that was a letdown.
look how crime ridden it is. Look at all the tents on the side of the road. Where's all the tents? Where's all the bum tents? This ain't LA.
No, that's in another part of town we're going to right now, but we're not going to that part.
Oh, you do have a part like that? Okay.
So that was a letdown.
I thought that was just us.
No. What happened in
No,
Salsa? Dude? What happened?
actually, you know what?
Oh,
You know what, Green Fingers, though? Like, they really did clean up
gas
Coachella like a lot,
station.
because if you think back,
The
like
gas
before
station.
COVID, like right there on Dillon and going back, like, where Dillon splits off and, from the freeway, and then you got the other little highway, like
Yeah.
the little area right there, the used to just be the wash. used to just be full of tents and homeless people
Yeah.
all over.
No, you didn't. So you go back to the Palm Springs area and you go back to straight against the back wall or
Oh yeah, but below the gondola, not the fucking whatever that fuck the tram.
oh fucking yeah, you'd be tents going all up in there and you'd be like, what the hell? She'd be like, yeah, that's
Still
all.
do that.
I'm gonna
We
find
have
a
that in Toronto. We have that downtown
Mhm.
Toronto.
No,
Someplace.
no, it's bad. They catch that shit on fire all the time too over by the tram.
yeah. This is
And then
crazy.
you know about Palm Springs has tunnels.
No,
You hear
that's
about
crazy.
that?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, they got tunnels. You can look that up
Like
too.
the strip?
They're like tunnels and like from like back in the day, like when it used to mobsters, you know, like they built these
Yeah,
things back in the day. But
makes sense.
homeless people have found a way to get into them and turn them into like bum shacks.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so under the Palm Springs Mall over there, or not
Oh, they
the
tore
mall,
that. Where
but
they tore it down? Yeah.
back they used to have that double parking, like on the at the strip. They used to have like parking back there, like there used to have a back behind this thing. It used to go back down another, and then like there was a walkway to get behind down under the ground, and like we used to go party back there all the time, like because no cops would ever show up. We'd go park around there and go down into the freaking like you're saying, there's underground tunnels, but like
Yeah.
we didn't go very far. We just went like 4 or 5 feet in, and that was it, just to go
No,
smoke some weed.
they go places.
Yeah, that's crazy. We didn't have lights to go check, but yeah, we just go right in there,
Yeah.
5 feet in until it got dark enough, and we'd smoke some weed right there real quick and come back out. Yeah, let's go to the strip now, or down to the whatever. Yeah,
Are you
easy way
gonna?
to walk.
No. No. Okay.
No, there's
Yeah. So the gas station never had the salsa green fingers. Very disappointing. So now I'm
how
going.
much is how much is your gas there? I mean, how much is the liter, I guess? I was to add to do the math.
He's asking you how much gas for
Hold on. I'm looking. $1.50.9.
$1.59, $1.50, and so it's really $1.51.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Canadian.
my browser, yeah. So I gotta take $1.51 times 3.7 times $1.51. 3.7 times. So it's $5.58 a gallon. That's fucked.
Yeah.
That's totally fucked. You guys need to protest.
There's
Tell
a
Trudeau
popo.
he's fucking up. Trudeau,
Aren't
you're
there
fucking
dudes-
up.
isn't
You're
there a
watching
protest
Trudeau,
up
you're
there right
fucking
now?
up.
Yeah.
Isn't there,
Oh, no.
there's always a protest up
Huh.
there. Something mail, something.
Like that for years, man.
Are the mail still protesting up there? Are you guys shipping letters now, shipping stuff or no?
I don't know.
Well, the mail
Yeah,
was
I
protest.
think
Oh, the mail that was a while ago. That's done.
no,
We're on
just like
strike.
last week.
Mail's on
Again?
Like mail,
strike right now.
yeah, I think they're
Canada's
still on
post.
strike.
The
Canada's
can.
always been like that.
Oh fuck. All right, so
Are they
now I'm at
doing
the
it?
next store. Whoa. Walking like I'm drunk.
You
Why are you
walking? I
doing
thought you were
that?
driving.
It's just the wind.
You need a gimbal for your phone.
I have my thing. I should have it on my stick. So
Oh,
now
your
I'm at the
selfie
next.
stick?
Yeah. So now I'm at the next store. I gotta mute it because do you guys hear the music?
No.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and mute. So I'm at the next store now. I'm gonna get some salsa here.
How much is a 16-ounce bottle of Coca-Cola there?
Which one's that? The 16? I don't
Yeah,
think we
like
have
the like something about this size.
Hold on.
So
We're
this is
gonna
not
right there.
alcohol.
Hold on, Flora. We'll get the live view. It's on sale, 2 for $5.50 for 500.
It's such a fucking bad deal.
I know. We pay double at these stores.
And how much is GST? How much is the GST?
The what?
Your government tax, your state, your two
Oh,
taxes.
8% and something else.
I mean, total.
I forget. Check the chat. Someone in chat, let us know. I'm not exactly sure. Unless I look at a receipt. Hold on.
Because yeah, I used to go up to Vancouver all the time, and I always thought it was outrageous. The two taxes, the local and the government.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I was like, that's crazy. I understand, like, because in America, like we have like an income tax. We have like we have to pay like an income tax basically. But in some states have a state one and there's a federal one. Not all states have federal. I mean, not all states have a state tax. Like Washington doesn't have a state tax, but
Yeah.
like California, we do. But when you go buy something at the store, you just pay one tax.
Yeah. There's some pussy jalapenos.
You say pussy?
Pussy jalapenos.
Yeah.
How are the terps on that?
Not that hot.
They say it looks fishy.
Pharmacy cute.
Isn't that weird? They have Oreo flavored Coca-Cola right now.
Yeah,
That's what you need to buy.
that.
Buy it, D. Buy it. Buy it.
I don't think we have that here.
No, yeah, you did. It was right next to the drink you showed me.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was
You've
right to
been
the left
talking
of it.
about
All right, hold on. I'm going back.
for two whole
Yeah.
shows.
Going back. I want to see this.
I got
They
the
have-
Oreo cookies with the Coke with the Pop Rocks in it. I have the Oreos over there, but I'm not gonna eat them. That's
Pop
gross.
rocks, yeah, we used to do that when we were a kid.
Yeah, so they got the Oreos with the Pop Rocks in them now. It's like the limited time thing.
No, they have
The Coke.
cherry. We have cherry Pepsi.
No, you have it. You have the Oreo Coke. It's right. It's right next to it.
I don't see it. Oh, there
No,
it
it's
is.
there.
Yeah, no,
I
it's
saw
there.
it.
Yeah, I saw that shit.
I
Yeah,
definitely
is
saw it.
there. It is there. There it is. There it is.
Thank
You've
you.
been talking about it. You gotta get it.
That's fucking
Yeah, I
gross.
can't afford that. It's fucking $8 now.
$8. Yeah, it's like $8.
Big gross. All right, back to the salt. Looking for the salsa. Then we'll go on.
I'm not trashing on you, Canada. I just think you're absurd with your prices.
Yeah.
It's
Well, I
crazy.
agree on that. Only the only salsa they must have.
I actually love Canada. It's I
Let's
mean, I like it. It's very I can breathe up there. I really like British Columbia I really like. But yeah, I've been to like Ontario and I've only been to I guess two provinces, Ontario and British Columbia.
Right
It's a
on.
salsa.
There you go.
Oh no, that's the one we used to have the commercial. Made in
This
New
fucking-
York City.
El
It's like
Paso.
my women, thick and chunky.
Remember
Old
that?
El
Was that the one, right? Made in New York City.
Wasn't
I
that
think
the
it's
rib?
picante. I think that was the picante sauce.
Hold on, I gotta bring up my. I got a card if I get points.
It was like they had the commercial with like the cowboy and the old
That's
carriage.
crazy.
It's like,
Yeah, New York City. Wasn't that for a steak or
That shit
something?
wouldn't- You
Restaurant?
couldn't get by with that
It's for
today.
salsa.
Saying that thing. Let's hang 'em. You
Salsa?
couldn't get by saying that today in the commercial.
All right, well, I got found
yeah, I
some.
think it was Ponte Pace or something.
Continue to scan your Optimum card or next item.
Yeah.
Oh my god, my friend. What does sounded like?
What is this? Space Age.
I got medium for her pleasure. For my pleasure.
Ribbed for her pleasure. That's
Now
a
you
good
got to go
shirt.
get some
No thanks.
poutine. Poutine is that what it's called?
Today. Or redeem. I'm never gonna redeem. No, okay.
Please
Do you
use
actually
PIN
eat that stuff? Like gravy on fries with what, tofu? Is that what it is?
Tofu's cheese curds,
Oh.
homie.
Oh,
Don't
the
be
cheese
messing
curd?
that shit up.
I didn't know what the
Tofu.
hell it was. I didn't know what the hell I was eating. I ordered it and I didn't know. I was like, this tastes
Squeak
weird.
between my teeth. Yeah, they both squeak
I was
the
like,
same.
What the
I'm
hell?
like, why am I putting why they got brown gravy on the French?
This is Oreo.
It's kind of weird to me.
Please tell us how we did.
But I guess it's like mashed potatoes, right? But like hard mashed
Yeah.
potatoes.
Fried mashed potatoes.
It's hard mashed potatoes. He's like, what the fuck's going
Yeah.
on?
Oh, I almost
That
got
sounds
another
good, man.
$20 off.
Kind of wish I had some French fries to make some poutine. Cheese curd. Man, it's too late for me to be eating. It's about
Only 9:13.
Yeah, I
Shit.
didn't get the Pepsi. That was
Shit, I
good.
gotta get off of here. I was
Hello.
about told the dude I was gonna go live. All right, I'm gonna take off. So, yes, I told this guy earlier today. Like, he's like, "Oh, you want to go live later?" And I was like, and I asked him, and I was like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." So,
have a good night.
I'll take off. You guys good talking. Where the hell's Buddy?
I don't know.
Where the hell's Captain? Where's Buddy? Where's Captain?
They're all
Mhm.
boycotted.
You got
They're
only
all
got
boycotted.
2-person show.
Yeah,
We're going to clear of them.
somebody else jump on, man.
Keep going.
Yeah, you guys jump on. Get the link from D
All right.
in the secret password. Later.
Rory, jump on.
Thanks, bro.
See you out there.
Everybody salsa.
The password grumpy.
Right on. I got my salsa. Hello, chat. I see you guys there. Let me just close this up. I'll reopen this. Cheers, all you 33 people watching. Samant, I see you. Everybody. Party people.
What you guys smoking out there? Let us know in the chat below.
Yeah.
Haven't already shared, subscribe, and hit that bell notification.
Ding ding.
That was pretty good.
Cheers, Southern. Like, so I got my salsa. So I'm gonna have nachos now. I get by.
Damn, I haven't got a fuel already. Holy Nike. I think I have all this gas, but I can't believe it's already up. Let's see. Oh, that should be enough.
You guys, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Oreo. Coca-Cola, Oreo, that's happening. Gross. That's so gross.
I got the Oreos.
I don't like
Just not-
Oreo.
I don't mind. I can't have that kind of stuff. I could eat like one of them if I do. But I see like a whole bag of chips and I'm tripping because I could eat like 3 chips. And I'm like, that's way too much chips. And they're like, eating the whole bag. And I'm like, you're tripping, dude. Like, how are you doing that? That's crazy. Your body's gonna shut down. That's like first thing I think. I'm like, all that horrible stuff in the bag of chips, you're dying right now as you eat that stuff. Yeah, I can't do it. I'm like poisoning myself when I eat the food. And I know I'm doing it, so I stop. I can't do it. Can't eat half the stuff. Like it's literally poison.
And it was on sale. I worked there.
But there you are.
New York. I gotta find that. I know
Ooh,
that
the temperature
commercial.
dropped a lot. I can't even feel my foot. I can't even feel my foot. That's how cold it's got.
Yeah, man, it's cold. It's freezing.
Below
here.
70, 30, like 68 in here. That's why. That's why I'm getting cold. I need a sweater. Where's my sweater? Let me find one. It's starting to get really chilly in this sucker.
N-O-M-M-E-R.
The corner where the thermostat is, it's like in the hottest part of the house. They designed it pretty bad. They designed it really bad. Like, damn, it won't turn on for another.
Oh, wow, he was right. Pace. Oh, it's pace thick and chunky salsa. New York City.
Count Teddy self.
That's funny.
That's hang on. I used to love that commercial. I'm gonna hang him because they got the wrong salsa. Didn't make it fresh.
He was close. He was right. I thought it was something else. I thought it was a restaurant or something.
Conte. Yeah, I remember that commercial. Some stuff stuck in my
Yeah.
head. Kid, man, that
You
used to
know,
be
we haven't
good.
called like a back.
Man.
Good story.
The black ranch is pretty good.
Well, what's my name?
Ooh.
I think I better go fix my name.
Made me I gotta put this chocolate away or I'm gonna keep on eating it 'cause I'm hungry. So I'm gonna go put this in the fridge before I eat all of it.
Good job, Mrs. D. Gotta fix my name here. There. We're almost back to zombie farm. And I don't know if y'all can see right there, that building with the lights. That's where all the Muslim people pray. All the Pakistani Muslim guys, people pray. We have a lot of our area now is like a high of lots of Pakistani Muslims, which is fine. I got no problem. Just saying. But that place gets busy. Holy shit! The other day, was it yesterday? Or the day before? The parking lot was just full, and then they had cars all around the corner on the street blocking traffic. And the parking it was it's in front of a plaza, so the back parking lot's full too. It was just crazy. You say, Salam alaikum.
Make them sound
After salam. Cheers, everybody in chat. If you guys want to hop on, I'm going to be here for a bit longer. Oh, there we go. Here comes Bud. Bud, you know what?
real quick. I got these burnt ends that are calling my name right now. Be like 2 seconds.
What was that? Sorry, Green Fingers? I missed that.
I had to get these burnt ends. Burnt ends. Pork belly.
True.
I have a whole tub of pork belly burnt ends. I had to go get because I'm starving.
Cool. B-U-D-E. Whoops. E. Oh, did Bud just leave? Okay, I guess I don't have to worry about fixing his name. Peppers and salsa. Oh, dude, I'm craving this. It's freaking awesome. And since Mrs. D doesn't want any, I was able to get medium. We got spicy. Mrs. D, oh, man. Mm. 1 second. Hey, bud. Oh, whew, fuck. Just watch my pause, Brian. Give me a second.
Burnt ends. I had to eat something that started.
Sweet. All right. What a here. Dipping. Salsa. New York City. Holy fuck. Motherfucker. Acting like a redheaded stepchild. Oh, there we go.
Trying to get my phone on. It's shutting off. Can't read the comments. There we go. Hey, Christoph.
Right on.
Cheers, Christoph.
Big force, Christoph.
Force.
Here, I'll put the captions on. There you go, Christoph. Christoph, one on me. Peter negligee. Something you recall like that. Uh-huh. Whoa, that was very spooky in here.
Here's Joseph Anthony, Dr. J501, and Grumpy. Cheers.
Hi, Moo. Hello, Moo Moo. Oh, it's cold down here still. Those windows open. Mother shows. Are you smoking the hash tonight, Christoph? Hashish? Cardamom? Yeah, yeah. Doesn't. Give me 1 second. I want to have a couple. Want to try this? No. Here comes Jeff. Right, don't leave me alone. Cheers, everybody. In chat. Cheers, Skunk 818. Oh, here we go. I've been waiting for this, guys.
I never found a freaking sweater, did I? I have to find something. Getting cold.
Mm,
Oh, need to wear.
not really thick and chunky.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Jeff. What's going on?
Oh, smoking.
Hang on. This is more like tomato sauce with a little bit of chunk in it. But it'll do.
How you doing, Green Fingers? You eating too?
Good. I was
Cool.
just ate burnt ends because I was starving. Yeah, just in the days now from all the pork fat.
Do it.
When I could think again. When I could think again, my brain's starting to work. It's crazy. Being hungry, couldn't think, concentrate at all. Wow.
Ooh, got some nice hot heat to it.
Oh, man, got my nail dirty again. I just cleaned it. Trying to get this weed unclogged. I just use a pick or something, but don't clog.
It was good eating a big meal on Thanksgiving. And I'm lucky I got to do that. But yeah, you really do have more energy when you eat a big meal, like for a long time. Like I woke up the next day, I still felt charged.
Yeah, it's what I eat too. So if I eat a lot of bread or pasta or something, that could drain me faster and easier. Instead of like when I was younger, like, that used to give me a lot of energy. Eat some pasta and go play some basketball or something for hours.
I know,
Just
honey.
now it drains me right after I eat it. Like, oh, I'm ready for a nap. I'm ready for a nap.
Yeah, it can do. Al
Like,
Dente helped. Taking,
yeah,
less
like
and it's
protein gives
more
me energy. So
lower
like after
digested.
every day, I used to get tired because I'd eat all the sides. Now I'll eat more the meat and then like maybe some sweet potatoes or yams. Yeah, so it's way more energizing just eating the protein.
Yeah, it's those long meals too. Not only like big meals, like yeah, those meals when you're sitting there for an hour eating.
Yeah, yeah, not moving for hours too. Sometimes like I just stand here. Literally, I'm just standing. So like I'll stand here from 4 in the morning till like right now. Then I'll start to get ready for bed. So I'm just literally standing all day long. Like I don't sit down or I'll fall asleep. If I sit down, I'm taking a nap all day long.
Oh yeah,
I'm one of those
yeah,
people. Seconds,
yeah.
one
You
second.
do stand all the time when you're on the show. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's true.
So if I'm sitting down right now, like for in the morning, I'll be like up for an hour, sitting down talking. I'll be like, "Hey, why aren't you responding?" I'll be because I'm sleeping. Like
How's your
straight
how's your
start
back?
freezing. That's really good. I sleep on the floor.
You sleep on
I
the
can't.
floor too? Like with what on it? Like how much
Yeah,
cushioning?
well, there's a little spot right here I could lean on and sit down for half the time. So I'm like sitting right now, but it's like only on like a few inches of my butt. So like otherwise I'm leaning on my hands right here or on my stomach,
Yeah,
pushing the yeah,
I'm
really
thinking you probably have a good back. I'm thinking a really good
yeah,
spine.
compared to
Standing.
when I sit down and mess my back up. So that's another reason why I used to sit on a bench that was 12 inches maybe high, maybe less. And like doing the squat over and over and having to keep your back straight and not leaning against anything, like really helped like just keep it straight. Like keep myself with a better like otherwise
Yeah,
you have to keep your stomach tight. You have nothing on your back to lean against. So you're always or you're slouchy. And that I can never slouch or I'll hurt my back. That's another keeping the posture good. As I get older, I would have done that since I was young too.
yeah.
Try to
It's
keep
easy to
my back
forget
straight,
that.
my back straight.
YouTube
Try
feeds me this Flexi guy. You ever see the Flexi guy on YouTube? He does these shorts, but he's really flexible.
oh
Obviously,
yeah,
he's
no, I know what you're
anybody.
talking about. That guy is freaking so flexible, dude.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
but yeah, he remind because he's like, let's see how flexible you are. Just bend down, keep your back straight, see how far down you can go.
yeah,
And
yes.
like, oh yeah, that's weird, but that is what you're supposed to do. I forgot about that.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff.
It's weird. It's like you got to stick your butt out. Really, is
Yeah,
why it
it's
feels
the way
so
you stick your
weird.
butt out to freaking
Yeah,
stay
yeah.
straight.
But as long as
That's
no one's
good.
around, I do
Like that now, so I
it.
don't hurt my back. So like yeah, after I did hurt my back, I started watching a lot of stuff on YouTube, and I found that guy too. did a lot of knee stuff for me. I was like, oh, I got a lot of knee stuff out of him. So yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Stay flexing or whatever.
It seemed really weird at first, but then he starts doing this amazing shit.
Yeah, he starts
And
to
then he
grow.
starts and then he starts
Yeah.
doing stuff with weights too. Then he's got like the bodybuilder that he brings on once
Yeah,
in a while. And
comparison of what a bodybuilder can do and then what he can do, and then like, yeah, that was a good one where the bodybuilder still couldn't do half as much as what this guy could do with the just body weight and stuff.
yeah.
Pretty cool. Like, well, different muscles completely. Fast twitch muscles and slow. You can do different stuff once you have different muscle tone compared to somebody that works out heavy weights.
So I've got a like an adjustable table, a standing table kind of thing. You can adjust it. So yeah, you can have it sitting down, or you bring it up higher and you just stand by it and adjust the height. So you could be looking at something and not really be looking down really. They're pretty good.
This is what I've noticed in my 60s with all my friends. The ones that were super healthy, went to the gym and like worked out and was all that, they're the ones with all the ailments. Like, oh, I had knee surgery, this, that, I get fucking everything. Where me, I've never fucking ever done any of that. And yeah, I don't have any of those problems.
Some people go too hard in the gym too and don't recover. That's another problem. They wind up hurting themselves half the time. It's
Well, a
like,
lot of things are like, just like
where,
what carpal tunnel is.
oh
Oh,
yeah,
that's a repetitive
motion, yeah,
repetitive motion. And
over
most
and over.
working out, if you do it for a long time, gets pretty repetitive motion.
Yeah, you just got to know which ones to do to really work out the whole body instead
What
of
do they call it? Low stress. I don't know. Yeah.
low stress training. Yeah, you got a lot of that.
Much if you
Knees,
think, oh, running would be good. Running fucks up your
no,
knees.
it's the worst. Yeah, backwards walking for your bad knees. So you just take a long walk backwards, and that will really help. Or walking upstairs instead of going normal, turn around and walk up them backwards. You won't have half the problem
Hi,
going
Bubba.
upstairs. So much
Oh,
easier
yeah.
because you're not
Not
lifting.
ready.
You're kind of halfway lifting compared to stepping up, pulling your legs up. A whole different motion going backwards. Well,
Yeah.
pulling yourself.
Yeah. Last night, I worked for like, with my worker for like 4 or 5 hours in the evening, cleaned up the room we're flipping and defoliated the other room. And I should have called it quits right then. I don't know, was it what time? I know this much. I was mopping up the fucking water at like 5:30. Had to do that because somehow at like 3 or 4 in the morning, I decided, well, let me fucking change the water in room 2. And we use this sump pump with a hose. I don't know. In the one room, we have gone through the flooring and into the pipe. So we have this hose with a piece of PVC that we stick down there. Can't remember the last time, but somehow when I was pumping out one of the reservoirs, that popped out. And it's in another whole room. And yeah, I was like, oh, fuck. And well, one thing, my little bucket head vacuum that I think is 5 years old or longer, it died a week ago or so. So normally if I had something like that, I'd suck up the water and then maybe mop a little. Only had the mop. Fuck. I remember at some point in it realizing, yeah, with the mop and the wringer, like it was going to take like 30 or 40 fucking ringers. Like it wasn't going to be like, oh, real quick.
That sucks.
And
You have the
then
spin mop or the regular ringer, the old yellow one.
regular, like
The
the
spin mop, how
industrial
it goes,
one.
right?
And
Yeah, those
It
Fremonts
picks
help
up a
with
good
that.
amount of water. I mean, it's not whatever. I don't know. It didn't take that long. But then I decided to leave the reservoirs empty. They had already watered for the night. And yeah, I gotta make water tonight or they
Sucks.
die.
It's got to be
Well,
done. Or
normally
Gotta make
like
water.
because like you never know what happens to you. Something could happen, fucking anything. Yeah, I mean, I was like when I was at home today and woke up, I was like, oh fuck, there's no water in the resis. I gotta come back here tonight.
He's gotta make water. Can you pull over, Miss Daisy? I gotta make water.
Actually, out of all the projects that involve growing, making water is like my favorite fucking thing.
Yes,
Like
Miss
if I had a
Daisy.
fertigation system and it did it all for me, that'd take like
all the fun
no,
out of it.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
like some of the things I've done for so long, they're like part of my thing. But I always love making water. It's like
It's one of
one,
my favorite.
What about the
You
you know, I
pygmy
use
lizard?
recirculating reservoirs usually around a week. Um, yeah, I can usually see like not like the first 5 minutes or that night, but by like 24 hours later, the next day when I look at the room, oh, I mean, I should make fresh water every day. I guess that's the idea of fertigation.
To make water.
But then again, like my 5:30 in the morning is like somebody's 5:30 in the afternoon.
Ooh, I got new lights, so I get to start a new flower room. Freaking awesome. And I got the veg lights. Yeah, those are the veg lights. I got the veg and some bigger
Wait,
720.
LED? You got LED
Yeah, some
lights?
more
Now,
things.
what's an LED veg light? Just a slightly different spectrum or something?
No, I just got a smaller, a 300 that I'm just
Oh.
gonna use for, yeah, just to use it halfway in my veg. I could flower.
Sometimes they're more blue. They might have more blue in them.
They're less
The veg.
one thing more. But I'm just using it in my veg because my two little lights died. My little T5s, I'm tired of replacing them. It costs way too much to replace every time. Like this one light cost me what it took me to replace it 3 times already. I'm
In
like,
the
dude,
army.
$100 and something for this new
Ah.
LED. So
Nay.
it'll last years. 300
Take
watt
down.
pay for itself by then. Shit. Yeah, they're just China brand cheapies. I only need them for 2 or 3 years, like I said, just to pay for themselves. Get some breeding projects done before.
Yeah, I had cheapies.
Yeah.
I bought some good lights recently and a controller.
That's why I had to. Like I have to do it now, where I can't afford it for the rest of the year.
Do it. Do it now.
Yeah, pulled the trigger fast too.
Bless you. Hi, Moo. No, yeah, don't eat that.
One of the
God.
lights has a red
Callus.
channel, so I'm fooling around with red. I'm running the red a bit before the lights come on, and then after they go off, I wake them up and put them to sleep. And then I run them with the whites also during the day. I'm not sure about what I should be doing during the day. So it's got 2 channels. It's got a channel for like just white LEDs, or maybe it's a mix, but that's the white channel, and then there's a red channel.
White baby.
And the controller is cool. It can control 4 channels. So I got 2 lights, so I can control the 4 channels. And like and you can set up whatever scheduling you want as many times as you want. So like in the middle of the day, I ramp everything up to 100% and just for like a half hour, give it an intense period during the middle of the day. And it also has a sunrise and sunset feature, so it'll dim up and dim down all the lights. So like after the red, it's on for 20 minutes, then it ramps up the lights. And then at the end of the day, it ramps them down 20 minutes, and then the red lights come on. And that's how I'm doing it. I don't know. But I'm trying it out. It's pretty cool. Yeah, the controllers are really cool. Because then when I go in there, I can just touch it and dim everything down a lot to where it's not it's not dangerous for my eyes anymore, even if I don't go in there with sunglasses or anything. So that's cool too. Yeah, it's the first time I had a controller that controlled everything.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever grown a controller.
Yeah, they're nice.
Yeah, I want to try
Nice
one.
once you
Yeah.
get it hooked
By
up.
the time these next lights go out, I'll try to get a whole room all set up all night. Shit.
Yeah. So it's got four channels it can control. And like, yeah, sometimes the LEDs will have two channels. Or you can control four different LEDs. You can also like, you can gang LEDs together. So instead of
That's
like
so
one
cool.
channel, it could be like one channel for like, 10 LEDs or something.
That's awesome. Yeah, that'd be really cool to have. If I had more lights, I'll just wait for next Black Friday and then get a controller to control it.
Yeah.
That's the goal. Every Black Friday, get some more lights. It's just so once a year, get some lights because in a couple years these lights will be dead, and then the next ones will be up, and those ones will be dead, and I'll have to get some more. So every 4 or 5 years, I expect to have to replace them. It's just the LED thing now instead of replacing bulb every run. It's a different game, completely
Yeah.
different now.
I noticed my old LEDs, like it did when I took them down, these old cheaper ones, but it showed, like, I don't know what's on the board itself, but there's some kind of layer of something that started to come off a bit, just maybe just from the heat and whatever. So,
Hmm.
nothing really does last forever. It still worked fine, but I was like, oh, first time I really looked at it that closely and saw like, oh yeah, there's like some layering coming off.
Yeah, that's wear and tear and stuff like that for cleaning. Yeah, I would like to use my old ones for veg lights later. They're still doing, they're kicking butt still, so I got another year or two left on them, hopefully. The Ions 720s.
Uh-huh.
Those cost me 1,000 when I first got them. Now they're freaking half that price.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
looking
like
back at it,
get all mad.
it
What the
yeah.
hell did I spend all this money for when they weren't even worth that much? I know they're not, but they were.
Originally,
So I
yeah,
like
they
them.
were so cool originally, and they definitely seemed worth it. But now I'm like looking, I'm like, yeah, well, this isn't much there for it. Yeah, it was about $1,000 or $800 or something from these.
These new lights weigh 8 pounds. The other one weighs like 9 to 10 or like 10, barely any more than the smaller one. It's crazy. I picked up
Yeah,
the box and it was like, what's in this box? I couldn't even remember or think. Like, I don't even know what's in this box, dude. I was tripping. Thought it was like a joke or something. Like, it's just gonna be an empty box. Like, oh, they won. They sent me an empty box for $100. Oh well. Like, I opened it up and there's a light fixture in there. Holy shit. Put it up with one hand, literally. Just the clips, clip, clip, just holding it. Clip, 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 clip. Hardest part was reaching the foot, getting on the footstool. But man, just to hang it up.
yeah, yeah. It's the ballast that usually is heavy, but also like the old one was a thick metal, a thick piece of metal. Now they're not like thick solid pieces of metal. You know, there's like the thin bars,
They used to.
racks or whatever. Yeah, but
I got-
but the ballast is still there.
Yeah, and the ballast is on the side of this one, so it's inside the corner. So it's just a perfect square, but it's in one side. So it's not in the
Uh-huh.
middle. It's just in the one side. It barely gets warm at all. Like it's so cool. Like the controller or whatever, not the controller, but the what's it called? Fucking supposed to be a Samsung
Dimmer
diode
or
in there. Diode,
the rheostat thing, the dimmer.
good diodes. Supposed to be good lights. Who knows? It's from China. Who knows?
Uh,
What do
I
you
don't know.
guys?
As long as
What
it
do you guys
works.
think?
D. What were you
so you
saying, D?
froze there. We heard you say what do you think, and then you froze.
Were you frozen or were you talking? Oh, did
Or
you freeze on purpose? Because you froze on mine, then you came back to life.
Mark,
yeah, then he shook himself out of it, and
Took
yeah, then he's
yourself out
back.
of it. That was it was really weird. Like, you're like, "Ah." It's like, whoa.
what do
Then
you
he said,
guys
"What do
think
you
of the? What do you guys think of the LEDs that you can run? I don't know how they get the they can run in the wherever it is. Say you want in Hawaii time, you can run it on Hawaiian sun.
yeah. No, I
Or
think
Oh,
that's is that the plasmas or the
I don't know, but how
you
do
get
and I don't know where
yeah,
they get. Maybe it's a Wi-Fi connection.
it's one of
I
those
don't know.
where you get the same
huh.
spectrum at this from wherever land you
From
want.
Hawaii. That's a good
Yeah,
marketing thing. That's a good marketing thing. If you know, for some, like you would need at least two channels to be able to, you know, adjust it a bit. And
that's pretty. Okay, I want New York time now. New York
yeah,
time.
maybe even throughout the day
No, but you can
where it
do
changes.
like for example, you can do like Jamaica. You can have the actual like brightness of the sun in Jamaica, the lumens from from the sun in
Uh-huh.
Jamaica on your
Yeah,
panel.
yeah.
It'll be like literally Jamaican sun grown, pretty much.
Yeah, that sounds cool. That sounds cool. Yeah. Adjust your lights according to what you're growing. And, you know, growers, I think, love that kind of stuff to at least try. It's like, oh, yeah, that sounds good. I'm going to try that. I'm going to grow like I'm
Or like
in
for Jamaican.
Afghanistan. Yeah.
Yeah,
With this kush and,
get the poppies out. Poppy sun.
you know, spectrum's going to be different and CO2 also.
Yeah. Oh, you can always mimic it too, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, the setup.
Humidity. You can use that in Hawaii.
Oh, the heater just turned on. I just noticed. Oh, I didn't put a sweater on still. What am I doing? What the
Hi, test nugs. I'm gonna check my heat. It's cold in here.
Yeah, Colorado's cold too. Really cold.
That's one thing I like about my. I got my heat my thermostat on my an app on my phone, so I can just check my app. Check the app.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Okay, I can't turn it up anymore. That's 72 already.
I was on the
I'm also
bicycle though today. You know, it was freezing. Wearing down, scarf, had like a silk head hood thing on from skiing. I usually, you know, extreme skiing, you know, and, you know, gloves, full winter, like just winter gloves, thin winter gloves. Everything was covered. Cold. Yeah, the sun wasn't out when I was going either. The sun's out. It can be really nice. But yeah, and you get moving the wind and everything. But yeah, yeah, it's nice to be comfortable though. It's great. It was a good time.
Fucking freezing.
I was freezing when I got back though. It took a while to really get warm.
Yeah.
It's good. I had to get out.
When it was really cold, I get the fire started and just sit next to it, like right next to it until it starts to burn. Like, okay, I gotta turn around or sit a few feet away because it's starting to get hot.
Mm.
Yeah, miss the fireplace we used to have. This one sucks. We used to
Is
go
it gas? Is it gas or
no,
wood?
a little wood stove in this one. So I would never use it, but I got a heater, so it's fine instead. But I would like to have fire sometimes, just to see the fire and shit.
Pellets,
Well,
those pellet stoves though can really pump out the heat, which is cool.
yeah, we had a California when I lived there. We had a lot of wood too, and wood stoves with like a blower.
I should go here.
With a, she had a good blower.
One of those mini heaters. I forgot the name of it now. Just like something Mr. Heater. Little, I got some of those new tanks of gas for it though. So I could put that in my room for a minute and then turn it off when I get really cold. Pretty nifty little heater. Wish I could remember the name.
Like the electric vests are great. You might I don't know if you have one of those. Those are great. But
Oh, the
when it was
blankets.
I've biked in the winter. Like last year, I remember biking in the winter, and I had the electric vest on too. It was so cold. I mean, there's snow all along the side on bike. They cleared the bike path, but there's snow along the side.
Yeah, the
But
heated jackets and stuff. I seen those that were pretty cool. Has a little battery pack inside of there. Keeps it going for a while. Things are pretty
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
There's no need out here for that kind of just a regular vest. A regular vest out here, that's all you really need. A small light sweater, you're good. It rarely gets below freaking 40.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
Yeah. No, I use it like I haven't used it at all yet, but
Yeah,
they are good because you put it under like some down, good something that insulates well. That put the vest under that, and it's generating heat, and then you got the insulation that keeps all the heat in. Yeah, temperature just goes up, 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 up.
I used to wear ski pants.
You can
Help
adjust it.
you.
I used to wear those under my jeans when I was on the homestead for like a year. Just kept those things on down there every night, freaking winter. So I slept in those. That was cold.
I
That's a cold
I
without
needed the
everywhere.
I needed the thing on my head because like bike helmets have holes in them, let air draft through it. It's like the top of my head is getting cold. Yeah, I got to put this on.
Yeah, I'm starting to go bald, so my head gets really cold if I don't wear a hat or something. After my shower, I notice I get out, go outside. Why is my head so cold? Never mind. I'm going bald. Like shit.
Yeah, yeah, you
I
can
better
feel
go.
where you're losing hair, like oh,
Yeah.
cold there. Yeah,
All the heat's going out of my off the little bald spot on my head. Damn it! Damn it! Need a beanie and I can't find any of them. Probably all in the winter bag that I can't find. This wasn't expecting it to get that cold. Heater's still on. It's crazy. It's starting to get warm. Let me take this heater frozen, but so excited.
Yeah, I got the electric heater going here.
I can't use those. Dogs freaking pee on them. They're freaking Nazis. They don't like heaters. I don't know what's wrong with them. Pee right on it, then I smell it. I'm like, what did you do that for? Like, it
Hmm.
just smells so bad after the first time they just walk up and pee on it. Can't do electric heaters. Something about them. The dogs smell it. They just want to mark it. It's crazy.
That's weird.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
drives me nuts.
that
Put them like a little too high, I feel like, or it doesn't really work because the heat rises.
it's like the worst place to pee.
Dude, they know where the best place is because they will know it's gonna heat up and make the everything smell. It's like, yeah, I'm really marking this whole house.
Yeah, right. Really. Yeah,
Like aromatherapy, but the opposite. It's like, no,
yeah,
aromatherapy.
right.
Like, no. It's like, don't do it. Took it outside, threw it out the first time they did it. Like, I'm done. You guys just peed on your own heat too. I was using an emergency blanket for a while out here. That's how, what, 2 years ago when I didn't have a heater or an air conditioner or anything. Yeah, emergency blankets and all the dogs and me laying under it. This was crazy. It worked. That thing worked. I found my poker.
Yeah, but uh, shit's cool. Yeah, I was thinking they were talking about like electric cars. Like so, China's becoming bigger and bigger there. They're kind of like on the rise now. It seems like. And it seemed kind of weird. I was like, yeah, really? China's the cars are bigger. And then I was thinking about it, and I used ChatGPT to do all the calculating to figure out. So I basically asked it like, oh, consider the price of electricity and the price of gasoline in China versus America, and how many miles you get with electric vehicle versus gasoline, and like, average everything, like across the countries and across the vehicles, and just like how's that compare? And yeah, like China, it's a lot better to have an electric vehicle than a gas vehicle. It's like better in America also. It's cheaper on average, like 2 to 3 times, but in China it's like 4 to 5 times cheaper. Because China imports a lot of gasoline and they make a lot of electricity right now from hydroelectric and some nuclear. But they have a ton of electric nuclear um, coming on board that they're building.
A lot of you guys get it from here, from Canada. It comes from Canada. We have nuclear reactors here. Like New York gets power from us and places like that.
Well, now it's like all the chip data centers are going to be sucking a lot of power, even more than
And
Bitcoin.
I got a question about the electric cars. Does anyone know how long, like say you go to a store where they have a charging station, how long does it take for a car to charge fully? Does it take
Depends on how much you want to pay.
does it take like hours? So I be
It
sitting there
can.
for
The
hours?
supercharger, I think somebody said it could be like 1% a minute.
Mm,
So you're still looking at like an hour and a half
an hour.
to get to 90%.
Yeah, still a lot.
That's crazy. Just sitting there for an hour and a half in a parking spot waiting for your car to charge. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, Captain, by the
Seems like
way,
1 to 2% seems more correct, but that's also a supercharger, which I guess is more expensive. Oh yeah, I guess I was thinking about this because they were talking about there was some news thing talking about Tesla and how Tesla has all these incentives now. They want to sell out. Part of it was like, oh, you get like so many months of like free charging and so much like supercharging also free for them so long,
Well,
blah. That was like,
if you bought a Ford, they would come out and install a charger
Yeah,
at your house.
huh.
they got that
That
promotion going on right now here in Canada.
that would be
Ford.
a hassle for me. And for a lot, like, if you're in an apartment, it sucks. And if you don't use your garage for your car, yeah, that's not good either. Seems like. So they had this incentive, and they were also doing an incentive in China. I think that's why I was thinking, oh, really? They're doing incentives in China too. And so the news thing, where this guy was saying, it's because they expect like the full auto drive, self drive, whatever, BSD, whatever, FSD, coming out, the next year or two. And that's like just something they just charge and like send you the software or something. Basically, like the car's ready to go. So it's going to be like an add-on cost. So they want to like sell as many cars now because then they'll this basically they'll have this service monthly service they'll be able to add on later on. So it was like saying like so they were adding these incentives now and they'll expect to get it back later. But yeah, once the full I didn't realize oh yeah once the full drive full self-driving comes out, yeah, there'll just be some software upgrade. It's not going to be a special model of car. Maybe for more advanced or better.
Well, I tell you what, I wouldn't want to buy a car now and then 2 years, 2.5 years down the road, them come out and say, oh, all you need is the software. But what about all the updated sensors and everything else?
Yeah, if you need that. But they're decked out with cameras now and probably also like LiDAR or I mean my vacuums have LiDAR nowadays.
Yeah, but
Robot
what
vacuum.
happens in 2 years? I mean, in the past
Yeah.
two
Yeah, that's
years,
what I
how
mean.
many advancements have we seen?
Yeah, maybe for the better, more advanced, yeah, self-driving might, yeah. It might just be like
Yeah,
the next year model, not like, oh, extra add-on model. Like BMW
yeah.
does that with like heated seats and stuff like that too. Like heated this and that. Like, oh, it's ready to go. It's just they just have to turn it on, and you got to pay the
Man,
charge, and they'll turn it on for you.
I wish I
It's
had heated seats.
heated seats are the bee's knees, let me tell you.
Yeah, yeah,
I
Heated-
yeah.
love my heated seat.
Yeah, when I was stuck in the snow, we had that.
I use it all the time during the winter. When it's cold, I flip that shit right on. And it
Yeah,
beats heat, and even the heat. It beats heat, warming me up more than the heat does. Like it heats up faster than the heater.
yeah. There's heating steering wheels, and there's like heating and cooling actually. You know,
That's crazy. Cooling.
heated cup holders, heated and cooled cup holders.
Maybe
Right.
eventually I'll get a car that has heated seats.
And you can heat your side or cool my side at the same time. It's like, what the heck's going on? Like we're sitting next to each other, and like my mom cooled her side off, and I was heating my side up. I was like, how's this work? Like, how's this working?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it was just like two like individual air conditioning controls. Yeah, can adjust.
Mom
But
have
yeah,
a
now it's your seat.
Mercedes.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't know what it was. This was a while ago. In the Lexus, you could do the same thing. The newer
Yeah.
Lexus, okay, that was,
What do
but I
you
was,
guys think of that Genesis car?
yeah, that
I
was really
think I think their sports model looks exactly like a Maxima. A decked out Maxima.
I've seen the new one today.
But they start at like 90, $100,000.
It smells like a freaking spaceship. Had all the bells and whistles.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I know that you're talking about it more. In Rivian, well, Genesis is the luxury brand, isn't it? I think
Yeah.
that was the one that opened up with like the suicide doors or something. I saw it seemed like in the picture. They showed a model of it. Oh, that looks pretty cool. Yeah, because that's
My
supposed to be the high-end electric car, right? The Genesis, or was it the Rivian, or was it both?
it's
Figures
gas
now.
powered too.
Genesis, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Hybrid? Is it hybrid? Is that what that is?
I don't exactly know.
Huh. But yeah, it looked cool. Yeah, it had suicide doors, like Entourage.
Yeah, it's Honda's like top of the line stuff or whatever. I have a Santa Fe.
I see more and more cyber trucks. Not a lot of them, but I do see more and more. They really stand out.
Yeah,
The windshield. I noticed the windshield is actually really huge on them. The front windshield. It's a huge
I've seen some other weird cars today.
flat piece of glass. Sorry.
Thought it was one of those, but it wasn't. It was a different. I don't know what it was that I saw today. Maybe like a new Bronco or something without the top. I don't know what I saw, but it was crazy looking going down the road, all white. But it was weird. Looked like a surfboard, like the opposite of that. It's like,
I thought that was funny when they released the Bronco. They released a small version. They didn't release the big version of it right away.
um,
So you got all these little Broncos, and then all of a sudden, like 6 to 8 months later, you start seeing a full size Broncos.
like when the H2s came out. Like,
Oh yeah, I remember when the Broncos got small.
The juice is on the loose.
Suburbans are still pretty huge, but they were even bigger. I haven't been in the new ones.
Yeah, they are. You should see my Ford Excursion, dude.
But the old Suburbans were like you could fit like four people across, like easily. You know?
Yeah.
Or we did it anyway.
The far back seat, you can put three people in mine easily.
It was a great touring or just like partying vehicle going on tour or something. We did that. I remember doing that one time. Going across states. I forget where. Go up to Vermont or something. Or Pennsylvania. Yeah,
I can easily
packing
fit
it
like
in.
9 people in it.
I did that in my Santa Fe before. It wasn't easy though. They were laying on top of each other and then laying on the back.
We got 7 in my 80 Camaro.
And we got like 12
Oof.
people in there sitting in the front.
And a Camaro. Damn. How many in the front? Green finger?
3
12,
people in the front, one riding the hump.
3 in total.
Yeah.
Just make sure it's a light girl sitting across your guys' lap in the back seat.
That's fine.
How many in the trunk?
None,
Uh,
because you got one person laying sideways in the back seat.
Weird girls smashed all on top of each other at the back of my car. That shit was crazy. They were pissed too because it was a bigger girl that tried to go on top. They're like, nah, you can't do that. And they were like, you can do that. She wasn't fat or nothing. She was just like big, like bigger, like taller and everything. They're like, no, you gotta go. They're like, you're like 6 foot something trying to get on these little 5 foot girls. You're gonna crush them. It's like you gotta trade spots.
There used to be a wagon too, in the station wagons. It would like the back seat that would face backwards. It would
Yeah.
like fold down, but yeah, you could pop it up though too into a seat. Old station wagons.
The Vista Cruiser.
The
Yeah,
Vista
something like
Cruiser.
that. I think it had like the paneling on the side. It looked like wood paneling on the side of the station wagon.
Shit all the time. She had one of those. No, she didn't, but when she was a kid, she drove in the back because she was the youngest.
Maybe
She was
maybe
paying
no. Uh-huh.
people off and she was little and shit.
Yeah, good old days.
Yeah, if you weren't
Well,
growing up in the 70s, you don't remember them.
Unless you watch that 70s show, then you remember all that stuff. It's like, it's fucking, that show was cool.
yeah, bucket seat was like a feature they'd like talk about.
What about
Because usually you just have a big
You
bench
see
seat
like the
up in the
bucket
front.
seats in front? Yeah, you
In
want
the
the bench
front,
seat in front so you can lay
Yeah,
down. So much better. Those
yeah, a
buckets
bit
were
more
cool. They
people.
can turn all the way around though. So like that was the only cool thing about buckets. You could always twist that thing all the way around and be sitting backwards sometimes.
they used to
I
have they used
And
to
if you're
consider
post or not.
they used to consider the ashtray and the cigarette lighter as a extra. The
Yeah.
Well,
smoking
shit. Today, you don't even get ashtrays in certain cars.
And
no,
no cigarette lighter either. No freaking
no.
lighter. No freaking. That's crazy. That's a classic. They need to not take that out. Safety tools, not just a lighter for your. You could start a fire if you need one dying somewhere. Freaking-
Fuck no food.
People smoked a lot of cigarettes back then, huh? I mean, they smoked so many
Yeah,
cigarettes. They made a special thing just to light your cigarette
just to light your cigarette
while
in your
you're driving. So
yeah.
yeah, so you don't have to be distracted from driving or whatever.
Well, that's why that recycle thing was made in the air conditioner too. It's like, well, we're gonna make this so you can recycle the air, or so you can get some fresh air because you're gonna be hotboxing.
We'll give you a cigarette lighter and an ashtray right
That
there.
right there is blowing in. Get your cigarette. Yeah, you get your light it right here. Just got to get in my car. Where's my keys? Right after the bar, you light one up, drive away. You know?
You know what, though? In all my cars, I can literally say that you could open up the ashtray and you'd find change and a lighter, and that was it. I never used the ashtrays in my car because I smoke pot, so I'm not gonna put a fucking joint or a roach in there.
It's mine, but they pop out, and they pop out pretty easy. Where I would just pop it out with me every day wherever I'd go, and I would throw them all out, fucking clean it real quick, pop it back.
Yeah, pop out. Yeah, clean them. But a lot of people have the ashtrays
Look,
with like the little sandbag on the bottom to keep it on the dashboard.
On the dash,
Especially on a van or something. That'd be like classic.
in my van, I have two of those Dean ashtrays where the cup holders are on the uh, dashboard.
What about the old ashtrays on the doors? Remember the old ashtrays, the flip
them up.
ashtrays?
Yeah. Everybody had their own.
Yeah.
I
Little
tell you,
flip.
smoking was a big deal back then.
Bro, they really was. Yeah. Yeah, the Jaguar that my dad had the lights at the top. You put on a little light, you could direct it anywhere. And right in the center, there was a little freaking ashtray with the freaking, and on the door, there was the ashtray too. So, like,
Yeah, I remember
literally pull it out for the back seat. I burned my thumb on that on vacation one year. Pushed it in, it popped out in the middle of my crotch. I grabbed for it, and I grabbed the hot part and burned my thumb. They're like, "What are you screaming about back there?" Like, nothing. And put it back in there, and I shut my mouth for the whole time. Learned my fucking lesson.
Yeah, but airplanes had like I remember those seats had like individual ashtrays too.
Yep.
First time I flew, it was like 2000. The old plane that we were getting on still had ashtrays. I was like, should we be on this fucking plane? Like, this thing's old as hell. It still has ashtrays. And my dad's like, oh, it does. Holy shit. I'm like, no, that's way too, like, this didn't have ashtrays, bro. Like, it's way too long ago. We're on an old
Yeah.
plane.
It was like all the movies. It's like nowadays, like anyone that, like your sunglasses is kind of a cool thing now. So, but back then, to be cool, you had to have a cigarette, like maybe at least just holding it, and smoking, it's
I
lit.
couldn't
And
imagine
take one drag in the scene.
whenever you want, everywhere. Restaurants, I remember sitting down with my family after church as a little kid, and there was smoking or non-smoking, and it's like, are we gonna get non-smoking or are you guys gonna smoke? Like that's what they'd be asking the family. And like, it's so
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, yeah. Smoking or non-smoking? Yeah, right, right. Yeah, the restaurant.
You're like in a
Yeah.
TGI
Smoking or
Fridays,
non-smoking?
like smoking or non-smoking. Like,
What
uh,
about
Hotel room.
hotel rooms?
Yeah, hotel rooms too. Yeah.
they just would smell like a freaking ashtray. The whole right before you even get in there, you could smell that smell. You're like, damn, everything's yellow.
Well,
Dang.
now for $5 at Walmart, you pick up a can and you basically just set it in your car and you come back out and it smells like a brand new car.
Yeah, we have California scent. You pop the top, stick it under your seat, and then it smells like freaking cherries or whatever flavor you get for 3 months. And you just pull the rest of the top the other 3 months, and then it smells like cherries again. Then you throw it away and just buy a new one. Shit was crazy. California scent. That was the best little car freaking thing that we had. Car air fresheners. As teenagers, you get away with smoking. Your parents, cops and shit. My
Yeah, we had
parents,
Ozium.
it sounds fucked up, but my parents didn't care if I smoked.
I,
They just didn't want me to do the worst.
I still have a can of Ozium in my van.
Oh shit! You just brought back those. My friends
I
used to
speak,
spray that into the door, and we were like huffing it without even noticing because we're hotboxing the room. That shit's the worst right there, dude. Huffing Ozium on accident without fucking realizing. The worst smelling stuff. It just like makes you feel like you are air freshener.
yeah, but if you're getting pulled over by a cop, it's the greatest thing in the world.
Friend used to use it. We'd be playing video games. His dad would come home, and first thing he'd just pull that shit out, spray it right at the door, and throw the towel under there. You just sprayed it. Why you putting the towel down now? Shit.
So the smoke don't get out that way.
Window open, and we should have been smoking outside and come back in without worrying about it. Fucking, we live in the desert. Most people don't hang out outside. You know, you go outside and smoke, nobody's out there. Come back in. Cool.
See, I didn't have to worry about it because to get the heat upstairs to my room, because there was only one vent upstairs, I had to leave the doors open and both my parents smoked, so it went right up.
Yeah. Yeah, my
The only
parents smoked.
people that complained were my grandparents after my accident, especially about the pot. I guess I was smoking some dank ass weed.
See, I wasn't the only person smoking in the house. So when my mom would smoke, that's when I would smoke and be able to get away with it. I would be like, hey, she's not gonna
Oh,
know.
mom's smoking good.
Smoking, I can smell the weed.
It's time to
Fucking light up,
smoke.
see if she's gonna notice. And then, like after a while, she would notice. So you think I'm stupid? I smell your smoke. You better give me some or stop smoking in here. I'm like, all right.
What you smoking in there? Cigarettes.
She smelled the weed. There was no way there was no cigarettes being smoked in our house. It's the only way I could get away. She's smoking weed. She won't smell mine. She's smoking different weed. You can totally smell it. Like knowing now. But yeah. Back then I was just a kid. Just a kid.
See, I actually, I started volunteering for Normal, and I got off of all the pills that they gave me that destroyed my stomach. And my grandparents were like, "What's that smell?" That's different than cigarette smell. But we sat down, we had to talk about it, and they were cool with it. I said, "Listen, I'm smoking cannabis, but I'm not taking all these pills like you had been seeing me take." And they're like, "Okay, you're not taking pills and you're smoking a little bit of weed." Speaking of smoking weed, I think I'm gonna roll a joint. Had my friend's birthday party tonight. Holy shit, was it cold. They literally had like a 4-foot nitrous tank
Bro,
for 20 fucking people.
Yeah.
I
They stopped making those ones. They had these small like little 1 foot cans that were flavored. They were selling like flavored knobs to people. Shit was crazy. Like out of the stores, like everywhere, all the head shops and shit. They just stopped
well,
making it. They
it's
made like
no,
millions.
they've got it here. It's food grade nitrous that they're selling out of head shops now.
Yeah, they let you sell it in
Head
California.
shops?
Yeah,
They
Where
sell
had them.
tanks. What they sell tanks out of the head shop?
Aluminum ones. They're like
$59.
triple size of this. They're like a big fat one, like the big hairsprays back in
Yep.
the day. They look like one of those big ass hairsprays,
Huh.
like the big ass Aquanet, freaking.
Okay, yeah, not like the 20 or the 4 foot or
No,
4 foot is
these are like
small.
little
This is,
3 pounders, 2 pounders.
wow, it's food grade. That's pretty cool.
Big old, but like one little hand, you can just take it, and people are just doing that all day. Kids are
You're able to do it
doing
right from the can. It like it mixes air in or something.
it. The balloon, yeah.
Oh well, yeah, with the balloon. I mean, that's why you use a balloon because it's got
Yeah,
to
I'm like,
cool,
where's the
it's got to
balloon?
warm up.
Yeah, you don't want to freeze your lungs. Yeah.
I can't believe how many of those canisters my friends go through at their shop. I sat there one day and I was there for like 3.5 hours. So I didn't want to come home. And it was getting later in the evening as they were, starting to close up. But man, people got off work. The one lady was doing it. She wouldn't take it home, but she'd sit in a fucking parking lot and do the whole fucking thing. And my friend went out even said, "Hey, why don't you pull around to the back? And then that way you don't have to be sitting in the car up front, kind of hiding it."
I just imagine nitrous lounges. Everybody sitting around with balloons.
That freaked me out when I came back from Thailand and all of a sudden people are doing nitrous here and there. And I'm like, holy shit.
Flavored nitrous.
Well, they were doing nitrous, out of the whatever, the little whippets or whatever. But,
Yeah.
it was totally acceptable. Before I left, nah, you didn't do that shit.
I mean, mushrooms I can understand, but. Mushrooms are illegal here in Colorado. I don't think nitrous. I don't know about nitrous.
Well, they're getting away with that food grade nitrous. So, you know, yeah, everybody knows what's up, but it's just another way to legally sell it. They found a loophole.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, maybe not selling it, but growing mushrooms at least.
It's like the
More so than
loophole back
selling.
in the. Sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
No, yeah, I wasn't sure about selling uh psilocybin, but you can grow it. You can grow it yourself and give it away
They do in Michigan,
personally. Uh-huh. And I know
especially in
that
Ann Arbor.
they're the chocolate bars, but I mean, I don't, I'm not sure what's going on with that. I don't know.
Yeah, you got to be careful with your
Changing.
medibles, man,
Times are
because
changing.
I had medibles here and someone forgot that he had mushroom medibles, chocolates. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I ate 3 of them. I called up my friend and I said, "Hey, those in the red wrapper." He said, "Those were
Ooh.
THC. Why? Did you get some of the gold ones?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Don't worry. There's only like 2.5 grams in each one." I said, "I ate 3 of them though."
Like the scene from Cheech and Chong. Oh, don't eat those. Oh.
What do you mean? I already did.
Ooh.
Oh man, you just ate as much ass as I've ever seen someone eat. Man, I never ate that shit. Oh, but it was good to see some old friends today.
Oh, coughs.
The only thing that sucks is it was an hour drive each way. Sorry for being late today.
Excuse me. Should have muted myself.
Green fingers.
Ah,
It
now
was
that joint.
good to hear you, Captain. Good to
Thank you.
hear you. Talk with you. Real person.
Well, I
That
still wasn't
AI.
like peaking. Hey, I went live last Saturday on here, and then I had to leave because it was really kicking in.
Uh-huh.
I think mainly it was someone's microphone that was picking up a lot of static and shit. And the headphones, it was just messing with my head. And
Yeah,
then
that could happen.
Tuesday, Bud.
Yeah,
Tuesday.
forget what's going on, but yeah, Bud was on a lot, I remember.
Well, he's still on, isn't he?
He's on
Yeah.
now, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he realizes he's on still. What's the yeah,
Have
He's
to make
good.
water. He's making water.
Making
making
water.
water. Oh yeah. His camera's
That's
off
what
and
I
his mic.
was
Miss
saying.
Daisy. Miss
I
Daisy,
guess
I gotta pull
he could
over and make
listen though.
water.
He could listen though. Yeah, listening through Zoom's a lot better. I like it a lot. Well, and also you can close it. You can close, if it's a device, you can black the screen out. It doesn't have to. the video, like for YouTube. You're not paying for the non-video YouTube. So Zoom, you can close it up and still talk. So he might be doing that.
I
Listening.
still pay the money every month for no advertisement on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm thinking of paying though for it because
Like,
now they're having more and more commercials in the middle of things.
I
Just-
don't.
just be-
Do you guys use a laptop or your phone for YouTube?
Telephone.
Well, if you use
iPad, phone,
my phone,
mostly.
Okay, never mind then. Because if it was your laptop, I was gonna say there's a free app. There's a thing you can get for your that will block all that for free.
I got a blocker on my phone. That works pretty good.
I got a blocker on my laptop.
For YouTube,
like-
it'll.
Yeah, it's
So,
awesome.
Yeah, even
so
on
when
YouTube,
you just
can
wait,
use it, I think. Let me see. I did it last
It just skips the commercials.
you can skip it, really?
Yeah,
Well, that's pretty
it's
cool.
awesome. So I used to get pissed off when I was watching pierogi or whatever, and then you be right in the middle of an important part of the scam bait or whatever, and you go to commercial. Like, oh, motherfucker!
Yeah,
That's an important part of a scam. I need to see it. It's
It's a good part, and then it's like, oh, and they get pissed. You miss the part when they get pissed off. That you're
IRL Rose IRL. That chick.
Rosie?
Rose IRL.
Yeah, Rosie. Yeah,
Does all
she's
the
one of them. She's a voiceover. I think she's the voiceover one that does
That's where I know her
Siri.
from originally.
She does Siri and everything. Good Siri impression.
Yeah, she's my favorite one. She's the only one I watched. The rest of them, whatever. She does
I
all
don't know. I
panel.
watched it connect because I'm an outlaw and he gets outlaws on there. We thought there were just a couple smugglers of like major amounts of pot, and that turns out to be totally wrong.
Oh,
Not too long ago, they had one of the European ecstasy dealers on there, and they were literally buying the liquid and then making out the powder someplace else and pressing them.
Did so much back in the early 2000s. There was so much that's coming through. Triple, quad stack, all kinds of stuff. All Pokeball quads. Those were the craziest.
I seen a crystal today that it, man, no cloud to it. It was clear. And a lot of the stuff you see that's got a little bit of color, like a brown color or a purple color, that's coming out of Europe.
here.
you're
And now they've switched it. They're instead of the crystal, they're back to pressies. They're switching it up every once in a while.
Good stuff. I like the little characters on the tops. of each- like little characters. There used to be these good little
Oh.
quad ball pokies that were the green. There's some green stars going around that were decent. Some white freaking dragonflies.
The little minions are out right now.
Minions, nice. Haven't seen any of these for a while. They're so popular back then. Those things were
Yeah.
everywhere. Then Molly, just pure Molly's came out for a while. That was the best stuff to get.
Well, that's what the crystal is.
Yeah, PMD, man.
And my friend's like, "You want some?" I'm like, "Nope."
Yeah, we should get charged of that stuff too. The
My
shards.
friends cured me of that really quick one time. And it was basically the first time I did it. I said, "Man, only give me half of a dose." Well, they never reset the scale, and they gave me the dose that they took. Yeah, that was a little way too much.
Well, we would rub each other raw on ecstasy. Like we just sit there with the lights and with the music, and we just like so much rubbing of each other that we'd have like raw parts. Why did it look like somebody gave me a freaking one of those little burns on my arm? Like, what the heck's going on? So, we pet each other too long. So we're just petting each other so hard. Too much ecstasy.
I had a girl trying to get with me, and I was like, "Sweetie, all you have to do is touch me. You can't do anything else, okay?"
Just put this. I had a girl say, "Put these lights in my eyes and just touch me anywhere." So just putting lights in her eyes with the gloves. They're all different colors going off.
I don't know. My eyelids were fluttering so fast and hard. It didn't make a fucking
Dude, the
difference
flutter of
what
the
lights there
eyelids
were.
is crazy. The fluttering of the eyelids. You just brought back some crazy memories.
Well, my friends were, they did it all the time. So they were eating like 2 tenths, 2.5 tenths at a time.
Dude, that's what they did to me.
Oh,
That was some crazy shit, man.
far out, man.
Believe me, that was one of the times that, yeah, that was cool, but I don't think I'll ever do it again. And my friend tried to give me some of this new stuff that's got like ketamine in it,
Oh shit.
ecstasy,
Yeah.
and
Good guy.
there was a psychedelic at the end. And I asked him how the psychedelic was because, it just kind of hit here. And, he says, "Well, this guy just picked up some. Let's see what he says." And he said the psychedelic was kind of weak, and my friend tried to give me like a half gram of it, and I'm like, "No." Your friend told me that the psychedelic end of it wasn't that great, and I'd have to eat something, along with it. Nah, I just rather eat the acid.
Yeah, true.
Wine's fine, but whiskey's quicker. Always remember that one. Thank you, Ozzy. But that shit was like $180 a gram.
Holy shit.
And I'm like, "Well, how much do you really need?"
Yeah.
Oh no, fuck that, man. I had give me 3 hits. Let me spend my $25.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good. I don't need that other feelings
True.
because at 3 hits, you're not feeling much of anything else.
Yeah, man. For sure.
Excuse me a second.
City dope. That's funny.
So how are you tonight, D? Being what, 23 degrees here in Ohio?
Yeah, it's freezing here.
My nose is running like crazy.
You better go catch it.
And I wish. I think the past couple days have gone through like a box of Kleenexes already.
Yeah, yeah, I hate this cold. I can't wait till summer. That's for sure.
Well, it's cold, but it's not super cold. Hope it doesn't get like below 0
It's
Fahrenheit.
Oh, we'll get there.
Yeah.
Just give it time.
oh,
Damn
20,
Canadian hosers.
it's 26 here. Feels like, hold on, oops, 14. It does feel like 14 here. Cold.
Well, yeah, because our winds are like 16 miles an hour right now. The whole week we're supposed to be this way.
Oh, fuck that.
I mean,
We're
I
moving to green
looked at
field.
it and they said the lowest wind speed is going to be like 11 miles an hour.
Oh, fuck
And
that.
you're going to be in the 20s and 30s. Fuck that.
Yeah.
I want to go back to Thailand.
Yeah.
I'm moving to Green Fingers area. Desert.
I
Yeah.
could.
How's the rain in on the West Coast? That turned out to be really bad. It was like Santa Clara County was getting hit.
I don't know. Our two people in California got their mics off.
Yeah.
Green Fingers was grabbing some food.
And Oregon was getting just some rain.
I had to get a
What's
slice
Green
of
Fingers pie? Is that pie?
pumpkin pie.
Oh, motherfucker. Look at that. Damn.
I didn't want to get a plate. I'm too lazy. Too
That
I
was
love
high.
good.
pumpkin pie.
I just got a napkin. I was like, fuck.
So everybody have a good Thanksgiving except for D.
I had a good Thanksgiving last month. What are you talking about?
The normal one, not the hoser one.
It does look pretty good, green fingers, gotta say.
I'll
Need like
pass on the
a
recreational.
cyber bot over there to be eating it, for me to experience it. They might have that someday, like cyber. Okay, this was a crazy thing. I didn't know this before. This has with the Cyberlink, so Neuralink and the cyberbots. They actually showed like connecting like using the Neuralink and the hand of the cyberbot, which is almost a real lifelike hand, move like a real hand for people that are like amputees or maybe quadriplegics was this one guy, but I was thinking like I don't know, you're gonna amputate or a hand though to put maybe I guess if if your hand can't feel anything or move it. But I was like, whoa, that was crazy. I was like, that's where they're heading. Like, holy shit! Then I was thinking about Avatar. Like, holy shit! Maybe these people that are like bedridden, they'll give them the neural link and they'll just, all right, here's your cyberbot. You can control them.
I wish they could do something for like the tremors and things like that in people's hands. My dad's are really bad. He can't use his left hand at times because it just shakes too much.
Okay. What about arthritis?
It doesn't really have arthritis.
That's
I
good.
do.
I can feel some of it coming on. Especially the spots where like trimming like affected. I mean, yeah,
Well,
certain spot my thumb.
I
It
was
hits my
11
palm.
year I was 11 years old when I started bowling fingertip. So my middle finger and my ring finger, I really feel it in those joints of those fingers.
Some kind of weird feedback I'm getting, but wasn't there before.
It's Robert.
Me?
No,
Yeah, I think it's gone now. Yeah. Oh no, no. Oh,
it's Robert.
yeah, I think it is Robert.
No, he's muted.
Yeah, and that's back.
Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is. Somebody eating did something.
Usually it's me.
Well, actually, it's still okay. Well, no, it's not me. It's weird. Yeah, something on your mic or something. Green fingers.
It's my time anyways, guys. It's already way past my bedtime. So I'll see you guys next time. It's already 11. Holy shit.
All right.
All right. Have
It's
a good
good.
night, guys.
Thanks for coming on. It's good talking to you.
Yeah, it's past
Yeah,
my
have a good night.
bedtime. It's 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go call it anyways, boys and girls. Who wants to go first?
Well, where's
Well,
Bud? Is he gonna hop on? I'll keep going actually if Bud will hop on or somebody or but no, I guess he's still working.
yeah.
How you doing, Captain? You want to keep going? See if Bud hops on again?
Uh,
Mm,
I'm pretty tired from
Oh yeah,
today's
you were
events.
oh yeah, you were taking
And
something.
you gotta, you think about it and you gotta realize that, hey, I don't sleep much, but I've been up since like 5 a.m.
mhm.
I still think it's fucking Thailand where I can get up at 5 a.m. and the sun is going to be up in 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's hard when it's cold like this.
Yeah. The other day my mom said, well, what happened to you? I said, well, I got cold, so I went up and I turned the electric blanket on and I crawled underneath there to get warm. She goes, yeah, but you went up like 4.5 hours ago. I said, yep. I got warm and I went right to sleep. That is one good thing about those sleep number beds, even though they're just a fucking air mattress. Man, it depending on how your body feels, you can either make it so you like sink into the bed or you can make it like hard as a brick.
That's the way she
Oh,
likes.
I didn't realize you adjust those like after you bought them.
Yeah, they got all they are is basically a air mattress that's hooked up to a pump that keeps the air mattress at a certain pressure.
Oh,
Mm.
is it tubes or one
No,
whole
it's
mattress?
just
A
it's
bladder.
mine's just a big mattress. They say that there's like different sections in it, but I really don't get that.
Hmm. I had a water bed with it was tubes that went, and it was like 10 tubes or something went the length of it. And so you could fill up different. So you could have like, you change it one side to the
Oh,
other. But I didn't realize you could change those sleep number bed. That'd be cool if it actually works.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
it, to tell you the truth, I think they're great because there's some nights where I don't. I'm helping my dad out of his bed, their bed, and they actually got the one that was in my aunt's room. And I was supposed to get that one, but since I wasn't here when she passed away, they kind of skanked it on me. And I've got the one that was in the extra room, but I'm looking at my dad's and I'm like, you actually sleep in that thing? Because it's he's got it turned down so low, it's like, holy shit. And I have to keep mine pretty firm for my back, but just enough for my hips to sink a little bit and my shoulders to sink a little bit. Because I was having that problem in Thailand. All the beds are like sleeping on cement slabs, no give to them. And my hips would really hurt. And my back would really hurt because the hips weren't giving any, and my spine was out of alignment.
Huh. Does that work for them over there though? Like, yeah, how's their spines over there when they get older? Sleeping on beds like that, mattresses like that.
I have no idea, man. I don't know how people can, like, oh yeah, I'll just sleep on a tile floor. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
You gotta be pretty tired. But I can do it sometimes when I'm really tired. And I can do it for like some hours, like half the night, let's say. But yeah, then I gotta roll over a bit. And yeah,
I
trying to sleep on your side or something. Yeah, it's hard. Can't do that.
I slept over a girl's house at her parents, and I had to sleep outside of her door in the hallway.
But some padding is good. That's what I was asking Greenfingers. Like how much padding, like maybe like a carpet with some good padding under it, or maybe like a thin, or maybe a blanket or something also, you know,
Yeah,
but it's
like
not,
a
yeah,
couple
not
big
tile.
comforters.
Yeah. Or camping, like foam,
I
something like
know.
that.
We used to have that in the van, and I used to get that every once in a while, and that was like luxury bedding. Was that yellow foam?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You got that. And then those air ones, like Everrest or something. Thermarest. They would blow. They'd be like self-inflating, I think. And then you just like blow in a few more, some more air at the end, and that was it. But and it gave you a little bit of cushioning, but it gave you some insulation from like the cold of the ground. It's good for camping.
Yeah. I don't know about that, man. I was sleeping. Oh, well, we got a piece of carpet down on the floor. Yeah, carpeting on the ribbed metal fucking flooring is what I'm sleeping on. And you
Yeah.
wonder why I have shoulder problems and hip problems.
Yeah, not every night, but once in a while. That's why I like a mattress bed you can adjust is interesting.
It really is because there's some nights where you're like, no, I need it really soft. And then there's some nights where you're like, oh my God, my back's killing me. I need it really more stiff. That's what she said too.
Yeah, beat you to
I
it.
know. I beat you to it. I set myself up for it and I said I might as well finish it.
Yep.
That's what she said.
It's got a knob, you just dial it on the side.
Yep, that's what she said too. It's got a knob. But yeah, but here in the cold, you do every once in a while, you do need to like set it up to 100 and then drop it back down because it will lose pressure as the temperature gets colder.
Yeah, that's
Because
interesting
I had it
too.
at like 45 and then it got like really cold here. And I noticed that, I was like really deep into the bed. That's what
Yeah,
she
that
said
kind of
too.
sucks. That kind of sucks. Reminds
Yeah.
me of like some foam mattresses, like
Hey,
in the
bud.
winter. In the winter,
Exactly.
they'll be hard and cold because they're cold, and then you're laying in it, and after a while you're warming it up, and then it turns soft. So it like changes in the middle of the night. Hey, bud,
I'm
good,
back.
good,
I
glad to
had
hop on. Cool.
take care of some shit.
All right. Hey, D, if you want to hand over the controls and get off, I mean, I'll stay on for a while. Want to give it a minute?
That's
I
what
don't know
she
where
said.
D
You want to
is.
get off?
If you want to get off, give it a minute. That's what she said.
All right, we'll just leave it like that. Yeah, you know, I had these Beats Bluetooth that I bought at Costco. I don't know, they were 100 and something. They worked great for years, but they had this like rubber thing that went around your ear that held them in place. And then even with the wired ones, kind that just fit in your ear. First off, my ears aren't same on either side, and neither one of them, even with whatever fucking fitting and I do, my ears aren't conducive to like just the thing in there without like something hooking it on. Because after my Beats died long while ago, and I just didn't deal with it. But then I think I was at Walmart and I looked at them and yeah, for 26 bucks, I bought these skull candy ones. Oh, I'm surprised how good they work. Maybe not fidelity like the Beats, but the Beats weren't fidelity because they have like a part of that thing is they have like a uh, uh, heavy on the bass, where some of the music that I listen to, you don't need like it's not like something you can adjust. It's like the
It's
whole
already
design.
turned up.
Oh, because it's hip hop, whatever beats. That's the rapper guy's uh brand. Okay. Or yeah.
Yeah,
So they're like meant
apples.
for that kind of music, right? Uh where these skull candies are good and they work great for just being on the show. I can be more mobile or whatever. But all right, so I buy them. They were like 26 bucks. Well, I only had both of them for 2 days because sometimes if I have it on, I forget I even have it on. That time I had them in both ears when they were new, and I went to wash my hands in the bathroom. That doesn't have like a stopper thing in the thing. It's just the drain. And I'm doing my thing, and all of a sudden it go boink, and I see it, and I go to reach for it, and down the drain it went. Now I remember looking at the sitch. I could have like undid the whole underneath part, the trap or whatever, which I was like, yeah, nah, that's fucking
uh,
nah, right? And then I was kind of worried, this could, it still could be, but it's not like there's a lot of hair. It's not, it's the shop one. Uh,
it's
uh,
all the chemicals.
well, the soap, it's where people watch. A lot of times we have a bottle of vegetable oil there, bottle of alcohol, the gritty orange cleaner you get from Home Depot, dish soap, this dish spray, because different people wash their hands differently. Like some people, I use alcohol and paper towel and then soap. Oh, some people use vegetable oil, right? Um, to get the residue.
Especially if you're trimming and you go to rub your
Yeah,
eyes, and
Well,
then all of a sudden it's
and then
like you
other
can't
people wear
open your
gloves.
eye.
Like we have every size glove and fucking stock gloves and go through gloves like crazy because a lot of workers wear gloves. Where over the years
I,
I've always had gloves because some people that's how they want to do it, no problem. But like I can't work with gloves. No feel. I can't feel.
yeah.
If the gloves don't fit, you must have quit.
But
So then, okay, I have the one, and that's fine because that's just how I'm talking. But then I realized, yeah, and it's supposed to be in this ear. Yeah, like it just my ear doesn't hold it. Like it holds it for a little bit, but a bunch of times it pops out, and I have to pick it up because it. And I've talked to other people. Yeah, they have the same things. And no, they put in there, they exercise, they do all this shit. I'm like, yeah, my ear shape isn't conducive for that. I need one that has some kind of attachment to my head or something, or at least a cord where if they fall out, they don't go down the sink.
Hey, bud, you use double ended. Do any of yours do any of your lights shut down for a period of time
Well,
if
let me
they've
tell
been
you,
on for a long time?
we had this one uh, ballast that because of what happened, we just changed the bulbs a couple of weeks ago. And okay, this one ballast is the last of 6 of them that worked for a period of time and then died and got replaced with another one where now that store's closed and all that. So, okay, so I put new bulbs in and it would come on. Well, the first sign of trouble was I went in there a little bit after lights on, after changing the bulb, because sometimes we've had bad bulbs and had to replace them. That light didn't come on. Then I shut off all the lights real quickly for a few minutes and I turned it back on and it came on. A few hours later, it was back off. I went and looked at the ballast, which I don't even pay attention to the shit we are running, but that particular ballast had the switch where you could go 600, 1,000, and I think 1150, like where you're pushing it.
Yeah.
Right. It was on 1,000. Right. And I clicked it to 1150. And yeah, that solved the problem. That light hasn't gone out. It's been a couple weeks. But
Maybe
when I told my partner about the sit, she's like, yeah, that's the fucked up balances. The other ones we have don't have that switch thing because we, for the most part, don't use it. And yeah, that 1150, that bulb will be burnt out or out of CRI quicker than the ones you're running at 1,000. Because the bulb isn't like I
made to
learned
go
this
that
with
the
with
supercharging.
the magnetic, I mean the digital ballasts. Yeah, those ones, and that's how they can claim a little better lumens and all that than the magnetic, because they push it. Where yeah, I change bulbs pretty regularly over all these years, but a lot of times you couldn't tell an old bulb from a new bulb, right? If you mixed them up when you were changing them after like whatever months. Now with the digital ballasts, oh no, you can tell because the actual glass has this real light tinge of gray. It's really because it's like run at this like max capacity fucking it's got, right? Where I kind of learned, yeah, I don't think there's a benefit in that. So I like this one in the 1,000.
Well, I turned mine on 600 and then I turned it up to 1,000 and I really didn't see a difference.
Well, wait, how can you go from what bulb do you have in?
A metal halide,
1,000 watt bulb?
double ended, yeah.
Oh, a double end. Well, look, that I mean, it might run at 600, but like that's like I don't know how to explain it. Like if it's 1,000
You're
watt
cutting
bulb,
down the juice.
it's not gonna run at its design
Keeps it on the loose.
place. Like 1,000 watt bulb supposed
Exactly.
to run 1,000. And a lot of that stuff is the way that they do it. Like you'd be surprised that your ballast could still be using 1,000 watts because the way they cut the power is, well, some have it that it's true, but like some of them, like, you have it at 600, but it's still pulling 1,000. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah.
dissipating the other 400 in in
Really?
the electronics. But yeah,
Get a load of
double-ended.
this. My mom's new car they synced it up to the garage door opener. So when she doesn't know how to work it properly, the other day she came home from getting my dad's fish dinner, and I heard like these metal poles falling in the garage, and I heard her come in, and I heard these metal poles falling. Well, here her car opens up because on the garage door opener we have 3 buttons because there's 3 different garage door openers. And where I have my canopy is in the big garage door. And that was open for almost an hour the other day. My plants were like 32 fucking degrees.
Oh shit.
That's not good.
That's crazy.
So today I got up on the ladder and I pulled that cord, and now that garage door will not open.
Captain pulls his cord.
Yeah. But I mean, holy shit, man. I mean, it's evening time and I've got 2,000 watts going, and yeah, it's got panda film and it's all blacked out, but except for one end that's just lighting it up. And it's like, come on, mom. Yeah, I'm using the black side out, but really don't want to like advertise a fucking grow. It's legal, but I still don't want to do it. That's why you guys will never see my grows. And right now, it's just basically all veg anyways.
Well, I
But
live
here in
in
my
California,
state,
which is
if
a
it
different.
has roots, it counts as one of your plants, which is the law that I'm probably going to either go to jail for or change.
Well, if it's like any other state, plant counts become irrelevant because who's enforcing it? Okay, like, and oh, if you stay out of trouble, like the only way you can get in trouble in this area would be if you brought it to yourself. They're not like have any like eyes trying to be like, oh, and even if like, I mean, I live with this reality. Yeah, even at my scale, it's a code violation misdemeanor. It's fucking not even anything. I'm a felon. I've been to prison. So, all those other years, oh, it was a felony. You could get broke off some serious time. They'd make a case of it. They try to fucking take all your shit. The whole thing. Oh, today it's nothing here. So it's
Well,
like,
they're
oh, the biggest freedom in the like, you know how they say like the gays come out of the and these different groups over the years. Yeah, cannabis. When all this has happened, it's been like a lot of years. I felt like, oh, like because like before,
I'm gonna be
for
labeled.
a lot of years you had to like watch your p's and q's to the point it was insane. Right? Nah, I don't give a shit now. Um, Not at all. A lot of times I'm out and about. I don't think like smell like weed, but oh, this hoodie,
Oh, I
I've been
do.
working with it, and but I don't even think of that. Right? Sometimes I have no weed on me at all. I don't always carry weed. Um, People will be like, "Oh, you smell." One time, I liked the best one was this guy at the butcher shop. He said, "Oh, you smell legal." I was like, you know, a lot of times those people are like, sometimes if I have weed on me, I fucking hit people. I'm here. I've been that way forever. Like,
Give a butt out.
yeah, I'm not trying to get cuss. I'm just as like a here. Even at the market I shop at, I bring like shit that's older or lower bags. It's fucking worthy. And sometimes there's homeless around. Usually like 75%. I'm like, yeah, cool, here. I'm like, do you smoke weed? They're like, yeah. I'm like, here. If no one's around, in front there's this like planter, and then I just leave it on the in the corner of the thing. Like obviously you can see it. And a lot of times I leave it before I go in the store. And I'm in the store 15, 20, 30 minutes. I come out, oh, somebody took it, right? And there's like a certain homeless community around this area up there. I recognize them over the time. Yeah, I realize. So they're like, yeah, because I do this for months and months and months in pretty big bags. Like, yeah, it's like I'm like the secret. One time there was a bike parked in front, and it had this like rack thing in the back, and there's what's that brand? Stizzy. I might not pronounce it right. ST something. It's a big brand in SoCal. It had a sticker on the back. So then that guy was in the store. The bike was locked up. And there was a flat spot on this rack in the back. I just put this like bag on top of it, right? Maybe because oh, you got a Stizzy sticker, you must be fucking cool. And then every once in a while, I'll see somebody that I don't think, okay. And then like they're like offended that I offered a weed. They're like, I don't smoke weed. I'm like, oh, okay, sorry. And when I used to save roaches, mainly in my car, I'd have an empty cigarette pack and I'd just put them in there. A lot of times, like if I was driving out of a place where there's people with signs trying to get money, I'd pull up and be like, "Hey, you smoke weed?" And sometimes I'd give them weed. I've always thought if you were in that situation, which most of them
Smoke anything.
well,
Not
most of
you,
them
bud.
have drug problems, alcohol problems, whatever. Oh, the best thing, we leave the fucking all night or what? Oh, some weed. And I imagine because some of these bags are pretty big. Oh, somebody's went over and bought papers and then tried to sell some joints around to the other fucking people.
Yeah. Or took the
I think
bag and
that's a
tried to
twist.
get what they wanted.
I'm pretty observant. So, like a few months ago, this guy was obviously fresh out of prison. And he was like hanging out in front of the store and he was burning incense and he was all buff and just out of prison. Now it's been months later. I was at the AM/PM in line. It was kind of at night. And he comes walking in and I almost didn't recognize him because, oh, now it's months later. He's fucking haggard.
Back on it.
It's like, he came walking right up to me and goes, "Hey, I just need, you got any weed? I want to get some weed or weed, something." And I'm like, no, because like, oh, certain people, yeah, this guy's trouble. I've been to prison. I know I can spot that, right? Uh, and then there was a guy in front of me, a younger guy that didn't speak English. And then he asked that guy, and they were having a hard time coming. And I said, because I said Mota, and the guy goes, "Oh yeah, hold on," like, and oh yeah, he was parked in this fucking super truck out front. They probably had some whatever weed, gave this guy weed, but yeah, that guy freaked me out when he asked me for weed. I'm like the secret Santa.
I haven't heard Malta in a long time.
Well, that's I guess what Spanish.
Yeah. That brought a smile to my face.
But like some of this developed when I was in AA or NA or whatever. It's fucking 25, 30 years ago. Because there's all these sayings and shit, the fucking big book or whatever. I forget all the shit. But there's one, and it's really about your sobriety. It's the foundational thing. You can't keep what you don't give away. Like the idea there is, oh, your sobriety, if you're not like in service to the new people or to whatever, right? But then I've always just taken that to like the principle of, well,
Next
yeah,
level.
like I give like even to my like people, but some of it is like it's not all the time. It's when and then some people start to expect it or Like it's weird how different people are with things like that. But like that's like a thing when somebody starts to expect it, well then I I'm like a weirdo. I don't like that vibe.
I did that with a lot of stuff I didn't want to trim up. Is
Well,
I
yeah,
just, I bucket, put it in a big like gallon bag and give it to somebody, and then it'd be a full gallon bag, and there'd be like 4 or 5 ounces in it.
yeah, I mean I have lowers and sometimes it isn't even that. It's just like, oh, it's getting toward
The end of time.
yeah, and I'm on to the next, whatever. It's what I don't even think of it that way.
Oh,
Right. Like if you grow 15, 20 pounds a month, then a couple whatever. It's not like it's not that it's like even when I have the new worker, Jessica, I ran her warehouse, her and her husband in 215, like 15 years ago. So as I'm like thinking I'm like needing to train her, she's always saying, you taught me all this shit fucking 15 years ago. And yeah, she's smart and but like we were defoliating or any like, oh, if you accidentally bend like breaks it, like, oh well. Oh, she takes it all personal, feels like she fucked up. I'm like, no, don't trip. Like, like if you at a certain point, yeah, if you oh, I used to be fucking super anal. Nah. Like there's a certain loss factor or whatever built into it.
Yeah, when you're putting out 15 to 20 a month, yeah, you really don't worry about a branch here and there.
Give me something I could have been helping you with.
I never did. Unless it was like at the end, and then I'd take some tape and maybe a piece of wood and like tape it back together. Duct tape works great. You're muted, bud.
huh.
That's what my room looks like. The bright white.
Bright light.
So now I got to go redo my whole canopy up because I had to put a fucking 24-foot ladder to get to that rope to pull for the garage door. So
Crazy.
tomorrow I've got to go down and do that and transplant and finish putting up the one side so I can start actually to take clones. I had someone over and they seen my garden. If you come over to the house, you can see the garden. But they were like, "Man, your plants look so sparse and spindly." And I'm like, "Yeah, because they're only there for one reason, and that's to take clones off of it." And this is the first getting back into it, so I wanted everything to stretch so I could just take like I literally have 5 foot plants that, just have like 8 to 10 inch branches coming out. And it's like, yep, a clone here, clone there, clone here, clone there. Shit, that plant's got 50 clones on it.
Huh.
And then, my mom was even in and she was asking, and I said, yeah, they're just donor plants right now. I said, it's just to get the numbers up for, cutting more clones because that's what sells in Ohio is clones.
Huh.
And then I
Yeah,
found
sounds
out
right.
that, hey, the old people that I was selling to, like 15 years ago, 10 years ago, yeah, they're still willing to pay a better price for better quality homegrown weed. And they're actually terming it homegrown now, not
Nice.
craft or anything small batch. No, you got any of that homegrown? Yep. Okay. What's today's price on it? It hasn't changed, and neither has the quality. And they're like, okay, we'll still buy it. Because here, you can go into some of these dispos and pick up 80 and $100 ounces, but it's the quality. It doesn't have a whole bunch of PGR to it. Like even people with like Athena. Athena has PGRs in it.
Huh.
Yeah. Well, you got to get that Bud Hardener in there somehow.
That's what she said.
Oh, D, you're making me miss Thailand even more.
Oh, lucky, big boy.
Is Athena
I can't,
popular up there?
huh?
Is it Athena pop? I mean, I know it's for a while, and it was like big with dispensaries, big
In
grows,
Thailand,
indoor grows.
Athena was the first commercial product to hit Thailand. And they're all running it at 1,500 parts per million. And I'm like,
Yeah.
guys, I can taste the nutrients in the weed. And they're like, what are you talking about? I said, you're using Athena, aren't you? And they're like, yeah. And I go, why don't you cut it down to like 1,000 near the end?
Yeah.
Well, the bottle says this. I said, I don't care. I can fucking taste it.
Like halfway through flower, you even start cutting it down.
But,
Yeah.
I also walked into a store and I'm looking for a PK boost, and there's none in the store. I
Yeah.
come back and I'm thinking, and I'm going back to all the old stores that I used to go to for things. And the stores either closed up or, oh no, we streamlined down to just this because this is what sells. And I'm like, yeah, but for a person like me that likes to add a little bit more of this, a little bit more of that, the other products that you took off the shelf are the products that I really want. And now I have to go online and buy them. And after about 2 months, 2.5 months trying to piece together a grow room, it's like, no, just go online and order whatever you fucking need because it's much easier than wasting your time driving around.
Yeah. So, hey, have you seen any of the grow stores trying to branch out into like just like other plants and like maybe during the summer months anyway, just home
Well,
growers, home
here in
gardeners.
here in Ohio, it's always been that way
Yeah, that's true. I
because
was
they
told too.
tried to, it's a hydro store, but we grow tomatoes.
Yeah,
And they'd
but really
have
to appeal to
tomatoes
them,
in the
don't you?
front room, in the front window,
Uh-huh. Because
and
then you
other
could even get
plants.
you can get into other stuff like more of like you know, the worm cast, like fresh kind of stuff, worm cast, and maybe kind of teas. I remember grocers used to like sell, it'd be like Tea Wednesday or something. They'd have fresh brewed teas or something, and you know, maybe stuff like that.
I didn't see that until I went out into California and moved out there in 2008,
I've seen like the Ace.
2007.
Actually, I've seen the Ace Hardware stores where they have like it was like live worms they were selling, and also some kind of soil mite, predatory mite, and some other stuff. Like they had a whole little display stand with like a bunch of like stuff that I was like, wow, all this stuff looks like stuff I could use. But it didn't look like the best quality. But I mean, I thought I would actually I might get it. Maybe it was good quality. I was thinking like, oh, I don't know, these worms probably been here a while.
I went into a regular Ace Hardware store and I was looking around at, what they were carrying. And this is a hardware store that, the front of their store is so packed with shit. And I'm looking around, and it's like, man, I wouldn't use any of this shit. I went up to a nursery and they had these little 11-ounce bottles of Dynagrow. And they were originally $10. They marked them down to $5. I talked to the manager about it. And I said, is this all you have is what's out on the little
Buy you
display? And
out.
he goes, no. He goes, why? I said, listen, you guys have been this is on clearance for the past 4 months. I said, what if I give you like $3 a bottle and I take all of your grow and all of your bloom? And he goes, well, let me go check in the back. And he comes out with 2 cases of grow, 2 cases of bloom. And he writes right on it, $3 a piece, $36 a case. And I'm like, cool. I just bought Dynagrow at half price than the grow store.
Right.
Because it was back down to like $36 a fucking gallon. Goddamn Super Thrive. Super Thrive buys them out and jacks up the price $25 a gallon. But I also didn't know that my local lighting company or light manufacturer bought out Lux eye bulbs. They bought all their patents and everything.
Who did?
Penny.
Who bought it?
It's called Ventura Lighting Company out of Solon, Ohio. Because I was talking with their engineer because they came out with an LED grow light, and I'm asking him about them, and I'm like, hey, this is the way I built mine for my type of plants. So they're changing their lights now.
Oh.
And I told him, I said, listen, someday I'm going to be calling back up for a favor, and I want your super metal halides that you still make.
Well,
I'm
they
going
always
to
have
want
to
like
come
a
out.
pallet of them.
Always have to come out with new things. So we'll see. That idea about like simulating Hawaii or other places, kind of interesting. Maybe
Well,
maybe combining LEDs and some kind of bulb, other bulbs would make
I think
in the future, just even just for hype or just a certain situation.
no, I
Check it
really
out.
think for growing cannabis, that if you're going to use LEDs, you should also use something like a 315 or 630s, which is basically 313s together. But
Metal housing.
I really think though adding that different spectrum in there helps. Now my lights, my LEDs, I can like control all of the red, all of the blue, the white, everything in them, all from my phone. And then, of course, the reason why mine pull 1100 watts instead of 1000 watts from the light or from the wall is I actually have a fourth driver that just drives the far red and the 730s that I had them put in
Uh-huh. So you don't run
because they're
them at
like
full the whole time?
uh I can't run them because I don't have phase 3 here. In Thailand, everything's like ran off of 277.
Uh-huh.
And you can't plug a 277 into 240. So that's phase 3, and it's those lights are just sitting in the garage, and I gotta wait till I get into the facility, and then I can put them in the facility. And then all the far red and everything is going to be turned down because I just basically want them for veg. I did pick up 2 more light movers the other day. The guy was happy as shit to get rid of them. Now I think I only have like 4 extra light rails that I need motors for.
Yeah. Like you see those kind of being associated with like HIDs, and no one really
Yeah,
wants
but
those anymore. But you can use them with LEDs too, or like you're gonna use them with double ended.
exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I looked at it this way, and it's like, I'm not making flour. So I don't need that intense light beaming down on them all the time. So I can run them on a light mover because, I'm just doing veg.
Mm.
The flowering out of a plant, yeah, that may be done outside, but I'm not going to really put anything outside in the yard. I did ask the guy next door if I could put some plants out in the back of his property. And he said, well, as long as you don't go over like 10 or 12, yeah. And I'm like, cool. Because he doesn't mow the back part of his yard, his lot. My mom moved into this new house, and all the houses are on 3/4 of an acre.
Nice size.
Yeah, but he doesn't, mow the back part, so it's all like knee-high weeds and shit. And I'm like, yeah, can I put a couple in, back by the tree line? Sure.
Just a few more trees to go with it.
Yeah.
Special trees.
And I'm going to take a couple out down to the farm and put them out there for the guy to take care of them. I said, but listen, when I bring them, I'm going to bring big white plastic sheets with numbers on them. And he goes, why? I said, I'm going to bring you 4-foot tall plants at the end of like May. These are going to be trees.
That's awesome.
So the helicopters are still flying in southern Ohio because they know that since they gave us this opportunity, that there's going to be a lot of people like filling up the back parts of cornfields and shit, because that's what they did 30 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
So
they don't
yeah,
do
we've
that.
got the helicopters are back flying in Ohio.
That's yeah. That's
They had
insane.
stopped there for a while because a lot of the people just gave up. And then I've heard people having plants in their backyard before it was legal here and it was medical. They would just come in and cut the plants down, not even knock on your door.
Yeah,
Just cut your plants down and leave them and go.
yeah, yeah. Like California, I always heard that's what they would do. Get
Yeah,
down.
but
Yeah.
if you've got like 35, now a guy has been arrested for 35 flowering plants here. But I'm sure there was other things involved with that too, because you
But
shouldn't
what
get
about
arrested for 35 plants. It should be like a ticket.
nowadays with hemp and even well THCA,
But
but
wait a
whatever.
second.
But doesn't
Here in Ohio, as long as it's a rooted cannabis plant, no matter if it's hemp or non-hemp, it still counts as one of your six. So you can have
cannabis plant.
clones and that can put you over your number.
So what about if you get a hemp license though?
Well, that's what I'm fighting, and that's why I'm going to open up a store, is using the federal hemp license. And I today I talked with a friend who's an old time lawyer. He's going to do my case pro bono, and we have two of Ohio's agricultural college professors that are willing to come testify that my vegetative plants don't have more than the 0.3% THC in them. And that's why I said I may get arrested in the beginning, but we're going to end up changing the law and the way that the law reads here. Because that's bullshit, man. You know, if you're a medical person and say you have a perpetual garden going, well, even if you're just flowering out six, you have another six that are seven, a mother plant that you're taking clones off of to keep feeding your garden, because you're pulling out like a plant every
Yeah,
2.5 weeks.
makes sense to me.
Yeah, but the state of Ohio doesn't see it that way.
I know. Yeah.
And
Well,
then
yeah, it's like
2 weeks
flowering
ago,
and veg. Yeah, it's weird how so it's just rooted. So they don't. So there's no veg and flowering plants. It's just rooted plants. That's the way it
yeah,
is.
exactly. As
Yeah,
long as it has
got it.
roots, it's considered one.
Yeah, that is
Now,
different. Most places
two,
are, yeah, you have so many flowering. But that's cool. So you could have six flowering. So that's that. I like that better actually. Because then, yeah, I can see why
then what are
cloning
you going to
is more
do when
important.
you get done with
Well,
those
instead of
six
selling,
plants? You got to go find six more.
okay, so instead of selling clones, how about selling teens?
Anything in vegetative form does not have
Well,
the
I mean, no, I mean
THC.
as a store, or a business, where when you're
Well,
talking about
yeah,
clones are popular.
I have a clientele that wants 3 to 4 foot plants. And the reason why they want these is because when their friends come over, they always want to have flowering plants. So they're willing to pay $300-400 for these 3 to 4 foot plants.
It makes sense. I don't know
You know,
about
but
three to four
it's
hundred
people,
dollars, but I mean, I could see
it's
a couple
people with
$100,
money.
or maybe. Well, it's bad. Like if a clone is $100, if it's a good one, yeah, you know, three, 400. That I can see it. If it's like yeah, a quality genetics too. Add
Well,
that in there, and you grow it
you're
healthy
gonna,
for that long. Yeah, three, 400. That's reasonable.
yeah, you know, you're gonna walk into my shop and there's gonna be a big selection of clones between 20 and $25 a piece. And then there's going to be some more that are a little bit more, but the majority of them are going to be 20 and $25.
I look at it as $100 a pack is yeah, it's okay. That's reasonable for good genetic. And if you're going to give me a clone, that's basically what I might be looking for anyway, or be happy with and finding in a pack, then okay, $100 per clone, that's reasonable too.
Exactly.
I don't even have to look for it. It's maybe even worth more,
Well,
especially if you can
it's
try the
worth
bud
your,
that it is. If you can try the bud also that it represents, or someone a representation of it, yeah, then definitely, yeah,
so here's the thing, okay? We
I'd love
can
that.
gift flour to people. So when you walk into my shop and if you're a good customer and you want to try something, then come to one of the monthly events and pay the $100 or the $150 for you and another person to come, because every month I'm going to be coming out with 12 to 20 new strains. And at this little event, if you buy your tickets, you get a gram of everything. So you can try it before you buy the clone.
That's cool. I like that too. I like that a
Yeah.
lot.
And we're going to supply music and a little bit of food and drinks along with that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. You know, the future, there's still going to be new things people are going to think of, and
yeah,
for marketing and putting in the stores and ways of selling this and that, or offering this and that.
shit, I just found out that
The
there's a guy that
lounge.
lives 15 minutes from my house that has fucking shit in 3 different states on the shelves already. And I'm like really wanting to talk to him about how he did all that.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well,
Because I've
hook up,
got some
hook up with a
stuff
business
that's
person.
shelf ready. Well, I've got some stuff that is shelf ready, you know. It's marketable. Some of it I don't like, but other people do. And it's business. It doesn't matter really what I like, it's what sells.
Yeah, especially if it's a good product and it's just like, yeah, certain people, this is it's their needs. Yeah,
I mean, this one
definitely.
is sweet lemon candy turp. I do not like lemon, but everybody that's tried it is like, can we get a clone of this? Can we get a clone of this?
Yeah,
And
no,
it's like,
definitely.
I gotta hunt through it again because someone just threw a 10 pack in and this is what they found out of it.
There are definitely situations like that. And people at different stages of smoking, of cannabis in their life, and maybe, they're working or something like that. And they want to get high, but not, a certain kind of high, more functional high, and talk to people a lot more.
Oh, it's a sweet lemon candy turp, but you can feel the gas in it. just like the strawberry and cream, when you hit it, you get that gas chemical taste off the beginning, and then the back end is that strawberry, and it's a sesquiterpene, so again, it stays all the way through the joint. And I've really work on those because I want couples to smoke together. And a lot of times the
That's a good
guys
angle too.
want
There you
that.
go. It's another marketing angle. A
A
whole
lot
like
of
a
times,
box of chocolates, an assortment. Yeah.
well,
Pick your
a
bud.
lot of times the guys want to get stoned, but the girls don't like the taste of gas or chemical or sour. They want something fruity. So if I can give them something that has the strength, the narcotic high, the long lasting high from a plant, but also the first 2/3 of the joint is nothing but like a fruit flavor when they smoke it. I'm hitting two different markets and I'm bringing two different people together that, the wife may want to smoke one strain, but the husband or the boyfriend wants to smoke another strain.
Yeah.
And once you get down to that last little bit of the joint, then the guy can just finish it because the girl is probably really fucking high to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a joint. Yeah.
And the guy doesn't care that, the last part of the joint tastes like hash because he's actually like, oh, yeah, okay, I'm finally to the good part here. Like I went at this party tonight. There were a couple people, and I took down three different Death Stars that were grown by three different people. And it's like, okay, this one's grown in living soil bed. This is a living soil bed. This one, the guy actually uses, salts. Everybody picked out the one that the guy used salts for. And I explained it to him. I said, it's the same fucking plant. The only thing is with salts, you were able to push it at certain times and you were able to add what it needed, where the living soil bed didn't. And the living soil people say, oh, well, the plant takes up what it needs. But if it's not there for the plant to take up in that excess quantity, it's not going to finish right. And I tried to explain this to them, and they finally got it because, I laid out three different growers and three different techniques. And they were like, yeah, we like this one. Well, you like salt. Oh, no, no, that's got to be, no, it's salt done correctly. It shouldn't taste like anything. It should taste like organic bud if you do it right. Yeah, I went
Yeah.
through like
Synganics
2 ounces of
is a
weed
good thing.
tonight.
Oh yeah. Another
Well,
thing with the different strains is some people, besides liking the different, say for fruity for someone, not, but other people might want to wash with it, or they might have a different purpose with it for it, and so you may not like it, but somebody might like it for washing and then making the concentrate. Maybe then it's strong enough and it's different. There's also that.
well, the lemon one, that's what I was trying to take the lemon G and tighten up because it's got a big bud structure to it. and I was trying to tighten up the bud structure a little bit and add trichlomes to it because I think, you know, if you hunt through it, you can really find a winning washer. And we made the cross, and now I'm realizing that no, I don't need the female plant, but I need the male plant to actually accomplish that. So I screwed up, but hey, I came out with that sweet lemon candy terp and people love it. But I'm gonna go through 100 of those seeds, and I bet you there's a washer in there. One that really dumps.
Yeah, yeah, it's possible.
I mean,
Males shouldn't have too much more. I mean, actually, they shouldn't have anything more that can't be transferred over and affect it, except like maybe, and for dump, except like putting out something like to the population that affects the females to put out to change their characteristics. Because otherwise, male, whatever it's going to be keeping to itself that it can't transfer over, you know, in genetic recombination, part of the X and Y can transfer over genes.
see this
But whatever's
this
going
was
to
a
stay with
lot
the
of,
male is always going to stay with the male. But it may do something. But the male may be putting like put out something into the population, into the air, let's say, or soil, and affect the females.
no, it's always been that way. You know, the males are going to give off certain, the plant can only have what, 23, 24 chromosomes? 24, because half come half from the male and half come from the female, basically.
It might be 20, but
Okay.
okay, whatever it is.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever it
Okay.
is.
And if what you're looking for is only transferred over in the male plant, then you have to use the male. But when you're talking clone only, you can't really do that. Now,
Yeah, if you were
I'll
starting with
mention it
just a
now because
clone,
there's only like 20 people fucking watching. But, you know, how can I say this? Damn it. I just kind of lost what I was going to say.
about the
But
clone and the male, people who clone
yeah,
only.
I'm going to actually take some of our older shit, and
Get some seeds.
I've told people I never do any S1s, but I'm thinking about doing S1s with some of the older clone onlys so we can get back to parental stock that those plants were made from. Now, I understand that the parental stock is only going to show up in a feminized form, but it may be the only way to get back some of these things. Like I thought the Lemon G was a cross with a tie and another string. Here I come to find out there's no tie in it at all. And it's actually a four-way cross. So
But at
it's a
some point,
four-way.
well, who is at some point? Isn't that like Ohio lemon G? Or aren't there like some other
Yeah,
lemon G's? Yeah,
it's Ohio. No, there's the Ohio Lemon G, and that's it.
that's it. So who did the four-way cross?
A girl did.
Or what? What's the history on that? What happened there?
It's a Cali Mist with some orange strain and a couple of other things. because I'm sitting here trying to figure out how did you get an orange citrus to come out like a lemon pledge terp? And I'm thinking maybe it was the Cali Mist that did it. But I've never grown the other two strains that she talked about. Oh, there's also the G13 in there too. Now the G13, you know, there's a bunch of infighting here in Ohio over genetics. And one of the biggest guys, I totally have blown him out of the water because he said, "Oh, my friend invented Death Star back in like 1992 or 93." And I'm like, well, how can you do that when the Sensi Star wasn't even out until like 1996, 97? It wasn't released until then. So how could you have Death Star before then? And then he goes, "Oh, the G13 came from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The buddy's dad was a high-ranking general." And we're like, no,
I
because
never
you
heard that
just told
story.
us that, well, it was a government
I
plant
heard government. Yeah,
from
that's
what
what
we
that was the
heard in the
story I
beginning.
heard. Yeah, yeah, from
Okay,
government. Yeah, grow.
well, when you have a big Air Force base, you can grow pot on it because it's a big area that people can't fly over. They can't fucking come on to. So it's a perfect place to do research. And I'm like, no, because you got it out of that from around the Athens area. And I found out that that G13 came from seed back in the mid 90s. And
Okay.
it came out of Kentucky.
I mean, there were different
So,
lemon dominant varieties.
yeah, but this
Yeah, I
doesn't
get that.
have any lemon in it. It's got a citrus and orange, but it doesn't have a lemon. And how do you get a
Yeah,
lemon pledge from an orange?
yeah, maybe some limonene, and orange, probably different
Well, I know
citrus
there's
mixtures.
citrus, but I think a lot has to do with, it being a four-way and somehow it just brought that out. Like there's also a
Uh,
lemon pine sol that came out of them too.
you always hear those. What was the lemon tree? What's the one with
Yeah, lemon
uh,
tree's a big one. And I can't say it, but I think a lot of it, a lot of the lemon come from Thailand. I mean,
okay,
there's a ton of
believe that.
lemonine over in Thailand. So that's why I was figuring that the, lemon G had Thai in it someplace, and it don't.
Huh? Really?
Yep.
I would. It comes from somewhere warm
Some
though.
mix up of the four-way brings it out.
It seems like it comes from somewhere where it's really warm and humid, equatorial.
Well, that's where the orange comes in,
Because
the
but it does
citrus
grow pretty.
orange.
I mean, what I've seen, isn't it pretty loose packed? A
It's a
loose packed
loose
to seem
bud.
airy, to breathe,
Yeah,
in a hot
but I'm
climate, and
but
I
you
think
hold up a 1 liter pop bottle to this thing, and the main cola dwarfs the 1 liter pop bottle. You put a 2 liter
uh-huh.
next to it, and you've got it.
Huh.
That's why we've kept the plant for 24 years is it puts out weight and people like it.
Well, yeah, it's so
So,
unique and it is strong. Yeah. Yeah, powerful high.
I think it's
Anyway,
kind of weak, but you know, I like my Afghan, I like the narcotic highs.
it was good.
It's if I
That's why I'm a
had
little surprised when
pounds
you
of
said,
it,
well,
if I had
I saw,
pounds of it today, I could sell them at 350 an ounce and sell out in a day.
hmm,
Because everybody wants it. Everybody wants that flower again.
yeah, I can see that.
And I'm like, no, people, the one you really want is our bubbleberry. And I know of only one person that has that still.
The bubbleberry sounds like something you'd want like day after day after day, whereas like the lemon juice sounds like something like, once in a while.
No, the lemon G is a day after day. The bubbleberry
Really?
is more
I couldn't.
nighttime
All right, that's
because
then
it's
that's
an
for like real
indica
lemon.
dominant.
Okay. Well, all right, but
And
I just mean
the
just
lemon
the
keeps you an up high, an energetic high, where the bubbleberry is more of a stony narcotic high. But it smells just like blueberry muffins coming out of the oven. I've caught myself
sounds
sitting
good.
there because this was back during when I smoked out of glass. Is I'd pack my little oney because you only need like 5, 6 hits of this shit. And I'd pack my oney and I'd burn like a little side of it. And I'd find myself after exhaling smelling the burnt bowl with part fresh and part burnt and just smelling that for like 4 or 5 minutes before I hit it again because it smelled so much like blueberry muffins coming out of the oven. It was just phenomenal. And those seeds came out of Sagarmatha in like 96, 95, 96 in Amsterdam, which is Tony, who came out of like Nebraska, I think. He's also the one that teamed up with another person that brought in Western Winds, which was the first U.S. strain first strain from the U.S. to win a High Times Cup in the 90s. And they had seeds for it for basically about 4 months and then were sold out because we tried buying them and they never came back in.
Hmm.
But that strain actually came from Colorado.
Oh wow.
That's why they called it the Western Winds because it came from the west to Amsterdam. That's when we came up with creative names for shit. Gas pack, gas can, gas cap. Come on. You know, I have never named a strain that I've made. I've always just told people the genetic makeup and tell them, hey, if you want to name it, go ahead. I'm not into naming shit. I'm just into making it.
Hmm.
So a name doesn't mean shit to me. And I walk into these dispensaries and they're like, oh, well, such and such is a good strain. And I'm like, okay, tell me the parents. And that's when they bring out their tablet and you can actually look at the tablet. You can look at the harvest date and the package date on it. And it's like, yeah, okay. Finally, I got to the point where I tell the girls, hey, just tell me what you have on the shelf that has been harvested in the last 4 to 6 months. You know, anything after that, don't even offer it to me.
Yeah. So, what I wonder what year that was. Let me see the winter wind. I said. Let's see. The first winter, the first cup was 1988. Winner was
No,
skunk number one
yeah, 88.
from Cultivator's Choice. Yeah. Yeah. In the third cup, Northern Lights number five from the seed bank. That's how I'm going, I guess. 1995.
I've got catalogs from High Times Cup from 95 because they were still left over in 96 and 97 at the shops.
I was there 2004. It's
See,
Amnesia Haze from Barney.
that's when I think in 2004 everything changed in Amsterdam. In 2004, I had a hard time getting high in Amsterdam because a lot of the
In
weed
2000,
was being grown by like one person, and a lot of the narcoticized started. This is when the flavored and the 3 and 4 way crosses started coming out. And I really think our genetics got watered down in 90 and 2004, especially 2005. 2005, there was only two different types of flower that would actually get me to where I wanted to go. And one was sage out of the Katsu. So I was just smoking a ton of fucking hash because the
yeah,
hash was getting me
there's
to where I
mostly hash.
wanted to go.
Yeah, hash and plus it was, yeah, they had killer hash over there, varieties that you couldn't get over here. They
Yeah.
always outdid America for hash, the
Oh, well,
varieties,
yeah.
freshness, yeah, in Europe. Because in Denmark too, yeah. Oh, just remember
No,
like
no,
somebody asking like, oh, is that real Afghani or is that Paki? One of the
it's
stalls.
Packy. I had
You
Packy in
can Paki.
California.
This guy, I guess Paki wasn't considered as good.
Oh, these were good. But
Nice
man,
black.
you want to talk about a plant that
Well,
takes
Afghani's
like,
better.
it literally took 60 days to get a plant to 2.5 feet tall. And you're like, holy cow.
Uh,
And then you flower it out and you only get an extra foot out of it. So it's like a 3.5 foot tall plant, but you bushed them out and the flower was exceptional. Like my Death Star, oh my God, in veg, it's like, hurry up, grow, fucker. I mean, I've literally had a plant that I busted the top off, except for the bottom two branches that had a little bit coming out.
hey,
And
this is
these plants are literally twice the size of my Death Star plants. And it's like this plant was like 3 inches tall And when I brought the Death Stars in, they were like 8 inches tall. Well, now they're like 11 inches tall, but this other plant is now 2 feet tall. But I
Yeah,
think I'm
but
doing pretty
I
good on the
I
Death
don't mind the
Star.
slow. The slow ones are usually like killer weed, though.
It's because you like a narcotic high.
And I'm growing it for myself. You know, no commercial place is going to grow some of these, but these plants that I grow or have grown
No,
and liked and repeatedly grown. And they would be like, "Oh no, I can't grow that again."
but I do have caregivers up in Michigan that have quit growing on a caregiver's scale because the money's not there until I literally offered them $2,000 a pound to grow my Death Star. Because I can get 3,200 a pound wholesale here in Ohio for it. But the whole thing of it is you have to know how to grow it, and then you have to know how long to cure it for. Because that was another thing that, the reason why I brought 3 different is because one was cured out the way it should be, and the other 2 were in between that time. And I got to the party early because I wanted certain people to experience the difference in the highs and the duration of the highs. So I started them off with the one that I thought was the least, and then I hit them at the end with the hard hitting one, and they're like, wow. The smell on this is completely different. The taste on it is much better. And I'm like, yeah, the only trouble is you dry it out and then you stare at it for 2 fucking months on the shelf before you can really smoke it. It literally has to
Oh,
have almost a 60-day cure time to it.
you just keep it
For the,
closed, totally
yeah,
sealed.
yep. And I wish I would have taken a video of it when I handed a jar to Kevin Jordy. I shook the gallon mason jar up a little bit and then I handed it to him and he opened it up close to his nose, which he didn't have to do. Because as soon as he opened it, you could smell it from 8 to 10 feet away. But yeah, some strains it just takes longer in the cure for the whole plant to mature. It's got to off gas some. And then there's some strains that I found that it's like, okay, it's dry, sell it now. Why? Because in 4 weeks, this flavor and the smell is going to be gone in it. And no one's going to like it. Well, people still like it, but it's not quality. And I think that's what we all try to strive for is the quality, to bring out the best quality of the plant. And you just have to try different things to figure that out.
Hmm.
Like the lemon
Yeah.
G, I take that plant 68 days, but if you ask Jimmy Toucans, it's 82 to 84 days. You ask other people, and it's 80 days. And I'm like, okay, well, I've grown it for 24 years, and this is what we came up with. It's just as potent, but we save 2 weeks of flowering time. And it's not like the buds get denser or you get a lot more weight. It actually foxtails on you. That's why I'm really pissed off at someone after them naming that lemon G cross after themselves and touting that he bred it. Well, if it wasn't for me, he would never have the lemon G. And if it wasn't for me, he would have never used that male. So he's taking credit for basically my creations.
Who was the male? Who was the male again?
East Bay,
East Bay.
yeah.
Lemon G or
And
what was
I'll call that motherfucker out, Grateful J. He's a little fucking bitch. And he's got my address and he can show up at my house any fucking time he wants too. He ain't gonna leave, but he can show up. Because I didn't get my fair share of seeds. And then the following year, I put in the mail and I didn't get any of those seeds. And he even took one of the females that I said, hey, match it up with this female. And he matched it up with a Bubba, and the Bubba star came out phenomenal. And he won't give me any of those. And he tells me, this is even after he comes over my house and goes through my seed collection and asks for a couple different things, and I give them to him. And he comes out and he says, well, the reason why I won't give those to you is because you never offered me a tie box. I said there were only 5 of them, and I offered those 2.5 years ago, you fuck. And they were gone immediately. I'm sorry your name isn't Duke Diamond, so you don't get one. You know, your name's not Jaime Shiva, so you don't get one. But it's like, dude, you fucking owe me money. You fucked me over on a deal. And now you're fucking me on seeds. So why the hell would I give you that?
Sometimes it
But
takes the experience, and then you find
here
out,
you
and
go,
you don't do anything
here,
again with that person.
here you go out and you spend half the money that you fucking owe me on 10 packs from Bob Hemphill that I know are $125 a pack. There's no breaks to them. Okay. You could have taken that money that you spent in the past month and a half and paid me back half the money you fucking owe me. But yeah, he's a little bitch. And I don't give a fuck who tells him. I've already told him he's a little bitch. And I know he can't go back to Michigan because there's people in Michigan that won't let him leave.
Where's you know?
He's here in
Oh, this
Ohio.
person. Okay. Hmm. Well,
And he
just
thinks he's
hope
a
the thing's
shit.
going well with you. Keep popping seeds, making more.
Oh, yeah.
Going. Keep them making
But I
good.
mean,
Hey, this is
I
interesting though
spent,
too, with the bringing it back to the cannabis cup. That you were right about like how things deteriorate, got shitty. So the last cannabis cup was in 2014, and
yeah.
so you probably never heard these. The winner was Maradog. I never heard of it. Maradog Blue Flake Cheese Pearl. Wow, what a name too. Maradog Blue Flake Cheese Pearl. It's like 5 words in that name or
Well,
something.
that's
From
5 different
and,
strains.
and how about from this breeder from Chopper Special? I don't know if that's a breeder or one of the houses there. Coffee house.
Well,
Chopper
that's a
Special. I don't
5,
know.
that's
You
like
ever
a
hear of
five
that?
weight, that's a 4 or 5 weight cross.
Maradog Blue Flake Cheese Pearl. Okay.
That silver pearl. with cheese
Yeah,
and probably
blue
blueberry.
maybe, or blue something.
Yeah,
Maradog with DAWG
that would
dog.
that that would probably be a Chem or Star Dog.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I'm gonna put
Mara.
out. I've got F2 Star Dogs that I'm gonna do an open pollination with. So there's gonna be Star Dog seeds out again. Someone asked me not to do it when I was in Thailand, and they were in Thailand from New York, but I think I'm going to do it anyways because it's a backbone of a lot of his strains.
Yeah, it's popular. It's definitely good. What's it, Starfighter? Isn't that exotic genetics male that they used for a long time?
I
Star something. I believe so. Or, you know,
I
now that
couldn't tell you about exotic. I'm not into that. Just like
uh,
I'm not into a lot of the in-house genetics either. And
yeah, I
they're out of
tried in-house.
Michigan.
In-house, they used to be out of Oregon. But
Well,
did they split up or
Michigan.
something? Huh, okay. But I didn't. Yeah, I wasn't so impressed.
But you go to Thailand
What I
and
got.
what packs sell in-house and exotic.
Exotic, I like. I've tried, a bunch of those. Those definitely good.
But though, I couldn't, I had seeds over there because I didn't have an IG presence. They wouldn't sell. And I'm like, you people are missing on the backbone of a lot of the stuff that makes up the stuff that you really want. They just don't, people don't want to put in the work to make things or to create things. A lot of people that create things are just by mistake. They had a plant herm on them, or a male showed up late. Like Sensi Star.
Mhm.
Okay, when we first got Sensi Star, the bottom 5 to 6 branches would herm out. It took us a couple crosses to finally get that to not be in the plant.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we didn't get that. We didn't get a plant where you could take it from seed, put it in the soil, flower it out, and not get herms on the bottom branches, just like cherry pie.
Mm.
Cherry pie was notorious in the Bay Area when I was out there for giving out bananas on the bottom branches. So you would just cut those branches off. And that's what we were doing. But we hunted through enough and worked it to plants that didn't have those characteristics to them. And it took us 2.5 years to do it. Because, at
Yeah.
that
Could be
time, you just
epigenetics
couldn't,
too.
openly
Or,
grow a big room. You had to grow like, okay, we got a closet that we're growing in. And then grandma and grandpa's house, it was like, okay, no one's going to be there for 3 months. So guess what, guys? That's our new seed place. We can now go to 13, 14 strains a year instead of 4 or 6. Just like I'd really like to
Good,
find a
good.
pack of Cherry Bomb 2s. Green Jeans has offered me the Cherry Bomb, but I said, what about the Cherry Bomb 2? And he kept on asking me why. I said, because everything I hit to it, it turned it into sweet cherry taste to it. I said, it even took New York City Diesel and made it sweet diesel. It took Jack Herrera and turned it into sweet flour. No, Jack dominates everything that you cross.
Yeah,
But not this
that's
time.
what I hear.
Yeah. So it was like, hey, do you have any more of these? No. Well, what did you use to make that? Because I want to remake that. Because that's one of those, that was one of the first sesquiterpenes that I came across was that Cherry Bomb 2. And shit, that was 2004, maybe? But, you know, that came out of Canada.
Huh. No,
It was in the back of Mark Emery's seed catalog or his magazine in the late 90s. You could have bought it or early 2000s. I'm sorry. The Cherry Bomb came out earlier.
hey, so hemp people, if you have a hemp license, those people can do banking, can't they? I
Yeah,
would assume, right?
because it's not considered, you know, THC, it's considered hemp.
Kind of strange banking doesn't handle that then, because there's kind of a, it's federal, but okay, the federal kind of regulates it, but
Exactly. It's
because I
not
was thinking about
federally
it,
legal yet.
I was thinking about it in terms of like other things that different states like prostitution or gambling, and
Well, gambling you can put in
those
the
things
bank
can,
and you get
yeah,
taxed on.
I would think so. I
But,
think
you
so.
know, prostitution you don't.
That doesn't? No, they can't in Utah or Nevada,
Well,
I mean.
Nevada, maybe. You know, I don't really know
They pay
about that,
taxes. I've heard that they pay
but
taxes with
that,
the ranch.
well, they may pay. Are they paying taxes or are they paying room rent?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because
I don't
just
know.
like Amsterdam, you know, the girls didn't pay taxes, but they had to pay for their room that they used. In Thailand, they have to pay for
But
the
they pay
room.
taxes. They don't pay taxes? I thought they pay
No,
taxes.
no.
Like in Denmark, they pay taxes.
Oh, and by the way, Denmark, they get all their weed and everything from Amsterdam.
That's what I would think. Or grow it there, maybe some weed.
No, they
But
don't.
yeah.
It's
Well, I
too
would think
harsh of a
some.
climate.
Well, for indoors though. But yeah, I think
Well, the thing is I
there's at
ran
least
in
some.
Chiang Rai, I ran into a guy that was a
Well, they
big
actually do
dealer in Christianity and
Christiana,
Christianity.
Christiana.
Yeah, he was a big dealer, and he would always ask me every once in a while to smoke some of my skunk. And dank weed at his time was just called skunk. That's skunk weed.
Well, they had
And
Yeah,
he told me
it's a
where it
few
all
different.
came from.
They definitely got a lot because they got all the hash too, so a lot of it was imported. They
It
did
was
grow
all
some in the
coming from
summer there too.
Amsterdam.
I mean, there are
It
also
was all
farmers there.
coming.
I did know this one dude who said, I think his story was he grew up on this camp was what he called it, a lie. And it was called in the city of Toot. It was Toot lie, and he grew up there. Kind of, it was a story with his mother, and he grew up, and they grew there. They would grow cannabis there. And it was some kind of like hippie commune was the way it sounded like, basically, camp commune kind of thing. They sounded like just they would do a lot of shit like that in Denmark. Have these alternative forms of community living. Even like Christiana was a little community where there was stalls for
I
selling
couldn't
weed.
I couldn't afford to live in Denmark.
But
Holy
in
shit.
general, it's pretty expensive. Taxes are super high. They have the tariffs that Trump's just talking about, actually, that going on all the time. 100% tariffs and shit on certain things like, certain cars,
Well, I know a
luxury
guy that
items.
bought one of the Chargers with the 7.2 or 7.4 liter engine, and he brought it into Thailand. He paid like 70,000, $64,000 for the car in the United States, shipped it over. And when he got to Thailand, they taxed him for 72,000 more dollars
So, they
because
do have
it
like
was all on
that
the
over there too.
size of the liter of the engine.
Uh-huh. Do they do that? They like that? Maybe the gasoline also, because that's also heavily taxed over
No,
there.
the gasoline isn't that.
Not in
Gasoline's same price
Thailand.
as here.
Uh-huh.
So,
That's
but
good.
even
Denmark's more expensive. Like
In Chiang Rai,
times
there
could be
were.
over like
I'm
$10
sorry.
a gallon. Yeah, times could be over $10 a gallon. When it was like now, I think it's like last time I checked, anyway, it was like 6 or 7, if I remember right. So it's by liter, like in Canada, but it's definitely expensive, more expensive than here. It's basically like twice the price.
I was paying about $5 a gallon, and it was, what was it? It was $1.33 a liter for premium gas in Thailand because that's what I would put in my bike. So yeah, it was costing me like $5 a gallon. But when you're filling up a 2.5 gallon gas tank and you're going literally,
Yeah,
400 miles on it,
right.
you're like,
Like
holy shit.
most of the cars, like at least in Denmark, there's smaller engines. Like a 2 liter engine would be a big engine. Like you're saying
Well,
how they taxed the larger engines, so you get better mileage.
a lot of
So
the cars in Thailand are LP gas. They have a big LP tank in the trunk. Because I
really,
found that
that's
out when I
wow.
went there. I got out of the airport and I had a carry-on, my backpack, and 2 big suitcases. And they gave me at the airport, they gave me a taxi. And I said, listen, I've got to sit in the front seat of this taxi because the tank, I can't get any of my luggage in the back.
Seems dangerous too, but I don't know.
No, it's just
No, it's not. Not
another
more
type
dangerous
of gas.
having
It's just another type of
having
gas.
some
It's
some propane tanks in
LP.
your back, like
Yeah.
government store. All right, give me 20 of the blue rhinos.
Well, it's really cheap over there compared to regular gas. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
it's like
natural
half
gas
the
is
price.
yeah, natural gas is even cheaper. And we're like one we have a ton of natural gas in America. It's really cheap over here. And
Yeah,
actually, I was
and
just reading something about it's going to become a bigger form. Uh, it's going to be used more anyway in the future.
well,
I don't know if that's
natural
a
gas is brought up with oil. So when you bring oil out of the ground, you also get natural gas. That's why our farm and the other farmhouse have free natural gas because they have to pump, even though they're not pumping the oil wells like they do in Saudi Arabia and shit like that, because we have a different crude oil here, but it still brings up natural gas, and we have a big natural gas holding tank out by the oil well tanks, or yeah, the oil tanks from the
yeah, you
oil
collect
wells.
it. Uh-huh.
Yeah, because
There's a pump. There's a
it
pump that
feeds the
you compress.
houses.
Does it
The
compress
houses
it?
are all natural gas. Yeah.
Does it? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Well, the helium I heard comes from there too, from those kinds of
Yeah, I don't know about
geographies.
that.
Yeah, that's weird. But I guess it's such a small amount, it doesn't matter. It's just part of like natural gas, a mixture of lots of stuff. But yeah, helium actually helium is actually produced constantly too. It's not like, oh, everything on Earth has always been here for a billion years ago, same atoms or but no, helium's actually produced as a byproduct of like radioactive decay. So yeah, we constantly get helium. So that's kind of cool though. At least we won't shouldn't run out anyway. Soon, I guess. But America, I suppose, has a lot of helium too. But I guess you get caught in those, like the geography is like there's some kind of hard. I picture like concave something where the gases can get trapped. It's some kind of hard, like impermeable geography that the gases can't get through, and or maybe the petroleum also helps trap it.
Well, you
But I
have
heard,
different types of sediments, like, a couple miles from here, my grandpa built his house back in the 50s. Okay. And we now joke that it's not Mayfield Village, it's Progressive Village because Progressive basically bought the whole village out. And his house sits a little bit higher than like two streets down. And because it's a natural shale, like shelf right there,
uh-huh.
because he told me about, well, we were going to make a totally submerged basement, like the house is a couple house streets down, but everybody on the street ran into the shale shelf that was only like 8 feet down. They finally gave up and said, nope, we can't. And it's because they were the third house built on that street. They were like one of the first people to come to figure out that, hey, this is all shale through here, and no one is going to have a totally submerged basement. They're always going to be
Huh.
like half up off out of the ground because you just my grandpa said he spent him and his friends spent like 3 weeks digging the basement that they have out. He said we just said fuck it,
Huh. It's just
and these are
shifting
got
all the
no,
time.
it
Is that
doesn't
it? What?
shift. They just couldn't get through the shale. It was so
Uh-huh.
hard.
Huh.
So Yeah. And then I had problems with the front steps, and then I noticed that there were like 5 cases of beer cans underneath the steps. When they were building the house, that's where they were throwing all the beer cans. Well, we didn't know for a long time until my grandfather fell off of a ladder and broke his neck. And he started going through DTs in the hospital. But back in the mid '80s, early '80s, '70s, you know, you drink a 6 pack a day or 8 beers a day. It
A lot
wasn't
of people did.
uncommon.
Yeah, like coffee
Yeah.
or tea and beer was like, didn't even drink water, wasn't safe. Yeah, it sounds like, and like the breweries, I remember like Tuborg Brewery did their or Carlsberg, I guess it was in Denmark. And yeah, I remember like part of the pay, like part of their pay, whatever their pay was, and also like whatever, like 2 liters of beer a day or something. They would allot a certain amount. But that was probably also to keep them, hydrated. So
I've
they'd get some beer every day.
never seen my grandfather pick up like a Pepsi or something like that. He always had a short glass with some beer in it.
I don't know how
He
much
had like a
alcohol they
4 ounce
drink.
glass, and he'd have 2 or 3 ounces in the glass. He would never fill it up all the way, but
Uh-huh.
he always had it. And he never drank it right out of the can. It always had to be out of a glass. I think he did that so people really wouldn't notice how much he was drinking.
Yeah, people did that back then, or that was even alcohol.
Me going out with my grandfather back in like the late '70s, we'd go out, tell grandma we're going out. Well, we're going to 2 or 3 different bars. I wasn't putting one and one together to come up with two what my grandfather was doing, but he was a manager of a warehouse that had a lot of copper wire. Well, they made big electric machines, so they used a lot of copper wire. And he was warehouse manager. And I also didn't find out until he retired that he carried a gun every day to work with him, because it wasn't in the best part of Cleveland. It was only
That's
10
probably
streets
more
down
common
from
then
where we
too.
were living. Yeah, it was. Well, there's a thing about the Grateful Dead pulling into Cleveland in 1970, I believe it was. And all the roadies went to unload the equipment, and all the Teamsters were up on the loading dock. And I guess one of the head guys took the management of the Grateful Dead over and to the corner and pulled out a gun and said, "We're unloading your trucks here in Cleveland, not you. Do we understand this?" And it was like, "Yep, you can unload them." But that's a known story here in Cleveland. That yeah,
That hasn't really even
everything was
changed much.
union done.
That hasn't even changed a lot.
No, but they've
Shipping or
gotten rid of a lot of
conventions.
those unions.
Well, I mean,
Teams,
still unions though. Well, for shipping and
yeah, but a lot of those unions got
conventions.
busted up in the '80s,
Well,
in the early
well,
'80s.
I don't know. Jimmy Hoffa was before my time, but something was going on then.
You know, I'd much rather want to be a union laborer than a regular laborer on a
It's
construction job, because a union laborer, at least you were getting paid good money, and it was 20 years and out because you destroyed your body.
yeah.
I mean,
No,
bricklayers are 25 and out.
unions are good because it is a way to get some reasonable things going. Yeah, at some point, I don't know. Like we just had this thing going on before the election with what, like Boeing, union workers anyway, workers union, whatever, whoever union they're with. And that
Yeah.
went on for a while, and I don't know, I forget what they finally got, but for a while I'm listening like, wow, this sounds like kind of like excessive. Like, forget, I don't remember
Hey,
these quotes,
if
but
you're
it sounded
doing
like they
these
were
type
asking for a lot.
if you're doing these type of jobs, you know, why not, you know, get paid 60, $75 an hour? The mechanic that works on your car does.
Yeah, actually nowadays $50 an hour isn't even that much.
Well, shit. I came back from Thailand
100,000 a
and
year.
$10 bills turned in, or $20 bills turned into $50 bills. $5 turned out to be 20. You know, stuff that I used to buy for $6, $7, $8 is costing me 20, 21 now.
Yeah. I mean, it's
And
still a
that's
great
just in
salary,
eight
but
years.
for somebody that's a dedicated like professional and working on some kind of hard job, yeah, it's not like that used to be a high salary, but now it's
Well, that's why, you know, one
common.
of the reasons I had my comic book and baseball card store was making good money, but it wasn't giving me health benefits. In
Yeah,
1994, 3 and 94, health insurance was outrageous.
yeah,
So I went back to work. Why? Because I had full benefits.
yeah. That's good
And
if they do
even
that.
as a laborer, I was making $16 an hour when I started off, because I couldn't just jump back on a wall, because I had to earn my spot. Besides that, I couldn't pick up the blocks like that anymore. You know, they weren't using just Haydite blocks, they were using split rock. And that's the jobs that I worked on, were split rock. I started off and never got off of them. Why? Because I never complained.
Yeah, like $100,000 salary though nowadays, it's hard for a family to live on that.
You
Most
need both
places,
parents earning 100,000 to have a
yeah.
decent life.
If
There
you
is
if
no
you
middle class today.
Yeah, especially like in California, any place where
Here in
you up to
Cleveland,
like you were like not even not even far from here. Like I'm thinking the home pricing like here is like not much, somewhere between half and a million maybe, but California's close to a million pretty much everywhere. Or you're not going to drive too far, and you're one of the big cities where you can earn a
look
big
what
salary.
happened
But
to
San Francisco,
Compton.
where it used to be 100,000, now it's like 200,000 for a decent job. Tesla was just advertising like 200 something for some. You had to even read the article. I didn't even read the whole thing, but it sounded
Like
it
two
was like,
bedroom.
oh no, well that was no, this was a salary that Tesla was paying though. It was over 200,000 um for their salary. So like there are some high salaries out there. And it was it was like work from home, but you had to walk around. It sounded like you had to put on some kind of suit. It sounded like you were basically training a cyber bot somehow, working with some kind of robot. You can do it from home. It said work from home, but you had to walk a certain number of miles a day. So I'm not really sure. And you had to be, I'm sure you had to be like suited up.
Well, Google Maps still pays people to put this 360-degree camera on their car and drive around.
Yeah.
That's how they say it's, satellites and things like that now. Well, no, I still see the cars driving around and mapping out new streets and stuff
To the street view.
because it's easier to do that than get satellite time if you don't put up your own satellite. Because I know when I'm here, I check on my house in fucking Thailand.
That's cool.
But
I don't know how often they update it, but every once in a while they do.
they were updating my area every 2 months because I could tell by the picture when the picture was taken by the position of my car and my bike.
Uh-huh.
In the rainy season, my bike was farther underneath the carport, where during the summertime, it was closer to the back of the truck because I wasn't taking the truck anywhere because I was riding the bike all the time.
Yeah,
Oh,
pretty cool
man.
thing.
Yeah, I think when I go back in March, I'm just going to rent another house.
This is another thing I was thinking about. This has nothing to do with anything you're saying, but I was thinking oh, I wonder if they're doing facial recognition nowadays with like infrared or something, where the masks, people think they're being covered up. Oh no, they can look right through those.
No, they don't look right through the masks. It's your eyes. Because when I go through the airport, I go through a totally different line than anybody else. I don't even have to give an ID. It scans my eyes and it says, "Yep, that's you. Go through."
Yeah, but like in a crowd or just in the general, general facial recognition crowd. Yeah,
Let's put it this
because
way.
nowadays people
I
like wear
didn't
masks
think
thinking
I
like they're
didn't think
protected. They're probably not.
when I was out when I was in Thailand, I would go out to the farthest area where you could pull the cars up at the airport. And I thought I was cool because, I was walking clear out there and smoking a joint. Here, I ended up leaving my jacket and my phone when the taxi came to pick me up. And they literally, when I called them up and I described a blue jacket and a phone, and they said, "Yes, Mr. Bandula." And I'm like, "What?" And they said, "Yeah, with
Oh
our
yeah, the
cameras
tracking.
here, we tracked you
Yeah,
all the way.
like there too. Anywhere like that where
We
there's
know
a.
who you are."
I'm not. I don't know for sure, but I would imagine a certain there's certain technologies to get at least some kind of imaging, kind masks and other clothing fabrics.
Well, mass, it doesn't matter anymore because you have to cover up your eyes because
Yeah,
they
for if
do
they
it
can get
all
your eye
by the
though.
distance of your eyes and everything like
Yeah,
that.
lots of different distances. Yeah,
And
between your
they can
nose and
recreate your
ears.
face.
Yeah, they have different points. Yeah, in your face and distances, and I mean, I don't even maybe contours nowadays, even all sorts of shit. Like in China, even like your gait and how you walk.
Yep.
In Thailand too.
It's easy
Whatever.
to tell
And with
my walk.
AI,
I
AI is
waddle.
gonna just like pick up everything. It's gonna use all those.
Well, eventually AI, there it's already being done. You know, customer service is out the door because you don't talk to a person anymore, you talk to an AI.
It's just like people like, oh, you can recognize somebody if you see their face and you know them. But maybe if you see them walking a crowd away from you just from the way they walk, you're like, oh, I know that person. And maybe it's something else, like, oh, the way they do something with their hand, like, oh, hey, uh, that's what this guy does or something. You know, AI is just gonna pick up shit. The way people pick
Like
up more,
me,
more and more,
I
more and more
waddle
things. Yeah, something like that.
until actually I waddled until I got hit by the truck and they had to rebuild my left knee. And now I'm kind of because when I had my accident, my right leg got shorter than my left because of all the surgery they had to do to it. And so I like when I walked, I had a
Huh.
real dip when I was on my right foot,
Is that
right
because you
leg.
is that because of your muscles, the muscles or tendons or something?
It's because of titanium rods and screws.
Oh, okay.
But then I had the accident and they had to cut my hamstring in a couple spots to rebuild my knee. Now I'm kind of evened out, so the waddle has gone away a little bit.
There you
And
go.
some of my back conditions and back problems eased up because of that.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, it was kind of like a blessing in disguise, but holy shit, I don't want to get hit by another truck again.
Yeah.
Because I tell you what, you know, I was starting to get kind of older, but after I got hit by that truck, it seemed like my body aged 10 years really quick.
I
But,
believe
I
it.
got hit when I was 48. God, I can't believe it's been 5 years since I got hit on that
There's
bike.
been some crazy accidents described, man. I think it was Charlie. Didn't Charlie was like squeezed between two vehicles or something? And he was telling the car to stop. It was backing up or something, or he was trying to yell at it. And he was like getting crushed, it sounded like.
That happens.
Yeah, been some shit. Wasn't it
I've
red that
seen
like
cart.
was it red that like dove into something and like it wasn't like, wasn't a good dive or something. I might be getting that.
Yeah,
Somebody.
they dove into water and they ended up hitting bottom really quick because it was shallow.
That happened to me once in a swimming pool, but luckily I guess it wasn't. Yeah, it's okay, but
Well, that's
wow,
why
yeah,
they
that
tell you
hurts.
don't dive into the swimming pool. Why? Because the swimming pool is only 4 feet right there. And if you're a 200-pound person and you jump into 4 feet of water and you're 6 feet tall, guess what?
Uh-huh.
And I even fucked up myself. In Thailand, I jumped off one of the boats as we were getting off at one of the islands. And, I thought, oh, I could just jump off the boat into the water and not realizing that, hey, you're actually jumping 10 feet and you're just hitting sand because there's only 2 feet of water. Well, yeah, I jumped into the water and, my ankles and knees really took it and I was totally soaked. Because I went down hard. It took me 2 days to dry my fucking phone out.
I remember going with some buddies down like some like boulder side of a mountain of a cliff or something that we hiked up, and then but coming down we just kind of jumped from boulder to boulder, and it turned into kind of a race. And I remember like landing hard once, and like ever since then I'm like wondering like, oh, when is this pain is from that.
Yeah. See, I
But I'm
spent a
lucky
lot
I'm
of
still
money in,
alive. But man, all the things, I don't know. I guess most people, you think about all the shit, you did. It's like,
I
oh,
was
yeah, I'm lucky to be alive.
I was having a lot of problems with my left knee because I really screwed it up when I got hit by that truck. And I went in and I got stem cells. And now my pain is 10% of what it was. And the strength in my knee has come back a lot more because I basically had this done less than a year ago.
Huh. I was
And
thinking of
I,
that.
I,
I know
I wasn't I
Bendis,
wasn't building up the muscle strength that I needed to like carry things down steps. Going up steps wasn't bad. It was going down steps that I had a problem with. And now I'm almost able to go up and down steps like before I had the accident. But going through rehabilitation for 4 years, I wasn't getting that strength. And then all of a sudden, I get stem cells done, and that strength is back. Not 100%, but we're a lot better than what we were. Next, I'm thinking about doing it to my lower back and my back.
and let me in Thailand though, right? Like I'm going to actually check
Yeah,
if America. I don't think they, or at least they don't do it too much here in America. Stem cells, or maybe it's not just not covered.
a lot of it's
Considered
not covered.
experimental. Is that it?
Yeah. And in Thailand, you look at it compared to what it would be here, and you're like, yeah, I'm going to Thailand to have it done. It was like $8,000. And when I go back, they give me another shot. It
Hmm.
was a 2-shot process. So who knows? Maybe after the second shot, I'll be back to what would be considered normal for somebody that fully recovered from knee replacement surgery, because they basically had to reconstruct my whole left knee.
Hmm. They do
And that
stem cell
really,
here in America, but
it's
and
all
some for some
controversial
things.
too, because a lot of those come out of baby embryos. I don't care where it comes from. If it can make you better, hell yeah.
Looks like Medi-Cal covers it. So California, well, I guess that makes sense. And
Well, California is the most progressive state in the United States, so I wouldn't see why not.
yeah,
But
the
yeah,
safest country. Mentioned Singapore as a safe country for stem cell. treatment.
Singapore, Japan,
Yeah,
Taiwan.
South Korea, India, Germany, United States. Those are the leading places, I guess. But I guess a lot of countries do it. Mexico,
But my
Thailand. Oh, it
friend
does say
talked
Thailand
me
here.
into it.
Yeah, but it's just, yeah, Thailand is, yeah, Mexico. So yeah, they definitely know what they're doing, but again, they allow it. Yeah. What is Kaiser? No, Kaiser
Let's
does
put
it.
it this way. If you had to pay for your rehab and you had to pay for part of your medical, say you had like, you had to pay the first $10,000 of your hospital bill.
Yeah.
I would suggest you going to Thailand because you go to Thailand, you stay there for 30 days after your surgery, and you're on a fucking beach. And you can get the surgery done, spend 30 days on the fucking beach, and still be less than what you would pay here in the States.
Uh-huh.
Now, except if you were going for pain medication, and then all of a sudden that's when they really hit you. Holy shit.
So
I was spending
Kaiser
about
pays
$300 a
them.
month
Sorry.
on medications in Thailand. But my anti-seizure medication, instead of being $600, was $200.
Still a lot, but yeah, it's a lot less.
And
Kai,
but my pain medication that I was getting here for 60 cents a pill was literally costing me $4 to $5 a pill in Thailand. But when I tell people what I was getting and how much, they were looking at me like, are you serious? They actually gave you that much?
yeah, we're supposed to be pretty generous with it.
Well,
Yeah.
no, they're
Maybe
known
not as
for
much,
like
but
giving you very small amounts, even for
over there,
chronic
right?
pain.
In
But
Thailand, right?
because I was getting X amount from my doctors here, and I could show that I had been on it for years. That's when I got into a fight with the cheap hospital. And, instead of giving me another medication that I've seen that they had, which was Percocet, they were still giving me for the breakthrough pain bottles of liquid morphine. I was getting
Yeah.
8 a fucking month.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
You were
And
supposed to self-administer those,
then they were still giving me
or that
the
was in the hospital?
equivalent
Damn. I don't
20 milligram
know.
morphines
Is
on
that
top
like
of that.
not pills, even like what the lava? The lava is
It's
the
just
morphine.
liquid out of a bottle. You measured it out.
Uh-huh.
Five milliliters was like 10 milligrams. Of course, I wasn't doing that. I was taking the top off of it and swigging it back.
So back to the
Well, you're
stem
only
cells. Actually, Kaiser does cover some of them, and it actually says some can come from yourself too. Some people. I know, like in your blood marrow, there's some stem cells, uh, if I remember right.
Yeah,
So maybe,
I'm
yeah, there must
sorry
be.
we'll probably get hit with this, but you want them from babies, newborns, where they're
Those
fresh.
are the best.
You don't want them from some 80-year-old guy because they're 80 years old.
Maybe that's how they get them. Well, from your own or donor stem cells. but they won't cover like orthopedic conditions. So yeah, it's like yeah, I guess for cancer or certain organ um
Yeah,
problems, they'll
but
use stem cells.
they're not going to give them for orthopedics, so you can't
No,
walk right.
no, but for cancer or
You
something
get
like
them in your
serious, they
knee,
will. It has to be
and you can
serious. Yeah,
walk.
yeah, right. They won't do it for that or for
You
pain or
know,
something like that.
oh, I was having excruciating pains in the oh, it begins with an M. It
You
goes across your kneecap.
you can get it, they just won't cover it.
Yeah.
And same for like Medicare, or it said like like some of the other Medicare Advantage or whatever might supplemental stuff might help with it. But
Oh, they don't cover any of
otherwise, it's
that
kind of
shit
the
on
same.
Medicare or Medicaid.
Not for orthopedic, I guess. I guess they'll do hip surgeries though.
Well, yeah, it's because everybody's getting old and falling down and breaking their hip.
I guess they're getting good at that too. That's what it sounds like, which is cool. So like, because yeah, I guess they oh yeah, yeah, been doing that for so long. It's like oh yeah, that's like cavities now or something. Just do this
The
filling, just
doctor,
yeah, done.
I had an older orthopedic doctor that he was the head of orthopedics at the hospital that I went to that rebuilt my knee. And he said, you know, if you would have done this 20 years ago, you wouldn't be able to walk as half as good as you could today
Uh-huh.
because of the advancements of learning how that knee actually works and everything like that.
They go in different ways, cut less
Yeah,
muscle, you go out like it's an outpatient procedure.
I was in that day and they released me that day. I went
You,
in at
that was your
10
knee,
o'clock.
right? That was your
Yeah, I
knee.
went in at 10
Yeah.
o'clock. I had surgery at 1. And by 6 o'clock, they were wheeling me out of the hospital.
Cool. What about hip? Do
And
you
I
ever
was,
do your hip?
no, I don't have
No.
to.
Well, that's good for you.
I've got a big screw in my right hip, anyways, holding the titanium rod in place.
So they did that. Okay, yeah, the whole time. It was well, that's different than
No,
your
that
knee
was
though,
from
too.
my
That's the other leg.
accident. That was my accident that I
Is
had in
that your?
'94.
I had a
But I'd
friend had
really
a
like to
titanium
find,
rod put in. Put that inside your. They put that inside the bone.
yep,
At least in
they
hip,
had to
they did.
hammer
Yeah,
it.
they have. Yeah, wow. You're not awake during that,
Yeah,
are you? You are.
no, no.
Okay, okay, good.
But I tell you what, you feel it for a while.
I do believe.
They had me so doped up first 3 weeks in the hospital, it wasn't even funny. Well, it took them 2 weeks before they could do surgery on my face. They had to let all the swelling go down.
Car accident, huh?
No, work
You said.
accident. I fell
Well,
34 feet off the back
oh,
of a
you fell.
scaffolding.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, holy shit.
Thank God I didn't fall the day
Right, you could have
before
died.
because my head would have hit the steel beam that was there and it would have been a watermelon. It would have looked like Gallagher's show. My head would have just exploded. It pretty much did anyways. Like I can't wear my hair short. I've got a scar that goes from one ear to the other ear across the top of my head where they peeled all that skin back. I woke up out of surgery. They didn't really tell me that they were going to sew my fucking eyes shut. That was the biggest thing coming out of surgery and having your eyes
Huh.
shut and not being able to open them.
Oh, that is weird. Hmm.
And then you've got like students coming in and they're looking at you because you're a fucking miracle to be alive. And then look at how bad his face was all fucked up and how well we reconstructed it.
You gotta be a certain kind of person to be a surgeon like that.
Yeah. There were 3 teams of doctors. They spent 13 and a half hours in surgery on my face. That's one place, if you ever get pissed off at me, don't hit me in the face. You're going to
Even
break
just
your hand before you break my nose.
you're orthopedic too. I mean, doing that with a rod. I mean, fuck.
Well,
That guy's
I've got
awake.
6.
You're lucky. You're out. I mean, the one who feels it the most is the surgeon. You gotta do the hammering.
Oh no, I actually have talked to quite a bit of doctors, and I've asked a couple of them when I was in the hospital and ICU and shit, and they're like, "No, we just get used to it. You're out, you're not feeling it." I said, "Bullshit, man. When I wake up, I feel it."
I believe
I
they get
said,
used
"You
to
were
it, but
pounding."
it's not something you just walk into and do, without, and then you walk out the same. But
Yeah.
yeah, I guess that they prepare you like that. The people that walked in the room to look at you, that's the way of preparing and like weed out the weaklings. Yeah, by the time they're done, residency or whatever, they're ready.
I haven't been feeling well the past 5 days, and my mom's like, "You're doing an awful lot of sleeping." And I said, "Yeah, well, I've been back for this long. I've been out of pain medication for this long. And after 2 months, I went to getting, 3 hours sleep, 4 hours sleep with medication to getting 2.5 hours sleep." I said, "I'm getting like 4 or 5 hours sleep a night. And once you get past like 2 months of that, it takes a toll on your body.
Yeah,
It
it
really
does.
does."
It's not healthy.
And people that don't deal with it don't understand that. So it's like I get sick and I sleep, I actually feel better. Even though I'm still got a cold or the flu, I still feel better. Why? Because I slept. I'm mentally better. Not much physically, but mentally, I'm better.
Yeah, definitely. Physically too, it also helps. Clearing out toxins and stuff like that.
Well, what do I take?
Opening up different
I
processes, starting using let's just like with plants, you have different processes going when you're sleeping. Take care of other things.
yep, rebuild. Like your THC is produced during the nighttime.
Yeah, right. That's what I was thinking. Your
You
body's
know,
THC cannabinoids are made at
so
night.
why ain't I
You
getting
gotta let it sleep.
higher at
The good
night?
stuff.
When I go to bed, I know I'm not awake, but am I getting actually higher? But the plants, your your plants, during the day it builds up sugars, and sugars turn into THC and growth. So during the nighttime, it's processing those sugars. That's where the big myth and everything, the bro science people call it. But I've always left my plants in the dark for 48 hours before I chopped them. And they always seem to have more trichomes on them because the sugars in the plant were used up.
Yeah. I usually don't have time to do that, or I've done it though, and I don't know, I haven't noticed. But it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Like I've told my friends that are growing my Death Star for me, I said, hey, don't give it to me until you put it on the shelf for this long period of time and then give it to me. It's also a way not to pay them the extra money for an extra couple months, but
It seems like it'll also like maybe be a little cleaner, like kind of like flushing.
well, it off gases. And like I was saying earlier,
Well, I
some
mean
of them
the 48-hour thing, to let it sit and just let it, yeah, use up
use up the sugars that it
thing.
made
Yeah.
and had built up.
And
I'm sure it does something to the taste of the plant too. But hey, I'm no chemist. I don't have a biology degree, but I've learned a ton of it, and I can hold a conversation with a biologist.
and people have done that too, just to save on energy and move things along quicker in the past. It's also that reason.
But it's also the people, I learned from too, and that's what they did.
Uh-huh. Yep. Part art, part science.
If you lived close to an agricultural college back in like the 70s, then I have literally found out that the terms that we're
Mhm.
using today and have for the past 6, 7 years, 8 years, a lot of old time growers that were down in the Athens and Meigs County area, they were using these terms back in the 70s and 80s because they had people coming into the university and doing lectures and things like that. Well, people don't understand is when they have people come in and do lectures, you really don't have to be a student at the university to go to these lectures. They're open. So you can come in and literally sit down in one of these lectures. And that's what these people did after they got kicked out of the college. Well, here in Ohio, we had the Kent State shootings. And then right after the Kent State shootings, there was a whole bunch of protesting. And our agricultural college is University of Ohio, which is out of Athens. And, you know, one of the big guys that comes on the cannabis programs, he's down there. He's been down there for the past 30 some, 40 some years giving lectures on growing plants and biology and things like that. So these guys that got kicked out, and girls, because there was like 6 or 7 of them that got kicked out, they just moved into the hills and started growing sensimelia that they started learning from this old guy. And then they started doing genetics. And I'm talking to the guy on my farm that quit growing in 1995 And I'm like, wait a second. What did you just say? Because I just learned this word like 3 years ago. And you haven't grown since 95 and you're using these terms.
Mm.
And that's when I was told, oh, yeah, we were all going to the university and learning.
Yeah.
And this guy was a
What a
Harley
pain that was.
mechanic.
Think how hard it'd be rolling joints. You had to first take the seeds out.
Well, see, that was the thing, is there was
Hard
an
enough.
older guy that
They're spoiled now.
went on the, the hippie trail during Vietnam to stay out of Vietnam. And when he moved back into southern Ohio, he was growing Sensimelia without seed.
Which was better, but yeah, it was also made it a lot easier to roll joints.
Made it a lot more expensive when you went to sell it too. Think of it this way, okay? You had Thanksgiving and you went back to school after Thanksgiving for like 2 weeks, and then you went home for Christmas. If you didn't buy your weed by Thanksgiving, everybody was sold out because the kids going home would buy 3-4 ounces and they would just dry up all the weed. Or at least that's what was happening in southern Ohio. Because I'd go down right before Christmas and everybody'd be like, yeah, it's been gone for a week or two already. And I'm like, you guys, only harvested in October. Well, it sells that fast. Kids are going home and they want to take some with them. They don't want to have to look for this quality at home because they're probably not going to get it. I mean, shit, I remember being 7, 8 years old, seeing Black Hawk helicopters flying over. Well, there was that much weed. Everybody, almost 90% of the people that stayed in Athens and Meigs County after they graduated, at least Meigs County and the people that my mom graduated with, they've all been busted once or twice for growing weed on the farm.
Where do you think that weed went?
It's still there. Here in
But I mean,
Ohio, it's
like back
still here.
then,
They just haven't
back
let
then,
go of any of the genetics.
did that go to like New York or
It went everywhere. But it was mainly sold to the college students.
College?
Well, you have 20,000 college students and like 8,000 of them smoke fucking weed. You're going through a lot of weed. A lot of weed. Because I've heard stories about how much, and it's like, wow. We produce a lot here in Ohio, but you don't hear about a lot of Ohio weed really because we smoked it all. California produced enough to send to New York and places like that. Ohio, no, we didn't get Cali weed here. We smoked Ohio weed. And I was looking because we have these storms coming in right now that are bringing us all this cold weather. And you could actually look at the map, and exactly what I've been telling people is, Ohio gets hit by 4 different pressure systems and climates. So, you could literally be 45 minutes away from me and your plants finish 2 weeks earlier or 2 weeks later than mine. It's because of the airflow and the currents of the air. Like when you hit around Cincinnati, they get more coming up from the southwest. Where you go over to like Athens and Meggs, which is more towards the southeast of Ohio, and you get a totally different climate that comes out of like the Carolinas, Virginia, Pennsylvania.
With more
But you
woods,
can
wooded, and maybe
different
hilly.
elevations, and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
colder temperatures.
How's Lake Erie nowadays?
Fucking freezing.
Is it clean though? Can you
Actually,
use it?
What?
I mean,
As
I
far
remember
as
back whatever it was like, oh, it caught on fire.
that was the river, and that was because of all
Nice
the
story.
like, it was all the industrial.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
because
it was supposed to be the trash and whatever. It's so polluted that like, oh, it's caught on fire.
it wasn't the trash, it was chemicals and shit in the water that caught on fire.
But how's it
Because
nowadays?
at that time they were just dumping shit into the river. But you have to understand that, we get big boats, big lake boats in Ohio because in the Cleveland, because right there was the steel refineries and everything else
Yeah,
was
most of the
along that river.
auto. Yeah, but
And it's
yeah,
surprising
Ohio.
how far they could get those big boats down that river too. But yeah, it did. That's why we have a beer here called Burning River.
But it's
Because,
centrally
yeah,
located, Ohio.
and Lake Erie's one of the shallowest lakes, but we were also like one of the warmest lakes. We're still at the lake water is still at like 50 degrees. That's why we get the lake effect snow.
Mhm.
The east side of Cleveland has no snow. We have 4 to 6 inches out here. My friend that lives an hour out towards my daughter farther east had 16 inches of snow in his backyard the other day. But then
Does
you
it
go to like
border?
Akron, Canton, and there's no snow. It's just
Does it
cold
border?
as fuck.
Does it border Canada
Lake
at
Erie,
all
yeah. It's
somewhere?
only
And then
it's
through
60
Ohio,
miles across.
through Ohio's territory?
It Lake Erie connects to Michigan, Canada, New York, Pennsylvania.
Buffalo,
Yeah, Buffalo. Another place where you can cross
Niagara.
over. When I go up, I could be at Dee's house in 3.5 hours from here,
Yeah.
and he's in Toronto. I just
Uh-huh.
have to go around the goddamn lake.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the crowded parts of Canada, populated parts.
Well, that's because what happened, the same thing happened here in the United States. People went where the jobs were. And when you're living in even Ohio, we had people that had 1,000-acre, 2,000-acre farms. Well, those days are gone. But in Canada, you have a lot of colder weather, and people don't want to live in fucking freezing weather all the time. Why do you think they pay people to live in Alaska? It's because they stole all the oil. They're stealing all the oil out of there, but no one wants to live in
Yeah,
fucking Alaska,
that
man.
that's what a lot of that's good for right now, resources. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, people living there and can't grow there. No agriculture. No.
It's
I mean, they have a lot of forests in
nighttime for
Canada.
part of the year.
They have a lot of forests in Canada, but it's part of their resource too. But I mean, it's there's the Amazon, but I don't know how I forget how much Canada is a part of like the forest area, but it's pretty important.
And, when people talk about fires and everything, well, that's just a natural thing that's going to happen no matter where you're at, really. And it's just something that you have to understand and live with and deal with if you want to live in certain parts of the world, like California. It was surprising here in Ohio, they're giving farmers aid for the last crop of the year because it was so dry. It basically took away all of the feed corn that we produce here in Ohio. So they're giving
Huh.
out government subsidies to the farmers because their last week you can get a couple crops in a year, but the last part of the year was so dry that we had, September, at the end of September, we were having drought bans and, no fire bans and things like that because it was so dry. We're surprised that our woods didn't catch on fire like New York.
Mm.
There were a lot of fires in New York this year and places that normally don't have fires because of it being so dry.
In New York, upstate New
Yeah,
York or something. Yeah, they haven't fired. I didn't hear about
New
that. Wow.
Jersey.
Okay.
You didn't
Wow.
catch that on the news?
No, I missed that.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
northern, that'd be like northern New Jersey, probably. Right, where it's
But
foresty.
they had fires out that way, and it's like, we've never seen fires here.
Southern
Well,
part. I mean,
that's
there's forest
just,
all over. But
you know, I'm sorry, but fires are mother's nature's way of clearing out the bullshit and starting over again. Just think of all that potash that's in there.
so,
But
ChatGPT in general says Canada is as important as Amazon for maintaining the air quality of the globe. So it is pretty important. Canada's forest nearly as important, particularly for long-term carbon storage, while the Amazon's faster biomass cycle plays a critical role. Canada's boreal forests are vital for stabilizing the Earth's climate and carbon over millennia. The global importance could be estimated as 20 to 25% of the world's air-related ecosystem services. Well, yeah. So yeah, it's pretty big. Used to put in chats.
AIQ is what it's called. In Thailand, we never drop below like 70. Here in Cleveland, 31.
Huh.
That's what our air quality is today, is 31.
Nice. That's it's. I would think that's better there than a lot of places in the U.S. Well, like, yeah. Well, LA is not as bad as it used to be, but places like California or big cities in general, or industrial places, which maybe is. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Where's industrial places these days? You don't think
Thailand doesn't
Philly
have an
anymore?
EPA.
Huh. So where's all the pollution come from over there? That industry?
Industries and people
Yeah,
burning their fields
just burning
when
anything.
they
Yeah.
when they could actually just turn those fields under. And when they turned them under, they would be able to get the nitrogen from the green instead of the potash. They burn the fields for potash is what they do, and they're lazy and they don't want to clear them is another reason.
Yeah.
So,
Don't want to clear them.
but I
Yeah, I mean,
mean, when you
farmers
look at
always
your
do that. I
when you
mean, it's
look at
common
your
that farmers burn. They
yeah,
do that in Denmark
controlled
a lot.
burns.
Denmark farmers burn. I don't know. I don't know what their waste or whatever.
Well, it's a
Never been
natural
through.
thing to burn your fields every once in a while to add that potash. But today you can buy potash for so cheap, it's not worth burning the fields for the potash because you can just go buy the same products. Even we don't look at
Maybe
it until I looked at a few years back when all these bottle shit came out. And I sat down and I went through all the shit that they told you, you need this bottle, you need this bottle, you need this bottle. Well, every bottle had a percentage of potash in it. And if you used everything that they say, you were using between 23 and 35% potash.
yeah.
Now, in my idea, the potash, what it does is it keeps the roots and everything clean and it allows the plant to uptake more nutrients at a faster rate. That's my opinion of it. Like I said, I didn't go to school for this, so I'm just telling you what I feel on what I've seen and what I've done reading on.
Yeah, and I would think there's some calcium in there and potassium,
I'm
right?
sure there's
Potash
trace
with
minerals.
potassium. I'm pretty stoned right now. But
I had
well, I
a
mean, the white
I
is calcium, and and there's got to be some carbon. Can't all
I
be
I bought a
strictly black.
product
Not all turn to
that was
carbon dioxide.
I was buying a product that got bought out in 1999 by Advanced Nutrients. And then, like the following year or 2 years, what they did is they took this product and they split it up into 8 different bottles that they wanted you to buy. But it had like 15 micronutrients in it. It had copper, it had aluminum, it had zinc, it had boron, it had all of that in there. And this shit, you only put a little bit into a 5-gallon bucket And I learned very quickly that you add it at the end, because if you put it in the bucket right off the bat, you would literally get like a third of a 5-gallon bucket of water, and the rest would be foam because there was water activated soluble nutrients in it, like nitrogen. And it would just bubble up like soap. I got a funny story about that one day. You know, I'm filling up a 50-gallon reservoir, and I put some of that shit in there. And I come back like 10 minutes later, and the whole grow room floor is filled with bubbles. You're like, oops.
So here's the skinny on potash, ChatGPT. So yeah, it does have potassium, and the form of potassium that it has is potassium carbonate, primarily K2CO3. So yeah, it's a good form, which is water soluble. Oh, you were saying it's good for the roots too, didn't you say that? You thought it was
Yeah.
because it mentioned that. And so it says yeah, water soluble, so it's an excellent source. It also potassium carbonate dissolves in water, provides quick release potassium source for plants. Also has calcium carbonate, lime, helps which raises pH, so it's acidic. So you apply it sparingly because it's alkaline in nature, carbonate, so alkaline, and so increased pH. Suitable for acidic soils, but potentially harmful to alkaline soils. Fast acting. Yeah, use wood ash sparingly to avoid alkalizing the soil. And on young plants, or incorporate into the soil or compost. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, adding on compost, and that's I remember doing that a lot. Yeah, that's wood ash particularly useful for potassium demanding crops like tomatoes, potatoes, and fruiting plants. From
Cannabis.
ChatGPT. Yeah, cannabis. Definitely.
Well,
So
your
yeah,
tomatoes,
that's good. And calcium, yeah, calcium carbonate,
I remember
which
walking in the
I must
grocery
be
stores
water
and you
soluble.
couldn't say cannabis. You had to say tomatoes. If you said the word pot, cannabis, anything like that, you were kicked out of the store immediately.
Uh-huh.
And then here I am starting to grow hydroponically in 1996. And the fucking only shop that I could really go to here in Ohio, the owner of the place that you talked to when you went in to order your stuff was also the president of the American Hydroponic Society. So he knew exactly what you were buying for.
Yeah, but he didn't
So
care either.
no, he did.
Oh,
He actually did. And if you fucked up and you weren't on top of your game, he would tell you go find it someplace else.
oh,
But yeah, he was one of those old timers that no, you're not growing pot with my stuff out of my shop. So I found ways to reword things, and tomatoes was the best thing and the closest thing to cannabis plants because it's an acid living loving plant.
hmm.
And I really have to say that after smoking living soil plant, bud, yeah, it tastes good and everything, but it's missing stuff because you're not giving it what the plant really needs. Sometimes the plant needs more than what's in the soil to reach its full potential. Because I'm sorry, but my Death Star out of living soil beds does not compare. It doesn't even hold a candle to the cannabis that is grown with bottled nutrients. Are nutrients that you can tweak. You can add a little bit more of this during this week and this week. Where a living soil bed, you can't do that or you throw everything out of whack.
Yeah, I don't know why you ever really want to do that.
But hey, living soil beds only cost you a little bit in cover crop and stuff like that. But when you're talking weight, potency, taste, then you kind of have to look at it and say, well, maybe this strain isn't meant for a living soil bed. Because I got the same flower, it's 2 months older, but gets me fucked up for a longer period of time, and I get a totally different high off of it. And none of the people that are growing it for me are growing it in living soil beds except for one person, but he only grows enough for his personal on that anyways. But he also sees the genetics of it and he makes seeds. So go ahead and do it. He held
So
my cup for me.
the calcium in the ash. So just looking at that still with ChatGPT, so it calcium carbonate, but that's not water soluble, but it's slow release. And lime, but and that's so it could be good slow release, but otherwise, so you can react it with an acid like vinegar or citric acid, but vinegar, and they do that a lot with some of the natural techniques, and like with eggshells, which is also calcium carbonate. So
If you
kind of another
take
form of thing.
if you take eggshells and fry them up in your frying pan till they get that blackish brown color, and then put them in a container with vinegar.
Yeah,
That is really good for your plants.
yeah, especially with a lot of calcium, and I guess a little
I
carbon
use
maybe too.
I use
And I've
vinegar to
heard of
drop my pH.
Yeah, I've used the apple cider vinegar.
I
I've
just
heard of
use the
people
regular cheap
roasting.
ass vinegar
Yeah.
instead of
Um,
lemon juice.
yeah. Sometimes citric acid. I don't say ascorbic acid.
Because
Let me
I'm not
see,
going to
but
go
yeah,
out and
citric
buy
acid is
pH
usually the
up
one
and
they'll recommend.
pH down.
Yeah. With the eggshells, I've heard people doing it like on a barbecue, outside though, because for the smell
Mm-hmm.
on a grill, and it's no problem.
But you put those in a jar with vinegar and you let them sit for a while and let it bubble off, gas
Maybe
off.
and grind them and mention that
No, you
ChatGPT,
use that
big
mixture.
micro. Uh, but even like if you use it as lime and maybe don't react to it not as much, to micronize it, like that was, it also mentioned that for availability. And there's like nutrients for the gods, like calcium based, and they always, or a lot of nutrient brands talk about micronizing calcium.
Well, on the farm,
So it's not
when we
soluble,
would
but
get
it's more available.
when we would get done with the garden on the farm, we would go out and put lime, and then in the spring we would go out and put lime on it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've done that. It always helps. Yeah, depending on your soil too. But yeah, uh,
Oh, we
it's a
had
good way. And some
there's
plants
really
really
good
like it.
soil.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, it depends if if it's alkaline soil
Because where our farm
or if
is
you use
basically
gypsum
where the
with
glaciers
sulfur.
stop.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
That's
then it
why
must be really
northern
good.
Ohio is so flat, is because the glaciers came down.
I think it might have mentioned magnesium too in the wood ashes as like one little third thing it mentioned.
Well, that you're getting
Magnesium,
that from wood
which is
ash.
good. Yeah. I would
You know,
actually
there's different types of ash and potash.
uh-huh. Yeah, definitely. Depends on where it's from.
Just like bat guano.
And you can also
You
chelate it to
have
make a velvet.
Peruvian or Bolivian.
Uh-huh.
Those are different. They have
There's
different makeups.
there's the high nitrogen and the high phosphate, phosphorus. That guanos. For like veg and for flour. You didn't
Yeah.
hear much about it anymore though. And seabird guano too. It had its moment.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do that a lot of people got afraid of being contaminated and it actually getting into their
Virus.
plants and into their bodies, possibly. But I think if you use it in a controlled dosing, I think it's still good.
You buy these big brands though also. It's got to be safer. They might even like eat them up. Have to do for viruses and stuff, but at least for living things.
Oh, I gotta go mix dirt tomorrow. I'm not looking forward to that.
Somebody just got rabies from a bat. I was reading a story too. Oh, it was a teacher in a classroom somewhere in the US. Yeah, got bit by a bat and she got rabies. Like they say that's the most common way to get rabies these days from bats. So, and you may not even
Hey,
feel their
they
bite.
said COVID came from a bat
They
too.
did. Yeah, those things are carried. Well, they're mammals.
Well, a lot of these bats, that they talk about, they don't come in with a lot of human contact. So, of course, we can pick up something totally different off of them
Yeah,
because,
live in weird
no one's
conditions.
been in that cave for 100 years. And the last person couple people that did died.
Especially if they're biting things and able to fly all over the place. And birds are reptiles, but yeah, bats are mammals.
Bats will bite people. They're carnivores.
Yeah, I mean they're around here. I see them all the time, but I mean they're mostly going after insects about dusk when I see them.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
if
yeah,
you
they're
walk
cool. They'll
into
go
a
after pebbles.
cave,
It's pretty cool. Yeah, I never
if
had that happen. Walk into a cave and have like a whole whatever flock or whatever they call them come out
yeah, but
like
even
Batman.
being in that cave with all the shit
Yeah,
and
yep.
everything,
The people
you
that
can pick it up that way.
I believe, yeah,
You
definitely.
just touch a
People that
rock.
harvest it, that are shoveling it, yeah, touch a rock, breathe. If you're in
You
those
got a little
caves,
got a little cut on your hand or a scrape on your hand or your arm, and you get infected that way, and then you just pass it on from person to person to person.
That's what they tried to say COVID was.
Yep.
A
I
person that
think
really
COVID was
admits
just
to
made for
around, but
everybody to step in line, but
yeah, well, yeah,
we're not going to discuss that
I
because
don't
that's
think.
politics.
I think I don't believe that, but I believe it came from. But that's just.
Come on. I was over there when that all happened. All right.
I looked at the statistics one time about like how many people there are, how many towns, how many people, and like the odds of it coming from like that place that it just happens to be the same place was like the only it was like a level 3 biohazard place in China that was also named, the Coronavirus Institute, research, something like that. And I was like, the odds, like, okay, that town has like so many millions of people, there's so many billions of people, the odds like really, really tiny that just by chance it would come from that town. And yeah, that the
Well,
Coronavirus
what
Institute's there. I was like, yeah, it
it,
probably is.
it came from an animal market. Okay, because they just don't have fish and meat markets over there. They have exotic animal markets. And that's where it came from.
That's what they say, but I don't.
That's what they've always said. And, I could see it
But
coming
I don't.
out
It's just a
of
belief,
China
and I'm just going by
because
information I heard and things I put together, and like what I said, the statistics of people there, and for the odds of it just coming in that city. That it's the only level 3 research biohazard in all of China at the time.
I
But
actually
they
got
said it's
mine at the end of
coronavirus. Now,
November
okay, so the defense would
of
be that okay, it
18.
was it was studying coronavirus there because like that in that region it's like kind of common. It's the place you'd want to go. It's one of the places you'd want to go if you were researching it. That was like on the other side of it. But so I don't know. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter at this point.
China has cities that have millions of people they call re-education cities.
Unless there's more information, there's no point just like hypothesizing.
We're going to teach you a new skill set. Why? Because you were too political. I mean, literally, they have cities in Western China that
Oh, yeah, it's
Westerners are
crazy.
not allowed to go
Oh,
into.
right, right. Yeah. If you go, yeah, the army will. I
They
heard stories
closed
about
off
armies visiting.
Mongolia.
Oh, you mean during COVID? I mean, just like normal, like,
Normally, you can't
yeah,
go to
yes,
these
normally, right, right.
places.
The army will come and investigate you if you try going out there.
Well, even in Burma, you could, in the Golden Triangle, you could go like 30 miles into Burma and then you would be stopped because
Uh-huh.
that 30 miles, because of China, Laos,
Oh, wow.
and Thailand right there, that was the drug corridor. So you had warlords fighting for control of that, you know, hey, you got to pay our tax to get through, and we're the only
Uh-huh.
road. So, when you come in from China, you go China into Laos, and then from Laos into the northern part of Thailand. Because a lot of our tourism were Chinese people. And when I was doing a lot of the traveling in 2018, I picked up COVID in November 2018, December.
Wait,
because
2018 you picked up COVID?
yeah, I was
Oh,
sick for
December,
fucking,
December.
I
Okay,
was sick for like 6 months.
I believe that. Really? Wow. Okay.
And I normally would get like my
I
sinuses because it would get cold up in Chiang Rai. I would normally get a cold that would last for a month. And I accepted that. But then I didn't have any energy hardly, and I didn't
anything in
want
the
to do
eyes,
anything.
in the
No,
head?
nothing with the
No,
eyes or the head. It was
behind
just
the eyes, your sinuses is what
fatigue.
I think
It
it
was
was.
just fatigue.
I felt it behind the eyes, and I got it January 2019. Yeah, in Indo Expo here in Denver. When a lot of people got it. It wasn't known then, or it was just like maybe being talked about, but it wasn't out in the
It was
public really
just
well
being
known.
start talked
Like that,
about.
yeah.
But I was also staying at a
No one heard
hotel.
about it before that. I don't remember hearing about it before that. Before the
I
event,
was
before the Indo Expo, like, oh, I heard about this. You know, it would have been like, oh, I heard there's a bad flu going around in Asia. You know, that's how it would have been discussed, I guess.
exactly. There's this new type of virus in Asia. Well, yeah,
Oh,
and
cool.
this is what it turned out to be. But, I was staying at a hotel that was getting 6 busloads of Chinese every night. And
Really?
I would stay there because it was literally 6 minutes away from the airport. And they gave you free shuttles back and forth from the
So it
airport
isn't.
and to the airport.
So Wuhan, somewhere like not in the northern part of it, not near the
It's
coast, but
southwest or
southwest.
southeast, I'm sorry.
So it is kind of on the east, but not near the coast, but on the south and south. But
It's
it's
almost
kind of near.
directly north of Chiang Rai if you look at the
Okay,
map.
that's what I was wondering, trying to put in relationship there. It's kind of close then, or not close maybe, but compared to the rest of China.
But they had an exotic animal market is really big in China. It is. And I mean, you can go there and find
Um,
endangered species.
hmm,
You go there and buy pandas.
that's crazy. Yeah, what was
In
it?
Thailand,
The
they
raccoon
closed
dogs,
down.
and the pangolins.
But in Thailand, they actually shut down all of the uh, shark fin soup places
Uh,
because what the Chinese were doing is they were catching sharks, cutting off their fins, and
yeah,
dumping the meat and everything back into the water.
I never understood that. Wouldn't they want to eat the meat too? Shark meat. I mean,
When you're harvesting something off of
that's it.
an animal that's worth 20 times the price of the meat, no.
And you don't want to get caught, maybe.
You
Yeah.
don't want to get all that weight on your vessel. All you want are shark. You want the fins. You don't want the other shit.
Now, how many shark can you really catch? Yeah,
Billions.
really? Yeah,
They
and
killed billions.
how do they hunt? Yeah, they hunt fish for shark, or
Big
I mean, that's
nets.
what I've always heard. That's what I've always heard. Though, is yeah, they just cut the fin off and release them. But I
Yeah,
don't know.
and
Now
it's
I'm
a
wondering if
delicacy.
that's like true or not.
It's true.
I mean, I believe they
Believe me.
catch shark and eat the fins, but um, you both don't.
Shark fin soup is really expensive too, and it's a
What
delicacy.
what about the bird nest to going in the caves for
Have
that?
no
I
idea.
was thinking about that when you were talking about the cave. But that's weird shit. I heard those birds are in cave type places and and so that's why they have to make a cave like a swallow kind of thing. They have to make their nest. Yeah, and they
But
use some saliva or something from their mouth, basically, and they put that in the soup. And, but I don't know. I guess if there's any eggs there, they'll take the eggs too. But I mean, I was, like you're saying, they'll eat anything. I mean, they're more adventurous anyway than Americans, and there's also more health um, myth about, history about
well,
it, whatever.
what about having limited money and you eating what you have to eat to stay alive is
Yeah,
more
that's
like
it.
it.
Right, right. Like catching
You
raccoon
know,
dogs. I saw a guy
I
catch a raccoon dog and walking with it to the market, basically,
when I got
on the end
over
of a
there,
stick.
I was seeing this girl that, when I would go over, we would hook up. And she took me to a party, a birthday party. And instead of eating like potato chips and things like that, they were all eating the fried bugs. And it was like, no, I don't
I
want to
fish.
try grubs. And,
I've heard tried
well,
fish,
they're deep fried.
deep fried. Yeah,
They,
okay, maybe deep fried,
and
but
it's
like
like,
potato chips.
no.
Yeah, but, different palate.
Yeah, but I ain't eating fucking bugs. I'm sorry. Now, if I had to stay alive, I probably would, but
Yeah, now
no, I have money in my pocket. I can go buy other things.
a raccoon dog doesn't sound that much different than just a raccoon. Eating like a raccoon, someplace I don't know, Arkansas, where the times people have, maybe probably still do. Raccoon or possum. I mean, that raccoon. I don't know what a raccoon dog, but possum's even more foul than a raccoon. Imagine people eating possum. Like, yeah,
Some
but it's a
people
different
eat
palate.
groundhog.
I can see that more. That's kind of cute.
Oh, they're
Um,
tough
well,
skinned little son of a
I'm thinking
bitches.
prairie dog. I'm thinking prairie dogs, but they're bigger. Groundhogs are actually bigger, big, bigger than I thought. Anyway, for some reason, I realized how big they were.
When I was a kid, I would literally go around to the local farmers and they would pay me to sit out in their fields and shoot groundhogs.
I can believe them being pretty big. And anything that lives in the ground can't be
When you're
too
going
delicious.
over it with tractors and shit, yeah. But yeah, I
I
would
don't
actually
know.
go around
They eat
and,
leaves too. Maybe
hire out.
depends what kind of plants maybe it eats too.
I was making good money at 10, 11, 12 years old. Sitting there with
Well,
mom's 22 on grandma's front porch of her new house, taking care of the guy's field across, shooting across this a road into guy's field from the fucking porch.
those groundhogs,
Yeah,
really, they come. There's not many of them. I mean, I only know them from Groundhog Day.
I made enough money to buy a scope to put on the 22 so I can get them a little bit farther out. And I was using
Well,
hollow points, and
well,
sometimes I'd have to shoot them two or three times.
do they take over field like prairie dogs? I know prairie dogs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they make big
they'll take
assholes.
over. Yeah, they'll take over entire fields.
And
Um,
prairie dogs are a little bit smaller, so the holes aren't as big, but you
they're
get
cute. They're
groundhogs
pretty
and they
cute.
get big holes and you step in those or the animal steps in them and then all of a
Uh,
sudden you got to kill that animal because it just broke its leg and
do they
you
make noise
know
like prairie dogs? Like bark like prairie dogs?
they do make a noise but they don't bark bark.
what they call them. It doesn't sound like bark. That's what they call them. They're very warning. Yeah, 'cause they live. They're communal. Very
Yeah,
communal. Well, what I understand, they'll like help out each other a lot.
we had a lot of beavers too.
That's
There was
wild.
down in the when you drive off the hill off the farm, you drive into the holler, and I mean this creek never really had more than 6 to 8 inches of water in it.
Uh-huh.
But man, the beavers would dam it up at one point and it would flood the whole bottom. The whole
Uh,
holler would flood.
uh. Now I've heard like the
So
tail, like as far as eating, the tail is might not be too bad, but like maybe like an
I
alligator or
don't
something, but I
know.
don't know. But yeah,
I don't eat beaver.
but the rest of it, no. I
Well,
mean, yeah. So just to relate it to what we were talking
certain
about, but
type of beaver
they're
I
cute.
do.
They're probably cute too, and and yeah, they're a pest too. I mean, fuck. I mean, they do horrible things to trees sometimes without even
We would
fucking
have to
taking them
dynamite
down.
them out. We'd have to dynamite them out. We couldn't. You could. They would build these things so strong
That's fucking
that
Caddyshack.
the easiest
Caddyshack.
way to get rid of it is to throw a couple sticks of dynamite. And in southern Ohio, until like the late 80s, you could still go to your local feed store and buy dynamite.
Oh, the
I
good old
mean,
days.
we literally, after my grandfather passed away, we knew there was a box of dynamite in the barn, the hay
Tell
barn.
your kids, stay away from that dynamite. I told you not to play with that much.
We found it and we got it out. Luckily, we did because lightning hit the barn like 3 years later and burned it to the ground.
Trying to go fetch me
Our
some dynamite.
we had a big barn too. I mean, it would hold thousands of bales of hay. And that was the fun part, was jumping off the top into a big pile of hay down on the floor
Look,
as
take care of these
kids.
beavers. All
Well, it
right.
was for
Come on,
beavers
come on,
and
Robert.
like,
Robert, come on. Robert, go get me that case of dynamite, will you? We'll take care of these beavers today.
well, we took care of rocks that were, in the road. You come across a rock that is 10 feet wide and 8 feet, deep in the ground. You're not getting that out. That weighs 15 tons, 20 tons. You drill a couple holes and put some dynamite in it and blast it.
Uh,
This is a totally different age. This is an age when I have a picture of me at like 6 years old, 7 years old, with a 20 gauge shotgun in my hand holding up a rabbit that I just went out and shot for dinner. That was the thing. And, the older people taught you how to gut them and clean them and skin them and cook them. That's the age that I grew up in. I grew up in the last one where, you became a man really quick.
hmm.
I killed my first hog at 7, and
Uh-huh.
I dressed
Yeah.
it out.
That's
But my
pretty young.
grandfather made me shoot it in the head with the 22,
Huh.
then jump over and slice its throat. That I had like nightmares
Should be
for a
laughing, but
long
what you
time
did, you
doing that.
did, huh? Oh, I remember you like when I told my story about my son in Denmark at the daycare when yeah, I went to pick him up and he was like, "Oh, your dad. Oh, they shot a pig today." And I was like, "What?" They no permission slip or anything. Just like a
No.
little school trip.
You
Yeah,
know,
they slaughtered a pig at the farm. And brought the kids to a little farm trip.
hey, that's a lot of times people need to learn how to do that.
Yeah,
I just had a grandfather that knew he was dying, so he was trying to teach me everything he could.
it's I could see it and it's understandable. But yeah, the trauma part is
He's making
I
a
don't
man
know.
out of me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't remember. I've killed fish. I've never hunted and killed an animal with a gun, fire gun, but
I have,
I've killed
there's,
fish. But I don't remember the first time, so I guess it wasn't that traumatic. Traumatic for me. I don't
I've
remember,
killed
but
possums.
I
I've
mean,
killed raccoons. I've killed groundhogs. I've never eaten them, but everything else that I've gone out and I've shot, I've ate. So, I don't go out just to shoot for sport unless it's a nuisance animal. But if it's good eating, I'm gonna eat that son of a bitch.
yeah,
You
yeah, that
know,
makes it
I
all easier too, or more ethical. It seems like anyway, or definitely more natural. I mean, you can't really argue it with that.
people
But
think that I'm a little bit crazy, but yeah, I wouldn't mind going down to like Louisiana and those places down there and shooting these feral hogs. I have no problem with that. But I
yeah, I
tell
see it
you
all
what,
the
if I
time. If you
was,
live in the woods or anywhere, I'm not even in the woods, but I see animals all the time. Killing other and eating other animals. So yeah,
I have no
their
problem,
nature.
but I know one thing, I would definitely call up the local food bank and have them come out when I was doing that so they could, haul them away and butcher them up and give them to the poor and the needy.
Uh-huh.
Because the meat is fine. It's just that, they're a
Yeah, it
nuisance.
might be great meat actually. Some of the best.
It's like a pig and it's free
But
range.
it's raised on, yeah, then yeah, it'd be great.
So, but yeah, I have no problem with that. But like I said, everything else that I ate, that I killed, deer, rabbit, uh, grouse, pheasant, I ate those. Squirrel, man, it takes like
Yeah,
four squirrels
squirrel.
to make a fucking meal.
That one would be like the questionable one of all that you said. I mean, I don't know about a grouse, but I imagine it's like a chicken, so okay. But a squirrel, now I'm thinking like, okay, that's more like a rat. I don't know about that.
Hey,
And like you said, they're mostly fur.
you go to it was brought up last week about eating pigeons. Well, when you go to Cambodia into like Phnom Penh, yeah, they have barbecued chickens
Mm.
and barbecued guinea pigs on the fucking barbecue right out on the street.
Oh, guinea pigs? Yeah, I don't know about guinea pigs either.
I think guinea pigs are more like rats than squirrels are.
I don't
But
know.
shit,
Do they eat those in
some of the
Italy?
rats,
Do they eat those in Italy? I mean,
what?
I don't. I knew an Italian family when we were growing up, and um, and they had, he had some guinea pigs. They had some guinea pigs. Wondering, like, Food item? I better check what the hell I'm saying. Yeah. But I can imagine. I didn't know people even eat guinea pigs, but now you're saying it. It's like
People eat anything,
I
man.
don't know.
It, you know,
I mean, the pig part they
when you
make.
have a food supply, come on.
Uh-huh. Like the pig part's kind of like, oh, let's add pig on, make it sound appetizing. That's it. Also known as cavies, small social rodents that make excellent pets due to their friendly nature. Uh,
I know I have some
Talk about
friends in
housing.
Thailand that have
Let me
guinea
just eat
pigs.
them.
I couldn't keep a guinea pig as a fucking pet.
He was kind of like a hamster, as I remember, a big hamster. No, it says no, Italians do not traditionally eat guinea pig. All right, sorry, Italians. No, what I was talking about.
I know
Good
where
for,
you
good
were
for
getting
him.
that from, but I ain't gonna say that racial slur.
I don't know. I told you, my Italian family friend growing up, the only person I ever knew. And, and they're really cute. So we
This
explored
is the
we explore everything on the show, especially like 3 in the morning or whatever it is.
yeah.
What is it? It's after 3:30. But I don't know. I'm not too tired for some crazy reason. But I'm still waiting for
I'm
Bud to hop back. Bud, you still there? You listening? I'm
it
imagining he's got
sounded
his
like
phone
he
in the
had
pocket where
someone
he's listening.
working with him
Yeah,
tonight.
yeah, because like he was talking to somebody, but he was muted. But that was quite a while ago. Oh, I'm gonna still smoke. I don't know. I just sit here, fill up and smoke. I imagine people do that most. I watch these shows. I like look at the panel. Like, yeah, there's like always like somebody like filling up or grinding or working on something to smoke. And I'm imagining like at least the good shows anyway, ones that aren't too serious. You don't have too serious a guest on or whatever. And I'm imagining like, oh, the people listening, like, oh yeah, they do the same, just like me, at least the ones at night, definitely, just working the
And
ball.
cheers to everybody out there still following and listening to us go rambling on about random bullshit.
It's
But I've
very
also
entertaining.
come to the realization that all my friends live 45 minutes or more away from me now. I have one friend here, but I don't go over his house and he doesn't come over to my house. We meet outside of the houses, but that's it. All my friends, like I say, are 45 minutes, an hour plus away from me. So, coming on to the show, it was great in Thailand. It's great here because I do get to socialize and talk to people. Because, my mom asked me the other day, and I said, well, I'm kind of like dad. Dad did a lot of driving, and, he worked a different shift. So he didn't have many friends because a lot of people that he was friends with, they worked during the day. My dad worked second shift. But, it's like you spend so much time by yourself and things like that. And I go, yeah, but I do a lot of reading. I occupy my time. I just don't sit there with the TV on. I said, how many times do you hear the TV on upstairs? She goes, well, I've heard it recently. And I said, yeah, because I've been depressed as fuck recently. And that's the only time I watch TV is I try to watch TV to escape and not think about things. Basically, I came back to the United States and I lost everything that I fucking had here. With my friend dying and passing away and having her ex back into the house that I didn't know about. Yeah, he robbed the
Got
fuck
it.
out of me.
Right.
I literally have to go down to the county and find out what happened to all my stuff. And I was talking to her sister, and when I told her sister that I was coming down to get my shit, she said, "Oh, my husband will help." And then all of a sudden, I guess I can't get any word out of the county or anything like that out of probate court. So I think what they did is they just divvied up her estate amongst her sisters and her brothers and her ex, and they got all my stuff. So now I have to go down, found out who got my stuff, and then go and file civil claims against them, court cases.
Yeah.
You know, and I can't just show up at the property because the ex is there and he's already shot at me a time or two. You know, I told him, I said, listen, the next time you do that, you know, don't be surprised if I shoot back. I mean, God, I was leaving for, they asked me, why aren't you pressing charges against him instead of filing out this report? I said, because I'm leaving for Thailand in 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks. I ain't going to be around for a court case. But I want this down and I want this on record that, you know, he shot at me. Just to know he comes around again and something happens that, you know, and one of us ends up dead, you know the reason why.
Yeah. Hey, guy was killed on the golf course the other day, right? That story. So I was thinking like, oh wow, if you had a gun, that I was worried for. That would be a situation where if you had a gun, that would save your life. Start chasing you
If
with a
I would,
golf club.
if I would have had a gun at that time he shot at me,
Oh,
I would have definitely
well,
returned fire.
yeah, I don't know if that would have been a good thing or not, but in the golf course case, I mean,
Well, he showed up a
uh,
couple weeks later because I had her car because my
well, I don't
car was
know.
in for repairs and
Uh-huh.
he thought she was at home and he was dropping off some mail and he literally opened up the door to walk in and I started to reach underneath the coffee table and he dropped the mail and took off because he knew exactly that I had a gun and I was going to shoot him. I mean, it's a plain fact that, yeah,
Yeah, it's
he's
never.
one person I will
Yeah,
shoot.
it it's a hassle to shoot anybody. I imagine.
But
At
no,
at the least, you got to deal with police, and
it may be a hassle dealing with the cops afterwards,
cleaning it
but when
up,
someone
cleaning
has shot
the
at
whole
you
cleanup.
before, oh no, there's no cleanup. We're out in the middle of the fucking woods. I'm taking you to the pig farm.
Uh,
You're done.
I'm not saying,
We got
yeah,
hollers we can throw you in that people don't go to.
I'm not saying someone's shooting at you, and protect yourself. Yeah, and if it's that or die, yeah, definitely, But making that decision at the time is a big decision.
No,
That can be a
for
hassle at
for
the
a lot
least.
of people, it's a big decision, but for some of us, it's not that hard.
That's what it seems in movies, but
Uh,
that's easy. But yeah, I imagine in real life,
I've
like like
lived many
like the guy on the
lives.
golf course, I would do it. Like if somebody was chasing me with a fucking golf club,
Oh
like fuck
yeah,
yeah, that is pretty clear. Like okay, I better
you're
shoot
trying
you.
to assault me with a deadly weapon.
I better shoot you, and then the cop will just be like asking if you're great, and like okay, go home.
No, you gotta go. You gotta file out the police reports. There's a lot of
Maybe, all
bullshit
right,
to
but
it,
you'll be going home at
but
night though.
yeah. And
That's
at
it.
least you won't have a fucking 9 iron and you're stuck in your
Right,
skull either.
right, right. Hell, in Florida, if you're doing Florida, the sheriff down there was complimenting or telling I think it was a homeowner that shot somebody in a home invasion. I think was
He,
the, but he was like
yeah,
saying, "Yeah, do this. This is what we want. This was a good citizen." Basically.
it took care of paperwork for
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
If
But
someone breaks into
it's
your
true.
house,
It's
you
not
should be
wrong
able to
anyway.
protect yourself.
Not wrong.
If someone does you physically harm, you should be able to protect yourself and
No, and that's how
defend
you can
yourself.
prevent it. Examples. You're setting
What
that
about if
example
every
can be a good
woman
thing.
had a gun? Because during the 70s
And
and
well,
80s, and even into the 90s, you heard a lot about women getting beat the fuck out of,
I
and
mean, on the
them
other hand,
dying and shit like that, or being paralyzed and stuff.
yeah,
That you can't take care of your
right.
kids that way. You
uh,
can't be around your kids with, that type of domestic violence going on. And you don't know when the guy's going to come home all fucked up and hit you the wrong way and kill you.
Right. See, as far as hassle go and everything, like there's also a case of like there's a woman that killed another woman, shot her through the front door, like the closed front door. That's like a case that's going on now. It was like her neighbor too, I think. Maybe she went to the wrong house, might have been it or something, and rang the bells. Was kind of the situation, I think, was it, and knocked on the door. So basically,
Shooting
as the person
blindly,
shot on
no.
a door, shot through the closed door, and that case is up.
Yeah, I could see that being a case, but if you're face to face and you can see a person, that's a different story. But shooting blindly through a door, that's stupidity.
Yeah, she might have seen him
You could
even,
have hit a kid,
right? No,
you
but
know,
this is it's a
or
big world too. A
grandma.
lot of situations. This is everything, and
But I
TikTok
can
and YouTube helps you find it. Or feeds it to you anyway. Out of the billions of people that are out there and everything that happens.
actually
Yeah,
lately I've been not getting on Facebook or really looking at Instagram so much because of all the advertisements and follow this person and follow this person. I want to see the fucking posts of the people that I actually follow. Come on.
hmm.
And I'm getting them 6 days, 5 days later. It's because of all the advertisement and pushing this person's profile over these people that I follow and want to know about them. When I watch TV, I watch like Netflix and things that I don't have to watch commercials. But like I said, I mainly watch TV to escape depression because I'm perfectly fine sitting here with a blank TV and black TV in front of me. My mind goes off into too many other places to begin with.
Yeah, especially TV or cable TV commercials. Oh, it's horrible. you're not used to it like me, it's really horrible.
Well, in Thailand, I didn't start watching TV until I had my accident. And then I was stuck on a couch. I couldn't go and do much. And if I did, I had to call for a cab because I couldn't ride my bike. I couldn't drive my truck. I was still on crutches. Shit, it took me 2 months to get off crutches.
Wow, a long
2
time.
months to get off crutches and 3 months to start riding the bike again. The doctor freaked out when I told him, when I went back in for surgery, and he says, "Well, how you been getting around?" I said, "Riding my bike." And he's like, "You've got a fucked up knee and you're still shifting, huh?" Yep. And did I tell you I modified my shifter too on my bike so it sits up higher so it doesn't have all that strain on my knee? And I moved it out farther. Someone wanted to buy my bike, I would have to replace the gear shift on it because it's been modified.
Probably,
It's
or somebody may be
it's
able to use it.
it's just like the front brake on my bike, which is on your, throttle side. I broke hat I during the accident, one of the accidents, I ended up breaking that in half because I have breakaways on there. Well, I never replaced the brake one. And people are like, "Why don't you replace this?" I go, "Because I ride with 2 fingers on my front brake." "Well, why do you ride with 2 fingers on your front brake?" "All you fucking stupid people here in Thailand, I'm always on my brakes."
Uh-huh.
If you wouldn't like pull out in front of people without fucking even looking, then maybe I wouldn't have to, but I want to live. I bought the LED lights for my bike off this guy, and he came down to a guy that lived 2 houses down from me and delivered the extra set of lens covers for it, yellow lens covers. And I bugged him and bugged him about it. And then I find out that the following night, a bike, a little scooter had come out of a street and pushed him on the other side of the road, and he hit a car head on and died.
Mm.
And this guy had like one of these like 1,000cc fucking, all terrain, go everywhere, metal all around the bike in case you laid it down, you wouldn't get hurt. Well, you don't have to worry about that when you hit a car head on. And I mean, this guy was in his 60s. And he used to race motorcycles and shit. It happens. But yeah, when people pull out of streets, don't even stop at the end of the street, just pull out. Or they're going the wrong way on the street with no lights on at night.
Mm.
Well, why did you do that? Well, because I only needed to go 50 meters down on the right-hand side. So why cross the street to cross back over? dumbass. At least have your headlights on. I was talking with a friend of mine just today, and I said, you know, there were times that I locked the brakes up on my truck because there was a bigger truck with another truck or car trying to pass them. And if I didn't hit my brakes and come to a stop, we would have hit head on. They, it's like common sense is not common everywhere.
What are you driving now?
An old
Well, I mean,
conversion van, and then I have an
Mhm.
older Ford Expedition, the big Eddie Bauer
oh.
fucking 4x4. You know, I've
See,
got
so
that, but
one thing good
that's
about
a
America, huh? Driving around here, you know, I know you want to get back to Thailand and everything, but yeah, sounds like
and
yeah,
in
it's a lot
Thailand, I
different over
drive a
there.
Toyota 4x4 Fortuna, which was a forerunner to the Forerunner.
Uh-huh. Yeah, well, the bike though, so that's
That's a
pretty nice.
Honda 500. CBR 500. You know,
Oh
that tops out at 173 kilometers, 174 kilometers an hour. Because I've had it pegged at that for a good stretch of time at times. Like
Probably
I said,
big motorcycles,
that, you know,
but that
that's the biggest thing about driving in Thailand compared to the United States. They have radar guns. They don't use them because no one knows how to calibrate them. And I mean, I've flown past cops. There used to be a cop that sat out by my house at night, and I think he was mainly sleeping, but he would park so you could see him.
uh-huh,
And
right, yeah,
I'd
half the
pass
time
him at
that's it.
100. I'm at 130, 135 passing this cop, and I'm only on a 35 or 40 kilometer an hour street. I would go through downtown Chiang Rai at 1 o'clock in the morning because it's almost dead at 80, 90 kilometers an hour. And people are like, you're crazy. I said, yeah, but I'm not the only one doing it. Everybody else does it, so why not I do it?
Well,
No one's getting stopped.
dangerous. Yeah, at least the
Oh, well,
medical's
those
not super expensive there.
exactly, you know. And Chiang Rai had a level 1 trauma unit. And that's why I moved there, is because it was the northernest city that had a level 1 trauma unit. So in case something happened, I could get treatment and I could be in Bangkok within an hour through a life flight. So, you know, you got a level 1 trauma unit. Okay, this is a place for me. In case I get hurt, I know I've got a better chance of living than living in this part of Thailand or this part of Thailand. But I went to Bangkok for my surgery because I seen what the best hospital in Chiang Rai did to somebody. And it was like, there's no way in hell they're going to cut me open like that big to just fix something. I mean, my left knee, you can hardly see the 3 little scars that are on it.
Pretty good.
You can see the scar that I got hit by another scooter more predominant than the scars from the surgery.
Probably like, yeah, just like arthroscopic.
Yeah. And they ended up cutting my hamstring in 2 places, like I said, to put my knee
old.
back. That's what really screwed me up, and I lost most of my strength is when they cut my hamstrings. At least the doctor said, well, I got away with only 2 instead of having to cut you the 3rd time. And I'd say, thank you for that because I'm having a hard time dealing with the 2 and not having strength. It took me 4 years to recover to maybe 65% of what I was. 4 years. And then the last,
Damn.
then I fixed my truck up and I started driving that again with the clutch, and that really helped build up my knee too. Because I had just replaced my clutch on my truck before my bike accident. So I couldn't drive the truck because I couldn't push the clutch in.
Right. Yeah,
And,
I've been
and,
in situations like that. Yeah, it sucks. So
and
what'd you
when you're
do?
in I just rode the bike.
Just rode a bike.
Yeah.
Get an automatic. Yeah.
Well,
Or
see, I moved the gear shift
could
out
clutch. No,
an
you really
inch and a
can't clutch.
half.
No, you need
I
2 feet
moved
to clutch.
I moved the
Like
gear shift out an inch and a half and I raised it by an inch. So I could literally put my foot flat, just like on my brake side. I could put it flat on top of the gear shifter. Now, when I had my accident, that gear shifter and my foot were up underneath the block of the engine because I broke my foot too. And they looked at my foot and they said, you know, what do you want to do about this? And I said, it hurts, but I'm fine. let's worry about my knee. Well, aren't you in pain? Well, I'm always in pain. I take morphine, so I don't need any more. You know, a lot of people have to understand, you know, when I grew up as a kid, especially on the farm, you hurt yourself. The first question you were asked was, do you need to go to the hospital? No. Okay, well, bandage yourself up and get back to fucking work. You know, that's the way I was brought up. So you didn't bitch about little things. And me and my mom get into a fight about it all the time because she was brought up that way. You know, I can't talk anything about medical with my parents because it just seems like I'm complaining. Me and my mom had that argument this morning because I told her I was cold and she says, well, when I get cold, I get up and I move. Yeah, well, when I'm cold, I hurt and I don't want to get up and move because I hurt more. You don't realize
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
You don't realize some things until you go through them, and then once you go through them, you can kind of justify why the person was that way.
Yeah.
You know, my mom should just be happy that, you know, I'm just not a son of a bitch all the time because I haven't had any medication in the past 4 months. But I'm still coming down and being social. Mainly because I have to.
Right. Right.
And you know,
What do you
I've got
mean? Well,
to.
what do you mean? So what do you mean you bitching about things?
No, I just
I mean,
make a
once in a while I
comment that,
moan.
you know,
I
well,
might
how you
make a,
doing this morning?
uh-huh.
You know, well, I'm cold and I hurt.
Oh, you're being honest.
Yeah.
No, it's just small
No, we
talk. You
don't
say,
want to
"Oh,
hear
great.
that.
Good morning." Oh, no. Great.
It's either that or I'm
Uh,
fine.
could be worse.
I'm
Good
okay.
one too.
I'm making it.
Yeah.
That's what I have to use.
Better than the alternative. No, once in a
She
while
said,
though, I've grown. I guess my wife comments like, "Oh, are you okay? Oh, you heard that?" Like,
yeah, I'm okay. I just hurt a little
getting up
bit.
or something or doing something like, or have to sit in for a while, even like, you know,
Well, shit,
that's
I'm
life.
sitting in an outdoor camping chair. Okay. Because if I was to pan around this room, I've got a wood rocker, two wooden chairs, and three wicker chairs. So everything doesn't have cushion on it.
Hmm.
And if it does, it's not that great of a cushion. And when you have back conditions, yeah.
Those gravity chairs are good.
You know what? I tried one of those, and the way it makes me sit, it puts pressure on the back of
Okay.
my thighs, and my legs go numb.
Green fingers was, as far as standing, that is a good way to help the back. I mean, I don't do it. No, I do notice that. But it's hard, and you need to have energy to stand.
I
But
stand
I actually like
for a
not
period of time,
standing,
and
but
it
moving
feels like
around.
someone's punching me in the back.
It's easier not to stand still, but actually move a little bit, rock, do something
Yeah,
side to
rocking.
side on your heels and toes, something like that. Just yeah, and we're just like shifting positions.
I
But it's
do that
definitely better for your
constantly
back.
when I
I
sit.
don't do it enough. I'm sitting really poorly right now. Probably moan when I get out of this chair at 4 o'clock.
I'm sitting
That,
in a $10 camping chair.
yeah, I hate I got a plastic chair out in the front. Just hard pull one of those, the cheapest. They're all over the place too in Thailand. I see in Asia, just like it's
Yep.
just those hard plastic, cheapy chairs. And boy, yeah, they're hard. It gets you. They're like curved a certain way, which can be okay for a while, but yeah, then after a while, no, it's not
Well,
good
in
for a long,
Thailand,
long
I
time.
sitting out on my front porch, I was sitting in a zero gravity chair.
Yeah, I like that. We're putting a cushion under. Yeah, I mean that's going to help too. On the plastic ones, something like that. Can sit up. At least it's like a straight up chair, though. At least. Yeah, it's good for your back, even though it's uncomfortable, really, to sit that way. But it's good for your back.
Well, that's why I'm in this camping chair.
Really
It's
is.
one of the ones that fold up,
And I can
but,
see why.
it contours to my ass and my legs.
Uh-huh.
So it doesn't put all that pressure like sitting in a wooden chair.
It just
My,
depends too. If the chair fits you right, then it's a good chair.
yeah, there's a wood rocker downstairs that I love sitting in. It's got a nice cushion that my mom made for it. But I mean, this rocker was made in like 1911, 1912 by Gustav Stickley. But, it's like a Mission Oak style rocking chair, but it's the most comfortable chair in the house. My mom had a couch. We had a love seat. That was the closest thing. And then my grandma passed away, and mom had a full-size couch in the living room, but you didn't go and sit in the living room. That was like, when you
Entertainment.
had guests
Yeah.
over,
Where they did
because
it
that's
then
where
a
the
lot of times.
collection was at. That's where Henry was at. Henry is we now figured he's 115-year-old dead peacock. My mom likes peacocks, so she found an
Knew somebody
old
else that
peacock
had
that
one of
was
those.
stuffed.
Wow.
And we had it. It's still in the spare room that they have in a showcase. But we've had this
Oh.
peacock in our house, since like 1980 some. And my mom wouldn't have gotten it, except, it came with the taxidermy tags and everything like that. And it literally said like 1910, 1911 on it, is when it was stuffed. So my mom figured, okay, it's been stuffed for 70 years. It's actually an antique. It's not like I went out and killed a peacock to stuff it to put it in my house.
I knew one other person that had a peacock. She got it from her parents. They gave it to me. She
We
didn't like
still
it so
have
much.
Henry the peacock.
I think she came from a wealthy family, and for whatever reason, she had a peacock, like a new. Like, it wasn't an antique thing at all, and it wasn't in the display cases. I don't know, it was like, yeah, stuffed peacock. Thinking like, and now I'm thinking like, damn, it must be hard to keep clean though. Like,
That's why
like
you put them in a
dust.
glass case.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And especially if you're like, I'm thinking, yeah, with that long, if it does start smelling, hopefully it's done well at least.
No,
But in the
it
case, it's
doesn't
good.
smell, but
Yeah.
what they do is they dry out and they fall apart,
Uh-huh.
because there for a while
Yeah, that makes sense.
taxidermy stuff was really hot in the collectible markets,
Uh-uh. That
because
makes
people
sense.
were putting them up in their houses and shit like that.
Really, so it was a thing at one time, huh?
Oh yeah.
This is the feathers. Yeah, it was kind of weird. But I would think if it's
Well,
going to smell, it's going to be like in the first year. It's going to be sooner rather than later. This is like something left on there that shouldn't be, and it's going to rot, and then yeah, it's going to be gone.
the Purdy
So that's
peacocks
old,
are all
old.
males.
Uh-huh.
And every year they lose those big feathers. They molt. So they
Mm.
lose those big feathers.
That's the
So
cock
when you
part,
see
isn't it?
a
Peacock.
bunch of the peacock feathers, you really can't say, oh, that poor peacock. No, those probably were picked up, when they molted
Uh,
and just collected over years. But that's a
yeah, I believe that.
noisy bird
Yeah,
too.
just like turkey feathers, and like
Yep.
that too. Because they do that they do a display too. It's weird. In the
And they
male
molt,
turkeys. Uh-huh.
because we had an injured turkey here. The park's not too far away. And like I said, most of the lots up here, 3/4 of an acre or bigger. And the park system is only a mile down the road from us. And I've seen deer in the city that I grew up in, which is like 5 miles away from here. I was
Oh
going to
yeah.
the store the other day, and I was, a mile down the road, and we're talking, houses literally right next to each other, right next to each other, right next to each other on small little plots of land. And, you know, I just slam on my brakes because I noticed that there were 3 deer coming out of, a backyard. And I'm
Kids.
like, wait, you're not supposed to be here.
Yeah, there's still a lot of them. Good.
Well,
It's
just like here in
still a new
Ohio,
country.
they'll give
Not a
extra
used up.
tags out
Uh-huh.
to cut down the deer population. And we've got coyotes and wild dogs running around in southern Ohio. They become a nuisance after a while, and then they allow people to shoot them.
Okay, so there's a lot. I saw one today on bike. The past wasn't a deer. It was some what they call them, white, big, like a bushy white tail. It didn't know the hold straight up, but more of a tannish kind of.
It's a doe. But
No,
in
no, but it wasn't a
Michigan,
regular deer. It was something else. So they around here they have. I don't know what they call. Not a
they got stupid
pronghorn.
ass little deer, and they're the white spotted deer. Those dumb fuckers, man. You figure if you're driving down a road that they would actually get out of the middle of the road. You don't have your headlights on. It's the, still light out where you don't need them. And these deer are just walking across the road like nothing has any worries to them. And it's like they look at you and everything else. Man, I can't tell you how many people hit deer in Michigan. My mom's
Huh.
actually hit 3 of them, and that's driving on the freeways.
Yeah. Ooh, freeway. Wow. That's
Yeah, she hit one and it messed up her brand new full-size Dodge van.
so it was just trying to cross. That's weird. Yeah, they sometimes put like a crossing, like an under some way for the animals to get across. It's a natural crossing. I hit a deer once in my life when I was a lot younger, but it
I
was like a
hit
mountain
one and then
road at night, and it was around hunting season. I'm pretty sure, like the start of hunting season or so, where that was like what somebody was saying, like, oh yeah, they do weird things.
after my accident, I ended up dating a girl that worked at the place that I fell at, the grocery store I fell at, and I was coming
Yeah.
home from her house one night. And I definitely didn't want to have an altercation with a cop, but I had a deer that ran out in front of me, and I clipped him with the front of my truck in the neck. So there was blood all over the place. And the second deer ran, and I thought it was going to, because I had my window down a little bit, I thought it was coming through my driver's window and door,
Uh-huh.
but it
Yeah.
ended up hitting right behind my door in the bed of the truck
Oh wow.
and then in the
It,
side of the
it
bed end.
lucky blood.
But
Fucking better.
it got up and ran away, but I wasn't sticking around. I
I've
had
never
weed
heard.
on me, I had a
Uh-huh.
couple drinks in me. I wasn't drunk, but I didn't want to
Well,
take the chance. I didn't want to go to
so
jail
you just
because I had fucking weed.
right, but it was just before insurance you'd want to stop anyway, right? Or make it a
And
report, right?
no, no.
What do you mean?
The front of my truck was fine. I caught it in the neck and tore its throat out.
But the,
And the bed of the truck, we got underneath it, and my friend put his foot up there and pushed it out.
kicked it out, yeah. Okay, that's
Yeah.
great. Then you didn't need to stop at all. So then that was that was the thing you did. Just keep going. This deer, I had it. I thought the cop came, shot it because it was wounded. But I remember hearing a story of somebody, like the deer went through the windshield, was in the car, and like killed the person. So like it was probably wounded and freaking
Oh,
out.
that does help. That does happen.
Yeah.
You know, my mom's lucky that, you know, she's driven like Astro van. She hit one with an Astro van, two of them with the Astro vans,
Oh wow.
and one with a full size van, never a car, because, you know, you hear about people hitting deers and cars and the deer coming up over the hood into the windshield and killing the person.
Uh-huh. I almost hit one recently too. Yeah, it was a whole flock of them actually too, and that was recent. Yeah, and they were crossing like a highway. I mean, it was basically on highway speed, and but
Well, we
yeah,
put the
I was
highway
lucky
in
that
their
time
way.
too. I was lucky that time. Yeah, they were all. It was a huge flock that was crossing, and I think I slammed on the brakes and honked the horn, and then some of them did stop. But it was like a whole flow of them, and like that's like the most dangerous because it's like they don't even know whether to stop or keep going.
Well,
Yeah,
that was the thing. I hit the first one, it was the lead deer.
uh-huh.
And then the second one, like I said, just ran into my truck, the side of my truck.
Was it a big flock though of them? Like this was,
No, it was
well,
only
might have been
two of
100
them.
of them. Yeah, yeah, okay. This was like maybe 100 of them though. Because
Wow.
yeah, they tend to, especially in the winter, they'll tend to group together more. And this was more. I don't know why. This is more out of the city at night, and yeah, it was at night too. I saw them at the last minute, and yeah, that was close. That was good. Glad that was an accident. Yeah, so I guess one accident. I feel bad even hitting that one deer. Like, oh, stupid. Like, but at the time, nothing I can do really. Yeah,
I
one
felt bad
deer.
about it too, but I mean, you're the damn deer that ran out in front of into my truck.
I think it froze in the lights, as I remember. It was just like turned and looked at me like, "Whoa, what's going on here?" And
I didn't even
and
have lights on.
I hit it. I hit it.
But yeah, you will stop them dead with headlights. They freeze up on headlights
Yeah, that's what happened.
because they think you're a predator.
Maybe I flashed my headlights actually too. I braked and like flashed my headlights maybe also.
But
I don't
hey,
know. I
it's getting
forget now.
close
Whatever I
to
did, instinct. That's the thing to
6:30
do.
here for me.
Yeah. I was hoping Bud would hop on again, but no. All right.
Yeah.
Well, that maybe next time we'll talk to him again. But
Yeah.
yeah, so it was
We'll
good
see
talking to you, Captain.
you too. Everybody out in chat. We will see you Tuesday, hopefully.
Yes,
Same
Tuesday.
time, same bat channel.
All right, have a good one.
Peace out, everyone.